Hey everybody, hopefully we're working. It seems like we are. Well met, I'm Cynical. Welcome to my channel. This all around me here is Hunt, this time anyway. It's an action horror campaign set in an alternate version of what started in 2002 but has now made its way into 2003. This is our own creation, of course, and it's inhabited by ancient horrors and legendary creatures. And we're using the Monster of the Week system to get through all that. We're a bit new to PBTA games, but they're pretty simple, so there's not really a lot to it, honestly. And we're using a pretty wide variety of the playbooks in it, so if you see something you don't recognize, that's probably why. And also because this is a tabletop role-playing stream, we'll mostly be doing the role-playing and focusing on the game. So if you don't get a response in chat right away, just know that we really appreciate you being here and following along and watching. Everybody's welcome. Just keep it civil down in the chat. But let's go ahead and talk to the players this week. Flipping over. These are my friends. Together we're CoFH RPG. We're down one player this week. But we're a group of people that have been playing in connected worlds together for what's now decades, which is pretty crazy to say that. So let's just go ahead and introduce everybody here. Buddy's played a tavern keep who once helped slay 2 cosmic dragons, a grizzled space detective that planted a psychic tree, and a feeder of 2 hit dice schools. They always solve my puzzles, usually. My longtime friend, Lord Venom 1, go ahead and talk about yourself and what's going on with Jane.
Hey guys, I'm Lord Venom 1. Yeah, I play Jane Meyer. Her playbook used to be the Initiate. I'm not sure she has one anymore. She had a bit of a falling out with her sort of secret society that she's a member of, and so lost. Well, at least temporarily lost that connection, as well as her home. So we'll be exploring that a little bit today. Otherwise, and that's sort of a normal, there are sort of mechanics, even kind of within the playbook for that to happen, that you can piss off your sect. So I'm excited to see how that plays out and how we kind of interpret that here in the next couple sessions. So yeah, excited to play.
Awesome. All right. Moving on from there, they've been a megacorp heir searching for their lost parents, a ruin-delving historian seeking to prove their father's theories, and a reluctant space captain who was an expert at crash landings. My good friend and fellow member of Screen Room, as well as a streamer in his own right, MagCow234. Why don't you go ahead and talk a bit about yourself and what's going on with Lester?
We do Screen Room on Sundays and Wednesdays. Come hang out there. It's a lot of fun. As far as Lester goes, he does the Flake playbook, bit of a conspiracy theorist, and recently decided to renovate his basement, have a nice little workshop down there, place to get away. So that's been fun. There's been a lot of contractors around the house. Been dealing with that. Lester's been dealing with a lot of that since last time.
Not getting very good sleep.
Yeah.
Having to wake up earlier than usual.
Yeah, they come early.
Yes, that's probably true. They probably do.
That's kind of just what he's been doing, right? Dealing with a lot of that.
Awesome.
He's a little obsessive, so things
Just
have to be exactly certain ways, so he watches over everything that they do.
You're just staring over them while they work in your house.
At the top of the stairs the whole time. Just good job, guys. Yeah. Nope. Twist that one a little bit. Yeah. Okay. Good.
Thank you, Plum and Chief, for the follows. Appreciate it. Welcome aboard, guys. Further down the line, they've played an amnesiac psychic experiment with a great haircut, a pacifistic space surgeon obsessed with an old television series, and a wild man with an upset tummy. The first character he played was somebody else's. It's Society Streams, or just Society. Also a fellow member of Screen Room and an independent streamer. Go ahead and talk a bit about yourself and your character.
What's up, everyone? I am Society. You can catch me with these guys on Wednesdays and Sundays on Screen Room, but on Saturdays, I play Gideon Smoot, who is a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, and he's a pretty devout follower of his religion, despite having the veil been broken. But in between slaying monsters, you can find him volunteering or proselytizing around town. So that's pretty much what Gideon's been up to.
And I should note, before we start the festivities of the night, Gideon does have one floating boon of fate.
Oh shit! I'm definitely gonna need that. Gideon's been getting his ass kicked. Oh my god. Oh yeah, I picked mundane.
This means you're leveling up.
That's true.
Yeah, thank you. All right, so let me go ahead and pull this up. Now that we've been through you three, let's go to Psycho over here. They've played a traveling hedge wizard that sealed themselves away for almost an eternity, an alien merchant engineer with an incompatible sleeping pattern, and a 3-foot-tall homicidal former prisoner. One of my oldest friends and a moderator for this channel, all of CoFH RPG in general, and screen room communities. Psycho Cough, why don't you go ahead and talk about yourself and what's going on with Jaeger?
Hello, I'm Psycho. A gamer, mostly computer games and a bit of tabletop RPGs. I GM Pathfinder some Wednesdays, which is why I'm not on Screen Room like most of the time. But I try and catch the end of the show anyways. As for Jaeger, he is the expert of the group and has this haven in the form of an old abandoned subway that's he has retrofitted into like a library and an armory and a infirmary, because we definitely need that. And it's been so long since we played, I honestly can't remember much more than that. So I'm really looking forward to jumping back into this.
Oh yeah,
God. Oh, that's good stuff. Okay. Well, our fifth player isn't here this week, so I'm not going to bother introducing them. So let's just go ahead and get started with this week's episode of Hunt. Right after the intro.
The legends are real. Most live comfortably behind the veil. For some, the veil is pierced, and the truth of this world is discovered. Usually that discovery is swiftly followed by a painful death. There are a few, though, with enough luck, wits, determination, or pain that they manage to survive. Faced with the grim truth of this world, some of those that have pierced the veil and lived have chosen to fight back, leading strange lives on the edge of darkness. Choosing to stare down the truth of this world and not flinch. This is their calling. This is the hunt.
All right, we're back. Snakes were cute. They were cute. Our audio is missing. what's happening. There it goes. I think we're good.
I was just moving my mouth.
No. The music was missing. I wasn't talking about you. I was talking about the music. Okay, so let's get started. We've got a lot going on here, but before we get really rolling deep into what's happening right now, it's important that we talk a little bit about what's happened before now. So, since it's been a little while, I'm gonna roll the clock back a little bit, but in what's in the explanation, but it's gonna be pretty abstract. So let's go. Initially meeting our hunters in October of 2002 as they dealt with the threat of a lycanthropy outbreak on the local university campus, eventually culminating in the truth being revealed behind the condition of one of the hunters, who is currently not here, at least the player of them. As a type of lichen themselves, they had proven successful in their hunt, but became embroiled in several ongoing mysteries in the town of Hushwood. Most recently, in the middle of November 2002, and this I guess wouldn't be most recently now, but more recently, in the middle of November of 2002, the hunters had just saved the lives of 2 Hushwood couples from a miling child spirit, put the child spirit properly to rest, and avenged the wrongful death of the child through combat with a malformed creature of darkness, something as of yet not entirely identified. However, it was realized that it was bred through the evils of man. They had also truly begun the process of settling into the town of Hushwood together as a group and working as a team, uncovering its many mysteries and defending the innocents there from the horrors untold. After a bit of downtime, the intrepid monster hunters found themselves tracking down a set of missing teenagers, dealing with famous UFO investigators, and attempting to determine the nature of a set of strange crop circles. Learning the truth of the situation, they found themselves within this corn-created maze of death run by a minotaur. Not just a minotaur, the minotaur. A labyrinth. Literally made out of
we
a
should have got
field
his
of corn.
autograph.
Too late now. Defeating their foe using desperate measures, some of the hunters were forever changed. A new blight was seen destroying nearby crops, and the gruesome truth of what had been or what had befallen the teenagers came to light. After collecting themselves and departing from the scene, the consequences of recent decisions began to make themselves known. And that's where we'll pick up with Hunt, episode 6. It belongs in a what? All right. This whole setup is sweet. Thanks.
Is that the name of this episode?
It belongs in a just question mark. I can't do question mark as a.
Oh.
But it is. It belongs in a ... question mark.
Okay.
Who? It belongs in a who?
Tim Allen.
Okay, so let's start with our pre scenes. People had some scenes they wanted to deal with that took place before the time skip, and people have moves that they can use for their playbooks in the beginnings of mysteries and sessions and such. So let's go ahead and deal with all of that in the proper order here. So first thing I want to do is any rolls for, or anything like that would be a part of a move, and then we'll move into the scenes that you guys have requested to have with one another in that time period in downtime, and then into we can move into the actual episode. So who has a
I'll
move?
roll.
Okay, I believe you have one as well, Jane.
Yeah, that would be the fortunes, which I can basically roll the bones and read them to predict the future. So I'm happy to do that now if that makes sense.
Whatever makes the most sense for your character, you would know better than I would for your playbook. But Lester, we know yours is early on here, so let's do yours. Oh, did something not? Hold on a minute. Oh, there it goes. All right. I had to mess with something so it could be visible on stream. For some reason, it was being weird. I'm not sure why. That's something I'm gonna have to debug now. Anyway, advanced success. You don't have any advanced stuff yet, right? Because you're not high enough rank or level or whatever for that. So you just get a really big success or whatever on that particular thing.
Yeah.
Okay, read the outcome.
It's on a 10 plus. Hold 3. So I get to ask 3 questions throughout the mystery.
All right, so just note that down. Now you, Jane. God damn.
Right. So
It's gonna be a bad night for me. Keep rolling like this.
Same thing. I have hold 3.
All right.
That I'll be able to use to essentially predict the future.
Okay, make sure you write that down.
Done.
All right, so before we cut to the actual date of beginning of tonight's mystery, let's handle any of those pre-scenes that we needed for downtime before tonight's situation. So, at the request of one of the players here, let's say this would be just a couple days after the events just previously described by me. The consequences still weighing heavily on the minds of the hunters. We open up at the residence of Lester Stroff. Our camera slowly moving down the street, the leaves now brightening up a bit as we're kind of moving closer towards spring. There's less of a chill in the air, but it's still just a few days, later here. So it's like getting to late January. So it's warming up a little bit. Remember, in California. So it's starting to warm up just a little bit these last few days. It hasn't been raining or anything like that. It's actually been quite nice outside, but there have been persistent reports and news about some of the failed farms in the area up in the north, which has kind of weighed heavily on all of your minds over the past couple days. And that's where we'll pick up our camera moving through the window of Lester's house. Why don't you describe what that camera sees as it moves onto your front porch and through the front windows, like a barred window? I imagine Lester having bars on his window or something.
Yeah, that would be true. And like a metal door. Oh,
he doesn't.
Uh-oh.
I don't have a good way to fix that.
We lost society.
We lost society. I don't
Society
have a
is
good way to
crumbled.
fix that on our 4-up view here.
He's back.
Oh, he's back, but now he's.
We didn't really need him anyway. It doesn't really contribute.
Oh.
All right, let me fix the positions because I don't know why it does that, but it does. Ooh, I have to change. No, oh my gosh, so annoying. It's so annoying. Why did it just do that? All right.
Yeah, I don't know what that was. My internet hiccuped.
It's okay.
Pour some water on your router.
No,
Don't do that.
it's bad. As Mad Cow takes a sip of water.
Sounded like a good idea, yeah.
Hydrate up.
You keep reversing your two positions. Yeah, that one's right now. This is great content. Sorry, everybody.
Can't move my box.
Really difficult too. I will say that.
With the power of our Heavenly Father, you will not move my box.
And I did right after him. So.
Oh. That doesn't mean anything. Doesn't mean anything. But if it had worked, it would have meant everything. I just want you to understand that.
Mm-hmm. Okay, we're finally in the right position. Nobody sneeze. Don't want to throw out our streams back or whatever's going on here. So the where were we at? Oh yeah, we were moving into the into the front of your house. The camera moving through the front window over across the porch. What does it look like as the camera moves into the living room now? We've had construction workers in here for a little while now, but not very long, because this is just back in January before we do the time jump to the next mystery.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of picture like they've probably started bringing stuff, right? So there would be probably like stuff on the front porch that they're bringing, and probably the main parts of the living room would have stuff in there, because they just be starting
parked outside or something, maybe, or something like
cement
that.
truck outside. I could see that. Yeah, they're probably tearing down the old walls from the unfinished basement down there, like putting up.
Okay, so in that case, we hear a cacophony of like beep 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 beep, and all this as the camera moves through all of this mess outside and effortlessly through the glass. The volume only slightly decreasing from the construction work into the crowded living room and kitchen area of one Lester Stroff. Who all is there?
I believe I am. Is there construction workers in the interior of the house?
I believe they would have to be at least downstairs.
Yeah, I
Okay.
mean, I would say it'd be in the basement, and like they'd probably be walking, like removing stuff, because there's not, it's like there's no like basement door, right? They have to come out
To
through
the exterior,
house
yeah.
to remove stuff, right?
All right, so
'Cause it's
I'll
flat.
say, cool, good information. I'll say that Gideon is on the base floor, I guess, and he is. I'll be passing coffee to people. I'll be pouring coffee for any construction workers I wanted as they're like walking by with stuff. But I'm also gonna be like talking about like scriptures, because it's like the morning time. That's kind of what I do, and no one's been like. I don't have a buddy to like go over scriptures with me, so I'm just kind of like talking about it with these construction workers as they're working.
I would say, like, because Michael is a construction worker in this town, these are probably some people you may have met already before that are like co-workers of his or something.
Even better. So yeah, that first initial wall is already broken. So
Michael's not
just-
here obviously today, but yeah,
Yeah,
or maybe
so-
maybe he is, but he's in the crowd like working or something.
He's an extra this.
Yeah,
This
at this
week.
point,
Yeah.
at this point anyway, it's not a full moon, so not yet.
I would probably be then every once in a while going behind Gideon and apologizing to the construction workers for him.
So we all have to use our time wisely. You understand? Like, if we want to be rewarded in the kingdom of heaven with our heavenly Father, then we got to put the time in on earth. You see, and there's
Like
so
Michael
many hours in a
pre-warns them
day.
all.
And
I'm so sorry about this guy, and I was like slip him a 20. Here's
So it's like-
here's a tip. I'm so sorry.
Time management and teaching skills are so important in this world. You need to understand these things.
One of the biggest guys is kind of like holding toolbox, just like just nodding as you're talking to him over and over.
Right.
No English. It just kind of like walks down the stairs.
All right, it's good that people can find work in this country. I really appreciate that.
Like in a very clear like Midwest accent. He's like,
No
no
English."
English.
I believe him. I have no reason not to believe him.
Yeah. Why would he lie?
Right. But so yeah, Jaeger, are you there?
Probably approaching the front door.
Okay.
It's probably open.
Well,
Yeah.
you've got construction workers going in and out of it constantly, so there's no way you're going to be able to just
Yeah.
walk up to it and not. So you see the
It's
scene
also
unfolding
like-
before you. If you're approaching the front, you know, you've probably parked your car on the street, not in the driveway, because the driveway is full of, you know, dump trucks, maybe a cement truck or something like that, or like a some kind of debris of some sort as they're doing all this construction work.
Maybe one of them big portable rubbish bins.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'd probably just kind of peer in and knock on the door anyway.
Oh, Mr. Toten, come on in. How are you this morning?
Fine. Lester around.
Yeah, he's right over here. Lester.
I'm like
Mr. Toten's here to see
with
us.
a group of contractors apologizing.
The guy you just saw that said doesn't speak English is like clearly speaking it in English to you for a brief moment and turns
Yeah.
and
And
walks away.
I trade places with Lester. Like as I say that, Mr.
Oh.
Toten's looking for him.
Actually,
Oh, a
Gideon,
group.
come back here.
Oh, all right. Hang
Oh.
tight, guys. I'll be back to finish this conversation. Don't worry.
He just like runs out the door.
You should probably not pester the workers and let them get their job done. And
That's
on that
fair.
note, here are some reading materials.
Oh, excellent, Mr. Toten. I was waiting for these.
And he'll hand
Oh.
each of you a book.
Is this one of these translated books?
This is a translated copy of my third great grandfather Victor's journals.
Wow.
They describe Alps and the oak trees, which they call protector trees. And I would like, Lester, specifically your help in tracking down these elusive creatures. They must be dealt
Holy
with.
smokes.
On it, I'll send out some feelers.
So
What elusive what?
the Alps is what they're
Alps.
called. They're sort of a vampire.
Oh yeah. No, that doesn't sound good at all. This book will help us find them?
It talks about them and the signs that they leave of their hunting. Also ways to kill them, so
Huh.
all the information's in the book. So,
Excellent.
some light reading.
Well, I'm looking forward to it, Mr. Toten. I'll free up some space after I finish with my scriptures. Would you like some coffee?
I will.
I don't drink any, but
this-
I've been making it for the instruction guys.
Well, no, I gotta go open the shop, but you know.
Fair enough.
Also, Lester, we should probably talk about what's going in the basement at some time when it's done.
Yes. I would definitely like your expertise to protect the area.
New ideas. Maybe even Jane could help.
That would be amazing. We're gonna be out there.
I would say you guys haven't seen Jane in about 2 days.
We're upgrading.
We couldn't hear what you just said.
We didn't hear that.
That's not uncommon.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what
Yeah.
I was guessing. You said, yeah. Not unusual.
Yeah, we're moving up in this world. So
Well, we've
I'm
proven to
ready.
be successful, so let's hope we continue that streak.
Oh, we're still alive. And I'll kind of like rub my still fresh wounds.
Anyways, I gotta go open the shop. You have a wonderful evening. Or morning.
You too, Mr.
Yeah, we'll talk
Toten.
to
It
you
was a
soon.
pleasure seeing you.
yes.
Maybe we'll swing by later.
Yeah, after the contractors leave, I gotta keep an eye. Lots of
Yeah, let's-
apologizing.
Lester doesn't like going anywhere when they're here. I understand. You've been watching them really close, though.
They do a good job. They do a really good job.
They're really good listeners. Have you noticed?
On that note, you
They
see
are
them kind of
good
like
listeners.
a lot of them scattering
Right.
away from this little bubble they're keeping between them and Gideon. And with that, our camera will move outside of the window once it came. We'll kind of see time beginning to pass more quickly. The trees changing in color a bit, some of the leaves coming in. Not too many yet, but we see a little bit more color coming to the trees. The sky's moving past clouds coming in, more rain, less snow. The sun changing its kind of average position within the sky as the moons. We see them flip more and more and more. Sun, moon, sun, moon, sun, moon, as we move forward in time a bit. And then our camera moves across this wilderness as once again our time has stabilized towards a waterfall. We see with a sign, actually you would actually see a full sign there, and very complicated spelling. I'm not going to bother to spell it all now. We see Dullahan Falls, and there's an actual beautiful waterfall there as our camera moves down the river past several small campsites. We see like tents and stuff, kind of your average camp, and then a little bit deeper into the woods, but still on long access trails connected to these campsites. We see a slightly larger campsite, looks a bit more lived in, a little plume of like wispy smoke coming out of the position as our camera moves towards it. And we hear the sound of a driving van, probably with the tabernacle choir playing. Who's all in the van with Gideon?
You hear those harmonies? They
when
really
is this?
nail those.
This is the scene with Jane. So who all is going to be in the van with Gideon heading to the camp?
I guess I'll be there.
All right, Jaeger, and that's it. So the van, kind of hear it pulling up, the tabernacle choir playing, and the van pulls up in front of us, kind of in this little area that's sort of like almost like a gravel parking lot near some of the actual camp, that like outer campsites. We hear the choir turn off, the of the van turning off, the of the door, and which you probably can't hear because of the thing, but we see you guys get out and start walking through these this camp area and down the trails towards the aforementioned kind of wispy smoke, larger campsite that we can only make out some from the canopy. And as you walk down these trails, it takes you probably 15 minutes of walking from this position. A little hike, beautiful nature all around you, small streams and stuff cutting off from the main river here, the ever-present sound of the waterfall nearby, which is a huge waterfall, the occasional sight of a little bit of litter every now and then from previous campers, but the place is pretty well maintained by the forest services in the area. Though as you get deeper and deeper, kind of away from the outer campsites, you do catch kind of things that are like been buried under leaves for a really long time. You're like, oh, that's a beer can from like 1975 or something like that, right? Which maybe Gideon doesn't recognize, but you can tell it's like an old brand, stuff like that.
I'm sorry to interject. I was unsure if he wanted us to know that he was out here or not.
Specifically, what he said was you arriving to check on him.
Okay. Like, yeah, I mean, you like I wouldn't have just totally vanished, but I would I would be fairly aloof, hard to get a hold of, but
yeah, I mean, this is literally the scene he asked for, where you coming up to him checking on them. So we see you guys walking out of the woods and stepping forward, seeing Jane's camp for the first time here in the middle of this area, Dullahan Falls. What do they see, Jane?
Yeah, so the first thing you would kind of come up, you've been walking up this little fairly wide trail. It's not even really a trail, it's kind of a grassy area even, and you just initially get kind of a bad feeling, like the hair just kind of sticks up in the back of your head, like, wait, are we in the right place? And you see Jane's small little car. Somehow she's managed to pull it up to the campsite. The trunk is open, the doors are open, and you can kind of just see that it's like piled with everything that she owns. All of her fine clothes are kind of piled up to the ceiling of the car. You obviously see other like weird objects, the normal kind of weird stuff you'd see around Jane's house. Jane is sitting by the fire, kind of staring, holding a mug of tea, but not really having even drank any. Let's see, you can see nearby that she has made she's sort of drawn a picture of the mysterious man that's been chasing after us with the tentacles. She's kind of drawn him with a stick kind of in the dirt, and maybe used kind of leaves and sticks to kind of like make this sort of totem of him that maybe she was using to kind of focus her thoughts. You also, related to that, you also notice kind of a few pouches scattered around the campground, similarly to what she has done elsewhere to protect areas from the mysterious figure. Her cell phone's next to her on the log, with just basically flashing lights going off about many missed calls that she's not really been paying any attention to. You can see also her bones that she uses to predict the future are lying nearby, that she's obviously recently cast and maybe has been staring at those for a while. So that's kind of the gist of it, and as you approach, she doesn't particularly pay attention.
Did you say if you were like
crunching the leaves underneath your feet?
What's that?
Like your appearance, like
yeah, once you get to that point, you would see that she definitely looks disheveled and dirty and just tired and probably older than you, like maybe even shockingly older than you otherwise would ever see her. Certainly not put together. She's not dressed up. She's basically wearing a big snuggie, for lack of a better word, like a big robe kind of like wool blanket that just sort of keeps her warm. I presume it's pretty chilly out here in March, so yeah, she just kind of has wrapped around this kind of robe blanket thing. Yeah.
It's Meyer.
Oh, hello, man.
Hello.
How long you been out here?
Well, since all that business, I guess, I didn't really have anywhere else to go.
At this point, it would have been like a couple weeks.
Needed some time to think, I guess.
I can understand that. You know, if you ever need a place to go, I think
awkwardly look around, and there's not really another good log or anything for anybody to sit or.
We've been sitting in the car the whole time. We're okay, Miss Meyer.
Oh, sure. Thank you. I appreciate that, Gideon. Yeah, I feel like I need to be out here right now.
You hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I didn't hear what you said, but I did hear you.
Oh, okay. Brought this tent and sleeping bag for a change of pace.
Sure, that's very sweet of you. She kind of, you can tell by her demeanor, she doesn't even have the care to probably even use it, but that would be great. Thank you, Jaeger.
I haven't used it in a while, but it's clean.
Any news from town? Anything going on?
Actually, it's been thankfully quiet.
That's good.
How about pointing to the dirt drawing.
Yeah, should we be worried?
Figured out if he's friend or foe yet?
I haven't really figured out anything, to be honest. I'm still just racking my brain, but he seems to not. Obviously, he's not purely a foe, or else he would have more would have happened by now. But he's certainly not a friend either, given his obvious demeanor.
I take it you haven't seen him again since then, right?
No, I don't think so. Just those. I guess I assumed after the Minotaur situation was cleared up that things up at the farms would be back to normal, but it seems that there's rumors still of strange happenings. Something about something about a blight, or I don't know. I haven't really.
The land is still dead up there? I thought it would have regrown back by now. Or
It
at least
is.
a little.
It has been like maybe 3 weeks since then at this point. The land up there has been reported to basically be dead. All those farmers lost all their crops. A lot of them had to sell their homes and stuff as a result of going bankrupt because of it. There were about 13 families that had to leave their family farms that they've owned for quite some time. All of that property was bought up by Erasmus Malachi and has since had all of these ancient oaks planted all over him as reserves and stuff. He did open up all of the houses. He didn't tear them down. He is using them as low-income housing and extensions for the Hushwood Orphanage.
He seems like a nice guy.
He moves quick.
Where
are all these trees coming from?
Your magic that I still don't understand. But I hope you figure out.
Thank you.
You
So
need
what
anything?
what
Miss
brings
Maya?
you out here? Just checking on me?
Yep, just checking in.
Well, I appreciate that.
Anything you need,
no,
we can bring for you.
I'm quite all right out here. You sort of see her take her hand to the side on the log, and she pets a large rattlesnake that's sitting there on the log that you didn't notice before.
A live one,
Yeah.
and it's
just
like,
just like kind of
Oh.
charmed snake kind of thing.
I'll take a half step back.
Same.
Oh, he's fine. He's just a bit chilly.
Well, if you or your friend need anything, Miss Meyer, I'm just a phone call away, and a few miles actually, and a hike through some
Yes.
woods. But
Sort of glance at my phone in disgust. I appreciate that. Yeah, let's do if anything does come up, just I'll make myself ready and I'll be there.
all right,
And of
Take-
course, if you find yourself bored, you can swing by the library anytime.
Of course. Thank you. Don't know how
We
much
got-
help I'll be, but I'll be there.
it's all right. We got your back, Miss Meyer. You were there for us. I want you to know that we're there
Yes,
for you
yes.
too.
Thank you.
And I'll back your decision. If you feel like you're safest out here in the middle of the woods by yourself, I'll back that decision. Whatever you need.
Wish I could offer you guys more hospitality, but I've got more mugs somewhere, but I'm not sure where they even are.
It's all right. I could drink out with my hands. I can make a pretty good cup.
I pour boiling
water.
tea in your hands.
No, we're
I don't
fine.
drink tea. I'll just take the water. Thank you.
What were you saying, Jaeger? You're kind of quiet.
Just no, we're fine.
Okay. So with that, you guys turn around, kind of leaving Jane there
It's
at
good
her
meeting your
campsite.
snake.
Oh, he's not mine. We're just friends.
Oh, well, it's nice meeting you. I'll look at the snake. It's nice
Just
meeting you.
companions.
You see, kind of goes into like a coiled strike position.
Oh God, oh Lord. And I'll like,
As you back away, it doesn't follow you. It
Okay.
kind of relaxes.
Scary.
Begin walking back to your van down the kind of outskirts little trail here in the campsite. Looking through the woods here, this light mist kind of moving its way through the beautiful landscape here. These trees, ancient, some of them part of this prehistoric forest. Some of these trees 150 feet high. It's massive and kind of caked with strange moss. There's sort of a ethereal beauty to the place as you walk through here. The sound of the waterfall, not too distant still. It would be heard, kind of softened by the trees and the moss and the leaves, the ever-present soft crunch of leaves and twigs beneath your feet as you step by step hike your way back towards the van. And from this distance, you still, Jane, kind of seeing them disappear back towards the campsite, or kind of filled with like a kind of an unknowable dread and also a strange, uncomfortable company, as though somebody is sitting on that log next to you that you can't see, but you can just kind of feel the presence of. You look to your left and to your right, and there's nowhere to sit. There's nobody there. You look at the strange shadows, looking for tentacles stretching far and wide, and you see no odd movements, no shadows. But you feel this company that is not pleasant. If best it could be described as a sort of tension, a sort of heaviness, one that weighs and tugs on your spirit. But it's something you have begun to get a little bit more used to as the past few days have stretched on. The first 4 or 5 days without sleep, that was a struggle. The last 2 weeks without sleep, it felt normal. You're all kind of taken off guard by the sound of a car door closing. You look towards the parking lot, the area that you parked in. Jane, you can make out through the forest here, down through the colors of the campsites and the kind of more valley-like area below, the colors of a squad car. As the door closes, Jaeger and Gideon stepping into the parking lot, you can make out the squad car, easily recognized as belonging to Deputy David Morin. Kind of makes very brief eye contact with you, as far as you could tell. You can't see his eyes beneath these sunglasses. Doesn't smile like he usually does. It's usually a very jovial, friendly sort. Turns his head and drives away. He's like 100 feet away from you in the car with the windows closed. And so
I'll
you
just
see him
wave.
looking at you.
Big
Like
goofy Forrest Gump.
basically right as you would go to move, his head turns and he starts driving away.
Oh.
You're just kind of left there with this
Somewhere to go.
heavy feeling hanging in the air for a moment. You get back in the van and we hear the sound of the Mormon Tabernacle Choir blast loud volume as the van takes off those few scratches on the side of the paint evident from a few weeks prior. And our camera
There's some white
does
out
not
on
follow.
it.
Yeah, it's covered up. the very sign of like really crappy repair job. Little touch-up kit you bought or whatever.
Yeah.
At Advanced
Didn't
Auto.
work too well.
The van takes off down the street. Our camera does not follow it. But instead, we once again see time flip by quickly. The trees changing more and more color, getting in the air. Sun, moon, sun, moon, sun, moon. The presence in the sky changing as our time flips forward. And our camera begins to move through the wilderness from here, this position, across the river, and then towards the beautiful town of Hushwood as our time kind of begins to slow down now. We see appearing at the bottom of our screen in our television show, Tuesday, March 18th, 2003. As our camera moves through the town of Hushwood, the sun now setting quickly before us as time still, it's approach slowing down, but still too fast to be real, and then slowing down to real speed, real time as sun sets, and we are now sitting at night, and our camera moves towards the Hushwood Museum. A new set of crates being moved into the museum. We see some workers loading them in. Our camera begins to follow them into the museum. One of them turns towards the other. They sure are heavy. What do they got in here? Oh, it beats me. Anonymous benefactors, I guess. It's kind of richy for Hushwood, don't you think? I guess what are you talking about? Everybody that lives here is rich. And then they begin scooting these large crates into the museum. Our camera cuts to the interior of this darkened museum, moving past sarcophagi, and it's part natural history and part just history museum. So it's like, depending on which wing of the museum you're in, it's extremely well funded looking. And this is to be in a small town like Hushwood. This is like, it looks like it should belong somewhere quite a bit more populated, but the presence of some of these objects and stuff isn't too surprising if you have any familiarity with the locale. Strange swords and, like as I said, sarcophagi, bricks and tomes, death masks. As our camera moves past them all, we see a well-dressed individual, kind of what you might guess to be a fairly expensive three-piece suit. The tie kind of undone at this point, the collar loosened, the first buttons, hair down to about here. She is about 6 foot tall, pretty tall lady, and standing next to her in another three-piece suit, a gentleman who also in a kind of a similar position of relaxation, except his jacket is taken off and kind of thrown over one of these crates that is opened in the interior here. We see the two workers kind of dumping one of the crates off, and the lady turns towards them and says, "That'll be fine, just leave it there, we can take care of the rest, thank you." And they turn and walk out. "Thank you." We hear the closing of this metallic door and the driving away of this delivery truck. A bit of time passes as we move through the interior of this space, and the woman turns towards the man. "This is an amazing exhibit. I'm not fully aware of what the benefactor is thinking or who they are this time, but truly, all of this from Mongolia? Like, how are we affording this?" And the gentleman just kind of shrugs his shoulders. "I guess that's for the benefactor to decide, huh?" And then they sort of like have this sort of confused, pregnant pause, this silence where they stare at one another and look down in this crate. and begin going to work. And our time once again speeds up a little bit. We see the several of these displays of jars and burial jars, and all of these different. This whole wing become populated with all of this new art, and the clock now the top of the wall here, basically, that we see ticking down quickly as they set up their exhibits, finally finishes at about 4 a.m. At this point, both of them kind of in a even more state of relax, their sleeves pulled up, a little bit out of breath, having done a good night's work. It looks like the exhibit will be ready. And we hear this sort of sound, and then something falls over in the distance. What? Who's there? And they pull out a flashlight and look in the darkened hallways, and we see nothing. Then another, and a pike from an exhibit further down just falls over. What the hell? They both begin taking off, looking towards this area. Flashlights coming out. One of the pots from the Mongolian exhibit falling over.
Oh, someone's gonna die.
Spilled out. What's going on? And then we just hear a blood-curdling scream immediately as the woman turns and looks at the man whose face is now melting. He's screaming in pain. He falls to the ground, vomiting out his lungs and other organs as his body begins to melt. She turns to her right, seeing something off camera in horror, as we see a spray of some kind of mist immediately hit her in the face, and her face too begins to melt, their clothes combusting, ash pumping from this strange, extremely excited combustion. And then a moment later, silence, and we just hear that strange crunching, slithering sound, and another exhibit falls over, and our camera fades to black.
All right.
A few hours later, Jane. Let me share this. Yeah. A few hours later, Jane, a small child, about 10 years old or so, wearing a jumper, pretty like he's been kitted out to like his dad took him hiking for the day kind of thing. He's got little hiking boots on and stuff.
Escape from prison. Yeah. Gotcha.
You can see there's a larger gentleman, like maybe mid-50s. You can't quite see his face. He's got this hat on, like a kind of like a hat like me, not like an actual hat like me, but like more of like a ball cap. So you can't quite see his face from his position. It's navy blue. He's wearing this sort of green colored jacket, sort of a deep green, and he's kind of too far away for you to make out any specific features, except that he's kind of he's probably about like 6.5 feet tall, pretty big, like maybe kind of linebacker big. That's about all you really get. You know what I mean?
Throwing up his organs.
And he and he sort of just like has his hand on the small child's shoulder, kind of points up towards you, and the kid runs up towards your camp, Jane.
Oh, dude.
And you can see in his hand this little letter, it looks like. And he walks up to your camp and says, Are you Miss Meyer?
I am indeed. How can I help you?
Dad said give you this.
Like, obviously glance away for a second to check out the dad, and then oh well, thank you.
You look at him and you can't really again see much detail from here. Maybe if you rolled something, I would let you do that. Like maybe if you did like a I don't know what that would be. That would be one of your base stats.
Sharp, maybe, to see.
Maybe sharp, yeah.
I
think sharp. Yeah, go ahead and give me a sharp.
Ooh, yeah. All right.
Okay.
XP, but okay.
make them
I'll
think that you.
I'll say this: you kind of take a few steps closer towards the kid as he's kind of like, take the envelope away or whatever. And as you get kind of a slightly better look as the man takes a few steps toward, and you can see for a brief moment he picks up his face. You can see a look on his face. You don't recognize him at all, not even a little bit. But there is this sort of look of worry on his face, like his son's talking to a stranger or whatever. And he takes like a few steps closer to like bridge the gap kind of thing, but you don't catch any kind of like sinister vibes from him or anything like that. The kid says, Dad told me to give this to you.
Well, thank you very much, and I'll take it.
And so you take the kind of cream colored envelope from him. It's a little bit heavy. Like there's several things inside, paper, etc. Several papers inside, etc. And he turns to walk away. Where we going?
One second, young man, and I'll reach into my blanket thing that I've been wearing for several days and pull out a lollipop and say, "And this is for you."
Okay, yeah, I'll take it.
What is it really?
The dead frog. No, he takes the lollipop and thank you, Miss Meyer. And then he'll head back towards his dad, who, as he takes a few steps closer, you get slightly better look at his face, a little bit of relief in it. And then you can see the kid hold up the lollipop as he's moving towards the dad and says, "Gave me candy." And dad kind of gets a look of worry on his face or whatever, and you kind of hear his voice for a moment. It's deep and concerned. He's like, "I don't think we can keep that."
It explodes.
And then and then you hear the kid say out, "You get to keep the money the man gave you." And the dad's like, "Fine, well let me look at it first." And the kid like hands him the lollipop, and the dad kind of from here just kind of looks at you and waves, and they both turn and head off towards the parking lot. And a moment later, you can hear a vehicle drive away.
Then it explodes.
And then it explodes, yeah.
Then they look down and realize it was actually just.
You're holding a melted face in your hands from the museum now.
All right, well, I'll do a little sigh and sit on the log and open up this envelope.
Okay, the first thing you see inside of the envelope is you unseal it, and it is sealed with wax, like an actual wax seal on it, which is blue, and there is a stamp on it in the shape of a ribbon. But it is not red.
I knew they'd need me more than I needed them.
So you break the seal and open the envelope.
Yeah.
Okay. Upon breaking the seal, the envelope itself sort of begins to feel a little bit lighter. Sort of you crinkle it open, the paper cracks and stuff, and so it's like really, really old. Like this was like made a long time ago, like before you were born, kind of long time ago. Crack it open, and inside you start pulling out documents and stuff. It doesn't look like the letter was made to be sealed back then, but it looks like the envelope itself is at least that old, the paper, etc. There's no writing on it at all on the envelope, just that singular blue wax seal with like a stamp of a ribbon on it. You filter through the documents here that you see. One of them is a picture of you. Another one is a picture of Gideon. One of Jaeger, one of Lester, and one of Michael. Then there's a picture of Michael as a werewolf.
Oh.
Then there's a picture of you guys at the university, kind of exiting the right when you came out of the fraternity after you had killed the one. Then there's a picture of you fighting a Myling in the street. So these sort of like, you go through all this kind of flipping through them more and more quickly as you go, kind of a little bit of dread filling. And then you see a little blue ribbon on the inside. And there's a number of ID cards. You're confused. And you look through them, and they're obviously fake IDs, but each of them has a name on them, and one of your pictures denotes you as historical experts of antiquity from the University of Hushwood on loan to Hushwood Museum.
I see nothing fake about that idea.
Kind of looking through here, there's also $1,000 inside the envelope. Then there is a single piece of paper. It looks like old paper written on with like ink and quill kind of ink, not like a ballpoint pen type of ink. It says a couple of things. We are not them. You are being tested. We know. That's all it says.
We are not them.
My bad, you
What do
just
you
went
do?
up. Competing offer. Well, I pretty much immediately have a sense of what's going on here now. So I would send a text to the group.
Click, 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 click. It's 2003. Click, 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 click.
We have work. We have work. Can I get a lift? And then after I send that, I'll start kind of cleaning up my campsite just to make sure everything's locked into the car. And have my armor laying up inside the car ready to load up.
Okay. What do you guys do? Ball's in your court now.
Well,
Alley-oop.
I guess
Welcome to the mystery.
if me and Lester are hanging out at the house, I'll offer to go scoop her up in the van.
That text went out to everybody?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I'd text probably Gideon, stating that I'm busy helping Michael with his personal business.
Oh, I can't hear you.
Didn't hear that part.
So I'd be unavailable to go pick him up or pick Jane up.
All right. Oh, well, Lester, it looks like just you and me. You want to roll out and we can go get Miss Meyer?
I mean, yeah, this is a pretty pivotal moment. It was a pretty pivotal time period in the renovation. I gotta be here watching. How about you scoop her up and just bring her back?
All right, can do. Make sure they do a good job, I guess.
If somebody was gonna plant a bug, now would be the time.
Yeah, right. He's got.
It is though. We're getting
stressing. Lester's probably stressing out.
We're getting close to the end, so it's like, you know, shelves and like handle, like all the things right now is like really pivotal. It's not just the drywall going in, right? It's like the
really they can put
important
they can
stuff.
put cameras anywhere. I've seen a camera so small. They have them in glasses now.
They do.
Camera's so small you can pick it up with your two hands.
They're big glasses, but and it has a big battery pack running down into your back. But they're cool. But all right, yeah, I'll text you when I get there, and I'll text Jane and let her know that I'm on my way.
Okay. I'll say with that, we see Jaeger as he's answering his text. We see like Michael just kind of like shaking his head and like latching on these like silver shackles and things that are like bolted to a section of the wall, sealed behind cinder blocks and stuff like that within Jaeger's hideout, and a door being closed, and Jaeger launching a program on a small laptop that probably has some kind of art on it that shows it was made by Lester or whatever. Beginning
like
a kind of a
cartoon Lester.
Yeah, beginning like a timer. We can see with the countdown of like a full moon rising to falling on it, and you typing that in, dealing with Michael in this situation, setting that all up, setting your phone down, the camera moving over to Lester, who's looking at like just a fucking shitstorm of construction in his house, as he's like saying this stuff like, I gotta watch the construction, why don't you go, or whatever, like after talking to you, after seeing the text or whatever. And then Cat's got the zoomies. And then Jane, we see you kind of put down the phone. This feeling of that strange company still kind of present, but pushes itself a bit further back. And you kind of look again once over your shoulder as you close the trunk on your car, kind of locking all of your stuff away. And you look once again for that, the strange tentacled shape or any odd shadows, anything that seems out of place, but you don't see anything. Before too long, you hear the Tabernacle Choir approach from the distance. You're already in the parking lot probably at this point, ready to be picked up by Gideon.
It's morning, I believe, correct?
Well, it is the 18th is today. So that was the morning when the people died. That was like 4 a.m. on the 18th. So this is like, several hours after that, but you don't know those people died or anything like that.
Yeah, so as is typical, you're kind of like cruising along, listening to music, and you kind of like look up, you just see this like black figure just like standing in the parking lot. You just kind of like, oof, like adrenaline surge, and they're like, oh, that's just Jane. And so Jane's standing
my
there.
God.
Jane's standing there wearing like a black kind of suit, something that a museum expert might wear, obviously. Just kind of a nice working suit, look respectable, and has her armor next to her, as well as her weapons, her mace and her crossbow.
Skirt. Oh, Miss Meyer. I'll like get out of the van and go and open the door. You kind of startled me when I pulled in here. Hanging out in the shadows.
Thank you so much for coming out all this way. I didn't want to make you go all the way to the campsite, so I'll just load up.
Oh yeah, it's no problem at all. Oh, hang on a second. I'll lean in and I'll pull like a little leaf out of your hair.
Oh, well, thank you.
Almost got all of it.
Yeah, best.
I guess well, Lester's back at the house. He doesn't trust anybody that's in there right now. There's a bunch of people doing some work for him. And then I believe Mr. Toten's got his hands full with Mr. Stroff. Or I'm not Mr. Stroff, sorry. Why am I spacing so hard?
Ward.
His name now. Yeah, thank you.
Michael
Mr. Ward. Yeah. Mr. Ward's character.
Oh yes, poor Michael.
Is the character.
I'm so confused right now. Go to someone else.
His passions do run high when around this time of the month. I'm sure Jaeger could use some help, and I'd love to see Michael again. So why don't we head that way?
All right. All right. Sounds good. Hop in. I'll open the door.
I believe you guys were driving back to Lester's house. Was the plan? Is that what you were
Yeah,
doing?
that's what we told him. But
Okay. You can drive where you
I'll
want.
just text him.
Ditch that
Okay.
sucker.
I'll text him and ask if he wants to get picked up on the way.
Me? Yeah, sure.
And not you, Lester.
Oh. Fine.
I'll be like, we're all going
Well,
over.
then we're coming to your place.
Yeah, we're all going over to Mr. Toten's. You wanna ride, Lester?
I'll respond, no.
Just no. All right. Well, I think Lester's got his hands full. We'll just go over to Mr. Toten's then.
All right. So it's a bit of a drive, not too far, before you can show up at the tailor shop. You show up at the tailor shop or the house?
We assume Michael's in the under the tailor shop, right? So we would presumably go there.
He's being locked up right now, yeah, by Jaeger.
Right. I think we go there if that's where we normally meet for
we'll park in the parking lot.
mission talk.
Okay. So you park in the tailor shop parking lot. We hear the little ding of the bell as you enter the interior of the shop. It's March now. The clothing in the interior of the shop has probably changed a little bit. A little less winter wear, a little bit more rain wear kind of thing. But overall, it still has that nice vibe. We see some of the cosplay outfits in here. Wide assortment of ties and stuff. New ones though, not the same ones. Fine silk garments and suits, and several mannequins kind of with wearing these suits that have been custom tailored to match them, things like that. The blinds may be drawn. Are they drawn or open?
Probably drawn.
Okay, blinds drawn. Kind of the sign. I'd say the door was probably open so you could come inside, but the sign is closed or whatever. Then.
Yeah. Probably
Okay.
left the sign saying that we're closed, but the door's unlocked.
Okay, so the bell rings as you enter the space, and door closes behind you. It's a little darker in here with the blinds closed, but it's still nice.
Oh, it smells good in here. I wonder where Mr. Toten is.
You kind of hear like a from below.
Oh,
And
I
then
bet he's
probably a
down
door
there.
slam and me coming
Yeah.
up. Welcome.
Well, Mr. Toten. Good morning.
Looks at watch. Morning.
Long night.
No, day's just rough.
Oh, how's he doing?
Excitable.
So for context, he won't change and not be able to not change back until the actual rising of the moon, but he's basically kind of in a process of not having control of it all and stuff for the whole of the day. So he's essentially at the worst hangover / migraine of his life, and it's kind of will occasionally start to change and then kind of revert back, and it's very, very painful. As you hear him literally yelling out in pain every now and then, but it's probably very, very muffled because of the all the way to being completely silent if all the doors are closed.
Sometimes he's got puppy energy. Others, it can be kind of brutal.
I can hear it. Doesn't sound too good.
Also the rattling of metal, just huge chains and stuff.
I mean, he's tied up at the moment, so he'll be fine.
Are we safe?
Yeah.
All right.
You have a timer that will release him at a certain point tomorrow morning.
Well, what was that text about?
Oh yes, well, As is my lot in life, I received a mysterious missive, among other things, and included a set of identification badges for the Hushwood Museum.
Which you would have no context for why that would be a thing at all.
I gotta get AFK a second.
Okay.
Yeah, do you think do you think Jane would sort of intuit that we should sort of go over there? Or do you think we probably need to, I think she's just like, got badges.
You don't know. If you want to spend stuff to do things, you can do that. I have a thing to give you some stuff. He's AFK for a second, though. Do you want to take a real quick break while he's AFK?
Yeah, it works.
Let's do. I kind of got to use the bathroom anyway, so let's take a real quick break and we'll be right back. Okay, we're back. Whoa, it went laggy and weird for a second. I think we're good. I hope everything's okay.
I think so.
I think so now. Okay. It was really weird for a second there. I hope the audio is okay. I can't really tell. But when we left off there, Psycho had to go AFK, so we just took a quick break. But we had just had all of you arrive at the tailor shop. Why don't we continue that conversation, Jane, as you were beginning to show them the what you had, etc. And in a moment, I'm going to cut the scene.
Yeah, it's a bit strange. A mysterious envelope has, frankly, pictures of all of us in somewhat compromising positions, and I'll kind of spread them out on the table there.
Look at that. That's a really nice picture.
And they
Can I
also
get a
sent us-
copy of this?
Well, it's your picture. It's yours as far as I'm concerned.
Cool. Thank you.
And they had these
I was gonna
badges
believe
for
these.
the Hushwood Museum.
Oh, neat.
And I'll produce those. We all have under aliases.
What's mine? What's my fake name?
You get to choose it. I was going to let you choose them.
Ginger
Okay.
Snaps.
I like
It has
it.
to be something believable.
I just flashed back to the conversation we had earlier, and like I just remember what was going. What's really? I'm just sorry. I'm sorry. Compose myself here.
Mine is a crystal chandelier.
Crystal chandelier. Oh, like we get to pick. Okay.
Yeah, this is an alternate ID that you're gonna get to
All right.
pick. So
Oh, neat. Steve Roberts.
I don't
That's
no
a
idea
really
why we
normal
would
name.
get these. I got a hunch. Maybe I don't know. Let's maybe Lester's heard something, and I will.
to be clear, you're picking out of character, but in character it's already made.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I'll text Lester. I'm always confused when I text Lester, but I'll pick one of his phone numbers. And just
He usually routes it so it kind of he makes it pretty convenient.
I will
He does go through a lot of phones though. I will say that.
I'll
forwarding
just
numbers.
say anything strange happening at the Hushwood Museum? Question mark.
and so we will cut to Lester. We hear all these sounds of construction inside of the house. Lester, you're kind of like closing yourself off a little bit, like pulling away from some of the people there, so you can kind of have like a breather, but also keeping your eye on them while they're doing all of this work. And I would say maybe you have like one earpiece in or something like that, like listening to the police radio. And there's like literally already you're listening to these police reports, and one of them comes through, which is a little bit. It's not in the realm of being like insane or anything like that compared to some of the stuff that you have investigated and that Lester especially believes is real or whatever. But you do hear,
We've got 2 unidentified bodies over here at the Hushwood Museum. They are, seems like they're burnt or melted or something. We're gonna have to get coroner out here. New exhibit is opening and such, and there's a lot of money on the line, so they want to get us out of here as quick as possible and see if we can't start investigation. But it doesn't look like anything else is burnt up in here, so we're gonna have to figure out what's going on, boys. But let's just try and keep this one on the down low for a little bit. There's important figures involved, if you know what I mean.
there's a brief pause, and then you hear Deputy Dave come over. Deputy Dave Morin.
Sir, that's bullshit, to be quite frank. If there's dead folks involved, we need to close that museum down. You know it. That'll be enough, Deputy. Come on in.
And that's what you get, Lester. And about this time, there's like the sound of like 600 phones buzzing. And you get a text from Jane.
Okay. All right, so I'm listening to that. And then I mutter under my breath. I'm like, fuck. It's them acid spitting aliens again. They're fucking, they're back. Okay, all right. This is, god damn it. I mean, it's the full moon and stuff. Okay, all right. We gotta, wait a sec. And then I'll pull up my phone and see the text and I'm like, of course Jane's got some. Okay, all right. Okay, all right, everybody. All right, we're done for the day. We're gonna have to wrap it up. Put the tools away. Thanks.
It's 9 a.m. What do you?
Yeah. It's been a good day's work. We're really close to finishing, so we'll come back. We'll come back tomorrow and finish up. All right.
Or we're gonna charge you for the day.
I mean, that's you know.
All right. And they just start walking out the door. Come on, boys. Beer's on me. They leave.
Yeah. Day off for having to deal with Gideon.
Nice.
All right.
Y'all are rude.
You're not there, Gideon.
That's
right,
true, lunatic.
I will text back. I will text back Jane and say I'm on my way. I'm gonna lock up the basement and then lock up the front door and then head out to my car.
There's all these sounds of like your multiple locks and multiple like security systems and things coming online.
Metal gate
sweep.
slam shut.
I reply 10.
Little lasers sweeping across the interior of the space.
Jane replies 10-4, so I throw the phone on the ground and step on it and get in my car, my Gremlin, and I will drive over to Jaeger's.
Drops it in the microwave, hits 10 minutes, and walks out.
Then takes the microwave and trashes that.
He probably doesn't have a microwave, honestly.
Yeah, it's true. That's how they listen to you.
That's how they control
that's how
you.
they get you.
Yeah. All right, so you get into your Gremlin and drive across town to Jaeger's. It takes maybe like 25 minutes to get over there. Oh, nice, thank you. I was gonna ask if you had a easy way of doing that. So yeah, you get in your green Gremlin and head on over.
Fight off all the chicks.
It's actually a cool car. I like that car. I think it's pretty cool.
It is a cool car.
Yeah.
They should modernize it.
It'd be a cool hot hatchback.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, okay, I'm heading over to Jaeger's. And I guess I go on in.
Okay. Yeah, you pull up into the parking lot out front of the tailor shop. The ding of the bell as you enter. The familiar smell of peppermint and the beautiful interior. The updated clothes for the season of March, now mid-March. The interior a little bit darker than normal because of the drawn blinds. And I guess you guys didn't really say you were going downstairs yet, so you would be all in there unless you're in the 20 minutes since the text message have gone downstairs. So did you or not?
No, probably still upstairs.
Okay, so you're all upstairs then, as Lester enters the interior of the space.
I think Jaeger would probably be in a dressing room, getting changed.
Okay. So yeah, you would see Gideon there and Jane there. Jane, kind of describe your clothing, because you guys are wearing different clothes and stuff than normal. You have a tailor shop available to you, so I will say that you basically, and one of you is a professional tailor, so things like disguises and uniforms, one of the things we talked about in the beginning of the game, like the beginning of the campaign, is like you basically get that for free as a thing that Jaeger can just do. So
the ID is for, what does it say we are?
where is it? I wrote it down over here.
Historical experts.
Experts of ancient antiquity on loan from the university.
Well, I guess I'll just be wearing what I normally wear. Mr. Toten, do you have like a pair of glasses that I could use? Maybe like a lanyard. Yeah.
I'm sure they'd give us lanyards.
It's pretty
Lame.
generic badge, basically. It's basically like these people know about old things and stuff. And
I'll
so it's
clip
like
it
you might be
to my
archaeologist, you might not. It's
pocket.
not really like you don't have to show them your degree, right?
I'll pretty much just wear normal.
Right to the front doors, small rack of sunglasses.
Glasses make the disguise. That's right, lunatic.
So yeah, I'll
Work
look
for
for a pair
Superman.
of like prop glasses, like reading glasses that aren't really like prescriptionized or anything like that. Just like
Okay.
glass lenses.
I gotta write these
You know?
down because you're the ones that name them. So we got Steve Roberts here as Gideon. So Lester, you're looking at Steve Roberts here. This weird Gideon wearing glasses and what's
Y'all
the
see me
clothing?
start like combing my hair in the other direction, but it's like the same style, just like the opposite direction.
What's the suit like or whatever that you're wearing?
Me?
Jaegers? Oh, Jaegers would be a nice.
All of you. Those that he sees. What Lester sees right now when he comes into the
nice
shop.
blue
That's what I'm.
suit with white pinstripes.
Okay, so Jaeger steps out from the dressing room wearing this beautiful pinstripe blue suit. Gideon has these glasses on, and when you come in there, Jane, what are you wearing exactly? You described it a little bit earlier.
Again, kind of just a business, like a woman's like dark black, like
Pantsuit.
super dark gray, like pantsuit. Yeah.
Okay. Shoulder pads.
Yeah.
I mean, it's 2003. That's you get away from with some shoulder pads in 2003. Big old shoulder pads.
Wow,
I mean,
Deckard Jones.
Some like fucking World of Warcraft shoulder pads. If it's the 80s, you could get away with. But so yeah, you see them in this like odd mode of dress, Lester, as you step into the space. What do you guys do? Scene is yours.
What's up, guys? We playing dress up?
Yeah, we're getting ready. We got like we got like fake IDs and everything. This is gonna be great.
No
What's your
context.
name?
That's the first thing you say to
Yeah.
Fake ID. Are you done? Are you done being a Mormon? What's happening?
What? Oh no.
I'm
This
going
is
in the
just-
crowd.
Yeah. Well, apparently my name is Steve Roberts, and I'm an expert of antiquity.
Yeah, to bring you up to speed,
Gideon seems
we,
very excited.
got a mysterious
I like spy
package
movies.
as usual. Unfortunately, it seems that someone's been paying attention to our more sensitive activities, and I'll gesture to the photos on the table.
Yeah, it's like your worst nightmare laid out before you, Lester.
Nothing to worry about necessarily.
It's all these like highly focused black and white and color photos of all of you doing all of the things that you thought were secret and nobody ever knew about. It's essentially every worst nightmare you've ever had come true.
Someone's been watching you this whole time. This whole time, someone's been watching.
Not
us.
literally your worst nightmare because that's kind of a secret character thing, but one step above that.
Yeah. Those are probably copies, but we should burn them.
I'm keeping mine.
I'm sure someone's
I
just
think
trying
this
to get our
Gideon is Breaking
attention.
Bad.
I don't think it's anything that anything to be too worked up over.
I think they're
as
nice
part of-
photos.
as part of the package, we got these IDs for the museum. Sounds like we are to be experts of ancient antiquity. Here's yours. So that's why I was just curious if you'd heard anything. I have no idea why we would have got these, or really
his
who they
name
came
say?
from.
You look down at the card. It has your picture on it and everything, Lester. It's immaculately made. You probably actually know quite a few things about fake IDs, and I would have to say this is like one that, without making a roll or anything like that, because this isn't really that kind of a game, you would look at it and be like, "Holy crap! This is like, this could just be real. This is
This is
amazing
real,
quality."
yeah.
Whoever
What
whoever
is
made
your
this has
name?
tremendous resources. Yeah, and it reads. What does it read? Putting you on the spot.
like Frank Johnson.
Frank Johnson.
Frank Johnson. Wow, that's a pretty good fake name too. We got all these like normal sounding names. Steve
names.
Roberts, Frank Johnson. Yeah.
And Crystal
What was-
Chandelier.
No, that was fake. That's my stripper.
okay.
That's my stripper name. I am
Okay.
Rebecca Anson.
Rebecca Anson. That's a pretty real sounding name too. This is gonna be cool. What the heck are we doing though? Are we just gonna go see an exhibit?
So
All right, well,
I like.
let
the
me
museum.
explain some stuff to you. So we all know that the government is run by this secret cabal of aliens that spit acid, right?
Yeah, that's what you told me.
Yeah. So
from Beetlejuice, do I have that right?
I love
You
the
know-
context of like last episode. You guys thought you were chasing down aliens, and it ended up being the Minotaur. And the first thing you say this time is that the government's run by aliens.
Still
It's okay.
aliens.
So
I
we
love it.
know that that's the case. I thought that we were
sure
far
aliens.
enough. I thought that we were well enough hidden, but it turns out I guess we're not. So I all right.
Are you doing
People
all right?
were
You don't look
melted.
too good. You're sweating a
No,
lot.
people were melted at the museum.
Oh, what?
So I'm sure this is all tied together. They're watching us and they're fucking melting people.
you
the
don't look, ever
government's
since you saw
basically
the
on our
pictures,
back
you got
door.
pale.
It's everything. I mean, we might
this
just
is
be
important, Lester. Is
done.
this? Are
We
you
might just be
sure
done.
something happened to the museum? This
Yeah.
is important.
melted people.
Melted how?
Two melted people.
Like a popsicle?
Melted by government alien acid spitting lizards.
I guess we'll have to go see and find
What
out.
do they gain from melting people in a museum?
I mean, what does the government gain from anything that they do? Power.
I
There's
guess that's
something behind it.
valid.
There's some
Power?
kind of power.
At the museum?
Ancient.
Would this be the first time? I look
ancient
at
alien power?
I look
don't
at
know.
Jaeger. Have you heard of power being in museums?
Well, yes, actually.
Oh. So Lester's right?
No.
Oh.
Great
Always.
assault.
Holy shit.
According to this ID, I'm Martin Murray.
Murray.
I
Well,
like it. Alliteration.
I already forgot everybody's name.
That's why I'm writing them down.
Remember Rebecca and. Yep, that's it.
With our powers
Steve Roberts,
combined.
Rebecca Anson, Frank Johnson, Martin Murray. And we would technically have one probably made for Michael too, but he's indisposed at the moment. But actually, they probably would know that this time period because, yeah, so they probably wouldn't have one for this for Michael at all.
What was your name again?
It's the
Psycho?
government. They know everything.
Martin Murray.
I mean, they literally sent you pictures of him as a werewolf, so
Yeah, but no one's gonna believe these photos.
they're not threatening to
I'm
release
sure
them.
you're right.
Look, look, Lester, look, and I hold up one of the pictures with him in it. I'm like, look, they got your good side. I've never been able. Lester, do you understand how hard it is to capture your good side? They did it.
So I will say this, like taking a close look at all these photos and stuff like that, you can tell that these are extremely, like, it's crazy how close up some of these
Composition
are.
is amazing. Oh.
Well, I mean, they're fine, but it's just like crazy how close and still and perfect these photos are.
Oh, that's
Like they
a
would have
little
been having
unnerving.
to stand like next to us probably to take them.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like somebody took a picture from like 3 feet away, kind of a thing.
Does it look like it was like it could have been one of us? Like if there's like a bugged camera on one of us? Like a button lens?
I mean, Nothing in particular stands out in that way to you, but you could try and do something to see if you can determine that, if you have any means of doing anything like that, anything you want to come up with that you would try and
I don't
determine.
think I do have a way to. Yeah, I don't think I would be able to discern that.
I mean, something like that.
I'll just pose the question to the group.
I mean, something like that is maybe an investigative mystery. It's the best thing I can
I
think
could
of.
definitely just do that. Yeah, I was looking at my special moves for some reason.
Oh, okay. No, I'm saying like if there's something you want to do, because again, it's fiction first. In order to do it, you gotta do it. So that's what I'm saying. You can, if you want to do something to generate an investigative mystery roll, you can, but you gotta do it to do it. That's all I'm saying.
I'm gonna just try and remember what was happening when those photos were taken and who would be standing where the perspective lies. Like,
Who would be the cameraman?
yeah, exactly. If it was one of us or if it was someone like invisible or some shit.
Okay, I'm gonna say that's a pretty hard roll to make because you don't have any, like, you're not digging through documents or something like that. You're really trying to repiece the scene as best you can in your head and everything. But I'll definitely give you a chance to do it.
Okay.
It's just gonna be made with a bane.
Oh,
For stressful times.
Do
okay.
it.
So investigate a mystery with a bane, and I'll let you do advanced investigative mystery,
For sure.
or not advanced. Sorry, flexible alternate. That's what I'm trying to say.
How do I do it with a bane?
You would have to like manually do the bane. Basically, is what we've been doing. There's no easy way to do it. You can also, you have a boon. If you want to cancel the bane, you can spend your boon to cancel the bane.
Yeah, I'll do that. I will spend my boon
Okay.
and just like see if I can. I'm gonna remember real hard.
All right.
And
Spend the boon.
it's with sharp.
Yes, you have to roll a
Investigating.
sharp. And basically, depending on how high you roll, depends on how many holds you get. You roll pretty well.
Oh shit, we've been
All right.
nailing it.
Oh, yeah, you have been. It's crazy. All right, so that's hold 2. So that basically means because we're doing the flexible alternate, that would be you can ask me 2 general questions or 1 specific question based on how you're investigating, which would be remembering the scene, and I'll tell you honestly with good detail what you would discover through that context.
I'll ask 2 questions. I'll ask.
They have to be general questions. They have to be very not specific. I mean, it's like, yeah.
Well,
And I'm gonna be twisted
guess
and shit. Just give them.
well,
five.
I'll ask the important one first, and you tell me if it's general or not, and if it's not, whatever. I'll just.
That's fine. Go right ahead.
Okay. Does it appear that this is probably not general? Does it appear that one of us is standing where the photo seems to be taken from?
That would be a specific question.
Yeah.
Do you still want me to answer it?
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
Best you
Cool.
can remember,
Gotta-
nobody would have been standing in that position. In fact, you're trying to remember back this one scene because you can actually remember it because it was when you guys were leaving the frat house and you were basically like, Michael was in the doorway after the door had been ripped down and everything, as a werewolf, and it's still in that form. And the guy was like dead and dissolving on the ground, and the door was gone.
Oh, yeah, the
And so you have
worms.
one of the pictures through. Yeah, you have one of the pictures through the door, and then you have another picture of you guys like walking out, Michael having changed back. And the picture is from a position as though somebody had just been standing there in that time, like in the front yard watching you, and you walked like right by them within like inches.
Okay.
That's
cool.
And you'd have no more holds.
That's perfect. That's perfect. That worked. That was great. That actually answered a lot of questions.
Okay.
Huh.
I
I'm
would
still
like
keeping
to
it.
do something.
Go right
Like
ahead.
to
Jaeger's like
pull
looking through
a
books, setting
laptop.
up his tie, and making sure little badge is on his suit right.
Jaeger looks fucking immaculate, I imagine. Like better than everybody else looks by miles. He's in full Taylor, I'm going to the gala kind of mode. What were you saying, Lester?
I'm gonna pull my laptop out of my bag, and
Big chunky laptop.
I'm gonna
Wait for it to
do
boot up.
wait for it to boot up. Make some coffee. Wait for it to connect to the internet. Gong, 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 gong.
Yeah.
Bong. Yeah. Okay. So once all that happens, I'm going to contact a net friend.
Oh shit. Okay, I forgot you could do this. All right.
So I know
Describe-
some people
Yeah, read the ability.
are kind of into like museum antiquities and things. Okay, so the ability is you know a lot of people on the internet.
Yeah.
When you contact a net friend to help you roll on the 10 plus, they help. On the 7-9, they help, but it'll take some time. But if you miss, you burn some bridges.
Okay.
So
go ahead and kind of
Oh, shit.
tell me who you're contacting, first of all. And we've already got one
So-
alias for somebody you've contacted before, but
yeah, it's not Flame Out.
okay.
This would be like an antiquities, like old. This person is kind of like really into old stuff. Like
Are they local, or are they like they're just somebody you know on the internet from like far away, like lives in Europe or something maybe?
yeah, from far away. They're not local or anything. I
Okay.
was trying to think of a name for them. I'll come up with
That's
something.
why I was asking
But,
like
I
where
was
they're
just thinking
from.
you email this person and like Jaeger's laptop bings for an email.
I was
That's
gonna
so
say
funny.
if you know where they're from, you can just like name French name generator or whatever.
yeah. Well, yeah. I'm gonna come
It'd
up
be a
with a
screen
handle
name,
for 'em,
probably. Yeah.
Right,
Yeah.
right, right.
but,
That's a good point.
But yeah, it's
French
like
screen names.
it's gonna be like
That is
antiquity or something, but like in Leet, in Leet.
Okay,
speak.
okay, I like that. That's actually a super cool.
Yeah.
Antiquity and
But
things,
basically,
yeah.
they're like
It's like
they
antiquity.
basically have their
Yeah, antiquity.
Yeah,
That's
antiquity.
sick.
I like that. Yeah. They basically have their tentacles in like all the like the movings of antiquities around the world, like the high priced, like important pieces. And so I'm gonna contact them to see if anything has moved into Hushwood lately
Fucking sick,
that I
yeah.
should know about,
Okay.
basically.
Very cool.
And
Give
that's
me a
a
roll.
roll. That's a charm roll, which I'm not super good at, but we're gonna see what happens.
Can I help him somehow?
No, not really on this.
Fighting
Not unless
him
you
off.
have not unless you have a fictional way that you can tell me you can do it.
Oh,
You can look over his shoulder and try to like suggest some,
Some verbiage.
phrases.
better phrasing.
Okay.
Put a couple smileys in there. That seems a little dry.
Okay, so if you want to make his roll, if you want to do a help roll, you can. I'll allow you to do that help action thing that they have in here, the general one. I forget what it's called.
Oh, yeah, I'll definitely
help out.
since he's typing it.
But if you roll poorly, it makes it worse. Keep that in mind.
Oh no, maybe I should just
Oh.
allow the mixed success.
It's up to you.
I'm
Yeah,
gonna let
so
Lester's in a bad mood, so I go to try and help him. Let's say, and I
That's
think he's
smacking.
gonna like,
That's smacking.
yeah, you're like get the
outta
fuck
here.
away from me right now.
good way, I'm busy.
Yeah, you just saw some like pretty like heartbreaking stuff right now by seeing those photographs of yourself.
Okay.
So
All
I'll
right.
just
Sounds
leave
good.
the mixed success. Yeah.
All right. So what was the outcome of mixed success again?
So they're prepared to help, but it either will take some time or I'll have to do part of it myself.
Okay.
Um,
And you're trying to find out exactly
So-
about stuff that was moved into anything that had been moved into Hushwood recently.
I'm looking for a reason why the acid spitting alien lizard government would want to kill people in our
in a museum. Okay. So that's an easy one to give you, actually.
Or not, is what he says.
Great news.
You just gets just like cuts the connection off like this.
Yeah.
Nope. No, to give you the context you need, if it either takes time or you have to do some of the work, I would say would be something like maybe you send out a message and then like 20 minutes go by and you get kind of like a like a manifest thing, but it's all like completely redacted. Literally every single thing on the manifest is redacted, but at the top it says exports Mongolia via Prague, and there's like no other names. All the names on the thing are redacted, and there's a message along with it from Antiquity that says might be able to figure out some of these, but it's going to take some time. To get the context of the message,
okay.
but like all the names and stuff what's there is like redacted out.
So something came to our museum from Prague.
From Mongolia. It went from Mongolia to Prague to here.
Mongolia to Prague to here.
Yeah. There's a whole bunch of stuff. It looks like setting up an exhibit of some kind.
There's nothing else. There's not like a weight or a size.
There's all of that.
It's pretty.
There's
it's
all
pretty
of that.
weird that
it's
like,
all redacted, like crossed out.
That's what I mean. That's what I
Yeah.
mean, though. Nothing else isn't redacted.
Yeah, like
It's weird that Antiquity
the guy
wouldn't
said
be
it might
able to
take some time.
get it.
But
Right,
lemon
at least
juice
not
on
yet.
it, doesn't that fix things like that?
I would say this is a digital
Hold it up
document.
like
so.
a candle behind it.
You print it
Probably
out.
not.
Around it.
Yeah, he prints it out and tries.
Prints it out, then tries it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Huh. Doesn't work.
It's not working.
Yeah, that's true. Antiquity is
More
useless.
lemons.
Don't try and use Antiquity anymore. No, what do you do?
Well, guys,
It still gives you some context.
This is definitely something weird. Everything's redacted. That
Huh.
I
Yeah,
will give you this much context for it. It's like item A, and then you can kind of see some information about like it's some kind of Voss or whatever, but then where exactly it came from in Mongolia, who sent it, packaged it, all that information is redacted. And then it'll be like ceremonial bust, blah, 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 all that's redacted, everything after that. So it will have some context for which different items are. Some of that is also completely redacted out. But every name of everybody, and the thing is, like a manifest like this of this many things, you don't have a ton of context for how much value something like that would have, because you're not involved in that space, but they are Antiquity. So I would say that they maybe as part of the initial message would probably have like whatever it is, it's worth millions. It's like millions of dollars in artifacts and stuff.
right.
Big display.
Yeah, definitely looks like something came to Hushwood from Prague, from Mongolia. Do they got stuff that melts people in Mongolia?
You think the museum's still open, or have they locked everything off?
It's early still. We can probably go check it out.
I just mean
What
if there
day?
was an incident there.
On
Oh,
the police report, or on the police scanner, Dave was yelling at people that they need
It
to
was the
shut the
chief.
place down, and they weren't doing it. So
Basically, he was yelling at the chief. The chief was the guy that was talking on the thing, and then Dave was responding to him.
he said they weren't shutting it down. Wow. Okay.
yeah,
People melted there. That can't be real then, right?
Depends on melted how. Like, not much
But, like-
melts in the human body.
Like if they're all completely melted away.
It's something we'll have to go see.
Yeah, well, if they're open, I guess then we'll get a chance, huh?
There's no at this point. You've probably got TVs and stuff on and radios and stuff. You've never heard anything.
You have credentials,
Well,
so
I hope
Lester,
Dave
how do I
stays
look?
clear.
Can you tell it's me?
who are you?
Yeah, see?
What are
Look,
you
my
doing
hair is
here?
going the other direction.
Did you
and
take
it's-
these pictures?
Oh,
Did you take
no.
these
No,
pictures?
Lester, it's me. It's me, Lester.
I'll
Hey,
pull
get
out
off,
my gun.
get off him.
Yeah. I pull my glasses off and
Gideon?
I put my hair the other way. It's just me. See?
Oh,
Yeah,
oh,
it's
don't
all right.
do that.
We're wearing disguises.
Oh,
It's all
oh.
everything's okay.
All right.
Well, I hope Dave's
Guys,
not over
he
there
should.
because he's gonna see through our little disguises here pretty quick.
Oh shit. Or shoot.
You
That's
are
right.
a different person. Good,
This-
good
this-
commitment.
It's the
Yeah.
I know. I'm practicing, getting better. I'm a dude playing a dude disguised.
Well,
as
what do you
another
say
dude.
we try to
Dave
get over
would
there and
definitely-
talk our way
No.
in there?
Sounds like fun.
Can't hurt anything.
Lester, is that what you're wearing?
I mean, I just walked into a costume party. I don't know.
Yeah, Lester's not dressed the way you guys are at all.
I get him a big old like detective style coat, like Inspector Gadget.
Okay.
I mean, Jaeger can
Alright.
do whatever he wants to him. He's a tailor. I'm sure you've sized him up for something before.
I was
Yeah,
gonna
probably.
ask Jaeger if he made this one or not.
But like, we're also experts. Experts can wear whatever they want, just
Yeah.
like any civilian. So
Well.
Just
whatever
throw over,
disguise you fit or think is best for the fit of your persona will do fine.
You got the whole tailor shop to you, so whatever you want to do.
Frank Johnson. Frank Johnson.
Pulls out a
Mr.
football
Frank Johnson.
player costume.
It's like a jersey. Yeah. Yeah.
Lester's
I'll get,
personality
everything.
completely changes. He's like, whoa, what?
Who is this guy? Really getting into it.
Yeah,
Doesn't respond
yeah. I'm
to
gonna
his
put
name
on
anymore.
like a brown suede leather jacket
Okay.
that's like formal.
Okay.
Like a college professor style.
Yes, exactly.
Tweed patches on the elbows.
Yeah, I was thinking that
patches,
too.
yeah.
You gotta have the patches in the elbow.
That sells it immediately. He's in academia no matter what. You're not allowed to have
right.
tweed
Right.
patches on your elbows unless you're in academia.
Well,
Yep.
sweet. Do you have any clipboards? I think we'll be perfect. It's like
Clipboard, no. Sunglasses and coats and whatnot, yes.
sunglasses. Yeah, all right. Clipboards would sell it. That's all I'm saying.
Stop by a office supply shop, I'm sure, if you really want one.
Yeah, let's do that. So I'll make a point just to stop. But I guess I'm driving then. Let's pile in the old. I don't know. We should name the van. We're a team now, aren't we? I'll think about it. Something mobile, right?
I've learned it's best not to name vehicles.
Father's chosen. I like that one.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
Let me just grab my knife.
Okay,
Alright,
so you
let's
guys
all-
piling
like
in.
literally-
Literally the sacred holy knife. I'll just tuck on the end coat. Pocket.
All right.
Okay.
Excellent. I'll pile in the van. I'm gonna stop and grab a clipboard.
One
from,
last thing.
Office Depot.
Perhaps it makes sense for us to I'm not sure what fib we're gonna tell to get in, but maybe some kind of item of antiquity might help give us a cover.
Well, we're going there as experts. I'm assuming they would have something there that they want us to look at.
Sure. Yeah, makes sense.
Although, I'm not personally brushed up on most antiquity stuff from Mongolia.
You have any books? Oh, do you have any of those white gloves that we can wear so we don't like mess up the antiques?
No, but I'm sure they'll have them.
Okay.
No, I don't have any books specifically from that area or time period.
There's no roll.
Well, most of my is about monsters and folklore.
There's no monsters in Mongolia.
Oh, they have.
I mean, yeah, he has stuff
every
about
culture
that.
on the planet has
You're just
stories
talking
of
saying you don't have stuff for antiquities specifically, right?
demons and devils and monsters. And
Is there anything lore
Okay, I
wise,
see what you're
maybe
saying.
like genies trapped in like bottles or something?
Next, she'll be saying Genghis Khan was human.
I think he was actually.
Is
He
there
might have
like
had
some
a
legend?
possessed item of magic
Yeah, maybe
power,
he
but
did.
He killed millions and
I
knocked
think
up
he was
even
human.
more than that. How could he be human?
I bet he melted people.
Again, I don't think people can melt.
I don't know. It sounded
But we'll
like
have to see.
all right.
They'll melt. That's what they
No,
said.
but they
I'm-
could burn.
Like metal or candles, they melt. Wood doesn't melt.
Well, humans aren't made of either any of those
Haven't
things,
you
really.
seen scanners?
Oh, where they that blew
People
that
melt.
guy's head up.
What year did scanners come out in?
It was old, yeah.
It is old. That's why I'm like, wait, I think that was before 2003.
Yeah, oh yeah, for sure.
How recent of a movie is it?
Anyways,
Oh,
we
yeah,
should probably get going before
1981.
it's too late.
Mm-hmm.
Into the day.
Yeah, let's get
All
over
right,
there.
yeah. We'll stop at Office Depot and I'll come out with clipboards for everybody.
Very
Okay.
good.
And
You stop by an
pass them
office
out.
shop, yeah. All right, so
Office
you
Depository. It's called
are
Office
you-
Depository, sorry.
that's fine. Are you popping into the into whose vehicles? What's the vehicle situation here? You're all going in the van?
I think we're all in the
Yeah, I
van.
thought
Right.
we were all gonna go in.
Okay, I was making sure you're all in
Father's
the one.
chosen mobile.
I just want to make sure you're all in the one van as you pull up to the to the museum.
Yeah,
Sirenscape was giving me an issue there for a
probably
second.
all in the van.
Okay. Let's try
Should
this.
have got a fake mustache. Oh man.
We haven't gone in there
There
yet.
you are.
Oh man. Do you have any of those?
Is
Did
your
he
mustache
have
on
any
your
of those?
ID badge?
Oh yeah, that's a good point. Well, no, because you can grow facial hair.
Stop it.
Okay.
What's the point of the okay, anyway. So you drive your way across town to the museum, and it's actually not very far at all from you. It's right next to the library and everything downtown.
We all load in the van
Hushwood.
and like drive half a block, and we all get out.
Yeah, I mean it's like a 5-minute drive from the tailor shop here in the middle of Hushwood to get to the museum. You at this point in the day, I would say, after your conversations and you're picking out your clothes and
Clipboards.
preparing and all the different things that you've done so far, yeah, and going and getting clipboards, it's probably like right around noon, maybe a little after noon, like 12:30.
Alright.
Pull into the parking lot of the museum. It's not particularly crowded. There's very few cars here in the parking lot at all. You don't see any police pulled up front or anything like that. There's no tape to cross. Nothing like that. It just looks like a normal day. Normal 12:30 p.m. in a museum. Hushwood Museum in downtown Hushwood.
They
Doesn't
sure
look like
let
anybody
everyone know that
melted
people
here.
melted here.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, they're covering it up.
Oh, that's weird. I guess they need to make that money. Doesn't seem like anybody's here though either. Maybe they didn't need to close.
There's a couple of cars in the parking lot, but it's not like full of customers and people and visitors and stuff.
Should we tell them that maybe we're here to see the stuff from Mongolia?
Or any
Got some
indication
risk,
of the-
but
I assume
might
people
make
in our
no
position would
sense.
know.
Any
where it
indication in the
is.
envelope like what we're supposed to be doing in there?
Yeah, are we even getting paid for this job or what?
Oh yeah, Giddy. I forgot you didn't do anything last
What
week.
job have you gotten
That
paid
wad
for?
at the end.
Have you ever gotten paid for one of these?
I'm
'Cause,
just emphasizing the fact to everyone that he hasn't mentioned the $1,000 once.
I will look if we get through this. If everything goes smoothly, there's a $100 bill in it for you, Gideon. Don't you worry.
Oh, I don't do this for the money, Miss Meyer.
I didn't think so. Let's get inside.
I am very hungry.
I slapped the clipboard out of his ass in that museum.
all right, with that, we cut to you walking up the stairs of the museum to the front entrance, which is unlocked and wide open, like it's ready for business. There's an interior set of doors, so it's almost like an airlock kind of thing, but the front doors are kind of propped open. The interior ones are still closed, but they push open easily when you push on them. And the interior of the museum is quiet, a little bit dark, and has this beautifully polished marble floor that your fancy shoes click on as you begin to walk into the interior of the space. There's a number of areas in the museum. It's a big ass museum, so you can go in a lot of different places, but there are a couple of people that you can hear talking nearby. I'm getting to a thing here.
I look back and I'm like, all right, everybody. Really? I'm the only one that brought my clipboard? I got one for everyone.
So you can see
Okay.
that there's a little map here as well, kind of showing you that there's several different wings in the museum, exhibition halls, offices, little areas that are kind of marked off as you might assume would be like storage or workrooms. You're just kind of entering into the space here. It's a big area. Again, there are the sounds of voices from within. But you don't quite, it's kind of like echoey and stuff, and they're hushed, so you can't quite tell who's talking to who or anything. You don't make out much conversation, but you can hear people talking further into the museum. As you enter into the space, a couple of the exhibits sort of react to you, like you step by one of them, and as a motion detector goes off and it starts talking about in 1896, and you start, another one goes, and it's like a quiet cacophony, if that makes sense, in the echoing empty space of this museum. As you step through deeper in, what do you do?
Oh, I like museums.
Look for security.
Okay. Stepping further and further in now, kind of around the corners of the museum, out the initial exhibit hall, and into the spaces beyond. This long hallway stretches in both directions, again, all marble.
Can I tell what the voices are talking about?
No, that specifically said you couldn't tell who was talking or to whom or anything.
Yeah.
You can just hear people, that there were voices from happening occasionally from within the museum. As you're stepping in, you're looking left and right as you enter that long hallway that splits onto both sides going to either wing, and you don't see any security there of any kind. Not a single one. But then a moment later, you do see I should say you hear first the sound of those voices getting closer and closer, and then three people step from around the corner at one of the museum wings, on the right wing where one of the exhibit entrances is. They step from around that corner. It's more of a big arch than a door if that makes sense, right? Because you're meant to like be able to walk down these things and be like, "Ooh, I want to go over here and check this exhibit out or whatever." So they step from around there, and you can kind of hear them, and they make eye contact with you guys, but you're a little bit far away from one another. And you can kind of hear as they start to approach what they're saying, but their voices are a bit hushed. One of them, this rather pretty, about mid-40s, fairly tall woman with her black hair pulled tightly back in a nice pantsuit herself, is kind of in the most hushed tones. She says, "We must keep the exhibit running. You know that our benefactors will not continue to provide things if we do not, especially such as this. These opportunities are too important." And then the other female turns to her. She's blonde, a little bit shorter. She looks a little bit older, maybe early 60s. She says, "Dr. Morrison, 2 people died here, and we're not allowed to speak about it. Now, if you don't mind, we have guests." And they begin walking towards you. You can kind of hear them say that, even like because you're specifically trying to listen for what they're saying. I'm not going to make you roll to hear any of that. "Yes, how may I help you? Here to look around? I'm afraid we don't have any tour guides today."
Hold up my clipboard.
This would be the older lady talking.
Hi, good morning to you.
The younger one that I first described kind of just looks at you guys and then looks at her and then turns and goes back to the other exhibit. But the older lady kind of gets this bright smile on her face. "Dr. Francis Ferreira, it's a pleasure to meet you all." And she reaches out her hand to shake it. As I said, I'm afraid there's no tour guides today, but if you would like to look at some of our exhibits here. She seems kind of nervous, but I suppose we do have. Perhaps the other wing would be of your liking. We have quite a few art exhibits this way.
Well, actually,
Natural history.
Actually, I thought you might expect us. We're over from the university to take a look at the new artifacts, and I'll give her a meaningful look.
Very excited about it.
She looks kind of shocked for a moment. They do work fast, don't they? Yes.
Give a knowing smile.
Well, we had 2 of ours, Winthrop Vess and Laura Barreau. They met with an unfortunate accident last night. It would seem we needed replacements. You heard already.
Oh yeah.
I suppose you are from the university. A benefactor. Indeed generous. Well, what exactly do you suggest then? Would you like to, and she'll like walk up to each of you and start looking at your credentials and stuff, to kind of see, this is a bit strange, but where exactly would you like to start? I'm gonna need you to roll and manipulate someone. Jane.
Oh, bitch.
Manipulate someone.
So I will. I sort of knew that this situation was coming, so I'm going to use one of my fortune-telling holds to give myself a +1 forward.
Okay. Make sure you put that in the doobly doobles.
I did so.
Okay.
Doobled is doobled.
Jesus Christ. You guys are on fire tonight. It's crazy.
Just, you can go ahead and clean the bathrooms after you're done dropping us off. Thanks. Make sure you can eat off those toilets.
All right. So this would be, they'll do it for the reason you give them. If you ask too much, they'll tell you the minimum it would take for them to do it, basically. So,
we as you know, there's not much time to waste, so if you could take us there and just tell us everything you know, please.
Well, this all checks out, yes. I am surprised by the alacrity of your arrival, but That's good. That's good. Well, we've got a recent exhibit in from Mongolia. A lot of it, I'm afraid, is. Oh, you're the experts, I suppose, on the Mongolian history, so you could tell me. We've it all cataloged. Most of it was laid out last night. We've had damage to some of it in the middle of the night, though. I'm afraid there must have been some accident. I'm quite unaware of what has occurred there. I'm sure the insurance companies, or perhaps eventually the police department, will have answers for that. But the show must go on, as they say in other businesses. So, if you would look over the exhibit yourself, perhaps you can better tell me what it needs and how we should move forward.
Well, we could start with the manifest and current inventory and double check we have everything.
Well, certainly, I can provide that, though our benefactor is a bit secretive, you see, and the manifest, as it were, and she'll pull it out. She'll she'll kind of lead you into like one of the small offices, cramped, piled full of papers as you step into deeper into the museum, to the hall, and she unlocks it. Piled high, it's bookshelves everywhere. It's not like a fancy office that somebody would show off in, or like, interview people in, or whatever like that, to exert power moves. This is a working space, and there are just tons of books and piles of papers, and it's mostly organized. You can tell there's a system for it all, but it's like she's run out of space, right? And there's only so much you can do with that small of a space when you have that much physical media to sift through. And there are gloves and tools and things kind of sitting in the corner of the room on a small table as well. And she reaches in to one of these piles on the desk, pulls it, it's like a stack of papers to the side, and pulls out the manifest. Let's see here. As you can see, most of it is redacted. That's quite normal of the employer our benefactor at this point. But there's the information. Hopefully it's of use for you.
Does it look exactly the same as what we had?
It's exactly the same, except that it's like in a more redacted state. It's like,
oh my god,
one state less information. You actually already have kind of like the names of what some of these things are, like 5th century Voss, like stuff like that kind of stuff. Not all of it is like Mongolian, as far as you can tell from your like brief kind of cursory knowledge of world history. Some of it is like, but most of it is from like Eastern Asia. Mongolia was quite a conquering power at a certain point in history, and so a lot of things from Asia and stuff got taken and brought into it, and then some of those things just stayed there for a really long time, and some of it ended up taken to other places and mainland China and stuff. But the idea here is that at least some of this stuff comes kind of from all over Asia by way of Mongolia. And so you get sort of on the manifest that you had looked at already, like a little bit of kind of what you're looking at. This has way less information on it, but it does have sort of like allotments and general values, kind of the things that you need to be able to put it into a place in the museum for like instructions, stuff like that. This wide by this wide needs a space like this, must be in a vacuum sealed chamber, or whatever it might be, right?
Good. And current inventory of what's set up or should be set up.
I believe that would be the entire inventory. We have a few crates that have been unopened, but I believe they hadn't yet found somewhere to put them. And she gets kind of like a little bit teary-eyed before the accident, I guess.
Yes, sorry to hear about that.
we're
Sort of
terribly
put my
sorry to
hand-
hear about
put
the
my hand
accident.
on their
man.
shoulder.
Never had someone die in the museum. We've had customers, visitors. There was a man a few years ago that had a heart attack once, and died at the hospital
but-
not too long afterwards. But nothing like this.
We can totally understand, ma'am. That's something it's constantly something that's hard
Well,
to go through.
I'm glad you already know. We were specifically instructed that we shouldn't be speaking about it, but the authorities already know. It seems it might interfere with an investigation or some such thing like that. So,
Sure that our Heavenly Father is looking after them right now, as a matter of fact, living among them and
she just doesn't really pay too much attention to that, but she like gives you a little bit of a side eye.
Yes, death is always unfortunate. One of the museums I visited had a janitorial staff member crushed by a vending machine.
That's awful.
That is awful.
Things
Wow.
can get gruesome even in this business, unfortunately.
And on that note, she'll lead you down the hall, closing the office door towards the exhibit space.
Yeah, we heard it was pretty bad.
Just
well,
rumors, you see.
And she'll nod. We had security, the ones that found them this morning, but it's been cleaned up. There's nothing for you to have to worry about. There's just don't enter the cordoned off space, according to
Of course.
investigators.
Was it caught on security cameras?
I haven't looked. I'm sure the police will have looked.
Are there investigators here right now?
They came in this morning.
We
And
won't
they
be in their
left.
way of right.
Yes, I believe they left.
Okay.
What did you say, Jaeger?
We won't be in their way.
Oh, I don't believe so. No, I don't believe they're here anymore. It seems they got the information they needed. It's quite a bit quicker than I would have expected, but I suppose that's the way of things.
Well, Hushwood doesn't get too many deaths.
Have you seen the cemeteries? And she'll head you. She'll walk you towards the.
There are a
exhibit
lot in
hall.
Hushwood, huh?
There are a lot in Hushwood. There's a fucking ton of them.
Probably more than normal, but yeah.
Way more than normal. That's intentional. Okay.
This is over. I'll need to talk to you guys about your role playing skills.
So you step into the exhibit hall. It's not like properly labeled. You can see that it's all kind of like in an unfinished state. There are even a couple of crates in there that are sort of filled with packaging material. They're half open. As you walk by them, you can see they're filled with antiquities, vases, and things like that. There's a number of things in here. Some of them quite beautiful. You don't have any expertise in any of it, so I would say like you can't really tell what you're looking at beyond what I just described unless you do something specific, like with investigative mystery or something like that. But
Jaeger probably is carrying a leather business satchel, which is where he put the clipboard and stuff. And
okay,
he probably brought along like an ancient histories, like college book,
okay,
something he's read before, but not recently.
okay. I'll say with the like cross-referencing of like the book that you have and the more complete manifest that Lester was able to get through his context, you can kind of piece together sometimes what one of these things might be every now and then. You're like, oh, this is like a 5th century vase from this dynasty, or this is like a whatever it might be. Oh, this thing is a fire starting tool. like various things like that. Most of it seems innocuous, kind of really and sundry. Some of it's like not even literally like from Asia at all. It's a pretty mixed bag of things, but it's a huge collection.
And you said there were some items that were damaged.
Well, yes, here, and you can see that like at towards the entrance of where you walk into this space, that she walks you out of that arc, and then towards kind of like the opening where it's sort of like a plus sign where it goes hallways in different directions and different event halls, or sorry, exhibit halls. There's a set of like armor there, like medieval armor along the walls, and had this like long pike that it's holding up, and you can see it's like part of it's dented. This had all been collapsed. We really set it up this morning. The pike had fallen over and damaged the floor, as well as this case here had been broken. And she shows a display case that is broken. It was empty at the time, so nobody would have stolen something from it. Quite odd. We've cleaned up all the glass and everything, though, and the police had their look at it all. I'm
Did they
afraid we
take
can remove the police. Is that what you mean?
Yeah.
The police didn't remove any of the exhibits. No.
That's
To
good.
my knowledge.
Just an empty glass case.
Yes, I believe it was. Something was to be stored there, but I don't know what. They never got that far, I suppose.
Anything. The stuff belongs in a museum.
Would that
Hey, everybody takes a drink. That's the name of the episode.
would that still be crated in storage?
Sorry, say that again, Jaeger.
Would that still be crated in storage if it's not on display here yet?
It could be, yes. We have a number of crates here that you can see that have yet to be opened. If you want to catalog them and add them to the collection where you think they might best fit, you would be the experts, of course. Crowbar's there. I have other work to attend to. I'm afraid right here, and she just shows like basically like right out in the hallway. There's no tape or anything closing it off. The only thing that I know you shouldn't touch would be anything that has tape around it from the police, but I haven't seen any spaces like that yet. But I was warned that they might have cordoned off a few things to be avoided. I haven't seen anything though.
That's wise. Thank you for your assistance.
Yes, of course.
What brand of cigarettes do you smoke by chance?
I don't smoke cigarettes. What do you mean?
Oh, that's okay. No, that's all. We'll take a look. We'll take it from here. Thank you very much.
She
Always
she
works
nods.
for Sherlock Holmes.
And she walks out of the exhibit hall, down, turns to her right, and heads back towards the direction of the office that you had previously seen her at.
What a nice lady.
Turning and looking at Lester. Any chance you could get that camera footage?
Oh yeah. Definitely.
I will start.
I need a place to plug in, I would think. 2003.
Or like a
Good as mine.
closet somewhere.
better.
Or in closet.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to look around for a server
That's a weird
closet,
sound.
security room.
Jane, if you want to use magic and try and figure out what's going on, that'd be great. Always
Yeah, I would like to
interesting.
start looking for melted signs. Signs of melting.
Signs of melting.
Of melting.
I'm trying to figure out what that means.
Yeah, I don't know. I'll Jaeger
Some
will
aliens.
look through and see if like
That's okay. I see what you mean.
missing.
Damage. Okay, you're looking for like damage.
Or
so
like
what-
Or
blood
like
stains.
anything that should be set on display but isn't.
Okay, I mean, there's a lot. So there's stuff that's in those crates that hasn't been opened. There's things that are kind of still sitting on the ground next to some of the display cases and things like that. They're like incomplete labels that are like the label has been made, but it's not put into like the sliding slot on the thing. Quite a few of those items, probably like 20 or so items in here. Most of them small things, a couple big ones.
I'm mainly looking for things that like would have been missing or maybe got up and walked
Using
away.
the manifest and stuff.
Yeah.
Okay.
You need
Okay.
to find the cocoon.
Sounds like you're trying to investigate a mystery.
Oh yes, very much so. But also like
Oh shit! I got my thing up.
any cursed objects that or possessed objects that might have literally just got up and floated away.
Yeah, I
or
got you.
Something.
Go ahead and Roll investigate a mystery then.
And that will be
Okay.
I will produce my silver like necklace. It's kind of be walking around, kind of like swinging it, looking for any sort of magical reactions. So I'm using a skill called That Old Black Magic. When you use magic, you can ask a question from the Investigate a Mystery move as your effect. So it's kind of just flavor, but I'm basically using magic to investigate.
Yeah, but it lets you do it with a different role because
Jaeger's book smart, so anytime Jane does the magic stuff, he gets a thrill out of it.
Oh shit! Hell, fucking yeah, y'all. This is how you do.
Crushing it, but that's not how
man,
we
you
get XP.
guys are rolling
Yeah,
so well tonight. It's crazy.
No one's leveling up tonight.
I need
Okay.
one.
We'll get it if we solve the mystery.
Well, yeah, okay, true.
Okay.
Look around,
Looking. Go ahead.
What do I
Finish
do
what you're
to
saying.
like look around for a security room that I can plug into?
I would say that would be because of the specifics of what you're doing, unless you have a specific move that you want to try to do. If you're just like looking around the space, trying to use your expertise as a hacker and all that kind of stuff, then you would either be making a I think that's basically just an investigate a mystery as well, sharp for those specifics. So I would just say roll plus sharp.
Oh my god, dude, are you kidding me?
What is happening? What is happening? Is the tabletop broken?
Game master,
lunatic,
just
you did
wrap
something
it
to
up.
him. You broke him. It's the opposite of what usually happens. Okay.
The sooner this is over, the better for you.
I can't believe you rolled a 15. Okay. Why isn't it updated yet?
Advanced success.
There we go.
I beat Dungeons and Dragons, and it was advanced.
Yeah, well, I mean, if you don't have the advanced stuff yet, you can't do advanced things yet, but until you're higher level. Okay. Yeah, I mean, there's a security camera in here that's facing like right down in the area on the exhibit. There's another one in the hallway. There's one in the exhibit across from you, and there's one and there's the same setup basically on the other wing in every exhibit, kind of plus sign along the two wings, including 3 in the main hall or the exhibit hall when you first come in, the space that had like all the talking exhibits and stuff like that. So they all have cameras. In total, it's about 12 cameras in the museum. They're connected through pretty simple means, just like RCA cables and stuff like that, and you can see where they're plugged in, so you can essentially like connect to any one of them you want to, but you would know that there's a security room, like a junction that would probably be near the offices where she had you before, but that was her office. But probably one of the other doors down there would be like a junction for all these cameras. They're not wireless. I mean, this is 2003, so
all right, well, can I go to the like
it's also a fairly I will give you this much context too, because you rolled that crazy well. The security here is fucking amazing. Like, this is like what you would expect at like the Louvre or something, right? Like it's just not what you would expect in a town like Hushwood normally. But there's a lot of things like that about Hushwood.
So like where the junction would be, is this like a security room where there are people, or is this like a server room closet type situation?
It would be like a server, or not like a server room. It would be like a room with monitors and stuff where there would be like a security guard, typically.
Okay, well, then I want to go to the security guard and show my badge and tell him that we're investigating
Okay.
and that I need to see the footage from that time. You know, from
Okay. I am using a keeper move.
oh fuck.
To help you out, I'm sure.
So
Mhm.
yeah, actually I'm gonna use two. I'm gonna use a minion move and a keeper move. So the okay, so you guys are kind of in this exhibit space. You're like watching where the wires come down and stuff like that. A moment later, or a few moments later, the doctor comes back around the corner. Hold on, let me pull up her stat block. I'm just gonna read her thing. So yeah, okay. So Dr. Francis Ferrara comes back around the corner. She looks towards you and says, Mr. Johnson, it occurred to me that that there might be something you needed here in terms of like water or lunch or anything as you were working. We do have vending machines. There's an employee break room if you would be interested. So she's kind of like standing there before you've walked out of the exhibit hall, so you haven't yet been able to turn down the corridor and head towards the security room or anything like that. So she's talking to you there, and that goes for the rest of you as well, you guys are all kind of like looking in here in the exhibits. Would there be anything that you would be interested in? Water? I can arrange for lunch to arrive for each of us. No charge, of course.
Oh, that sounds good.
That sounds
That does
lovely.
sound
We'll
good.
probably be here a while. Thank you.
I'll just
yes.
take some water if you have it.
Oh, I can get that for you immediately, yes. Oh, yes, deputy. And you see walking around the corner, Deputy David Morin.
Fuck.
He steps through.
darn.
He steps around the corner, kind of looking at all of you, landing his eyes on Lester last. Gets these like big eyes for a moment, and she turns towards him and says, "Deputy, yes, I didn't realize you were still here. I'm sorry. Yeah, I was just talking to your security guard there. What's
I put out my hand to shake him, and I say, "Hey there, I'm Frank Johnson."
Roll manipulate someone, I think.
Oh,
I'm gonna give you, because of something that you don't know, I'm gonna give you a boon on this.
This is episode 6. I'm calling it now. David Morin is the big bad of the whole series. I'm calling it right now. Mark it.
You found me. I am the demon Belial.
I think the veil broke for Morin.
Okay, so a
we basically
13.
know
What
that,
the
but-
fuck, guys? You're crazy.
Damn.
All right.
Mess around,
So
find out.
there's no point in rolling with any kind of extra boons or anything. So
Yeah.
it's ridiculous. All right, so he'll kind of pause for a moment and look to the others and then turn back towards the doctor there for a moment and
me for a
say
second.
no, Francis Ferrara. He'll look back towards her and say, well, first he'll say, "Nice to meet you," and kind of just long pause for it, and then he'll turn to her and say, "Well, seems our investigation's done here for the day, ma'am. I'm afraid I'm gonna have to get out of here. Chief's orders and all that. Nice to meet you, sir." And he looks to the rest of you and kind of one by one.
Good to meet you, sir. Thank you for your service.
And he pauses on each of you for a moment, and like there's a sort of a look of like, okay, and then a little bit of a look of shock on Gideon when he looks
I'm
at
just
Gideon.
waving.
Ma'am, and he puts his sunglasses back on and walks down the hall.
Hey,
You're so
think he
fucking
found
lucky
something.
you're on fire tonight.
yeah, that's crazy, bro. I think he found something though. I think something he saw here is like got him. I'm thinking.
So yeah, he leaves.
Maybe it was the two melted pizza.
So yes, I could get some water for you. And did anybody want lunch arranged?
Yeah. What do you recommend? That's close.
Well, we can pick up from any of the restaurants here in Hushwood. We do have an employee sort of allotment of refrigerated items that a lot of us aren't here for. If you would be interested, it's not great, but we do have some potato salads, and she starts listing off kind of like pretty simple like picnic fare kind of things that you would be able to like cold foods and things that you could buy and put in a mini fridge, and people scoop out for quick lunches and stuff like that. If you want a quick lunch, I could provide something like that right now, or we could send out to any of the restaurants in Hushwood.
Kakari, a Quaker? A Quaker?
Which one is that?
I mean, it's the Brazilian steakhouse.
Oh, okay. I'm
Certainly, Brazilian steakhouse just up the block.
It's very expensive, really, I believe, but certainly we could arrange that. Yes.
Or just
El Taco. I know it is.
Either's fine.
Well, I had El Taco the other day.
I'll see if we have any menus from there in one of our offices if you want. I'm sure
that'd be great.
I think we had an employee dinner there a few years back. We probably still have a menu. If one of you want to come with me, we can look at it. And she'll start walking back towards her office, which is in the same direction as the security office. Oh, boon of fate for Lester and the aliens.
The aliens.
I'm gonna look.
Thank you so much, Lunatic. Everybody should go to Lunatic Design on Drive Thru RPG and get their maps. They're amazing. It's really good. I just got a couple of your new maps the other day, actually. Planning on using them in the next campaign if
I'm excited.
Certain. I don't want to spoil anything for the players, but if a certain place comes up.
Oh boy.
Oh yeah. I'm gonna look at Houghton and Miss Meyer real quick, and then I'm gonna say, kind of under my breath though, as the doctor's walking away, I'm gonna say should someone go and I don't know, this is kind of a long shot. I'm trying to think it out in my head too right now. Sorry, I'm not taking this long as Gideon, but like
that's fine.
Basically, should someone go and talk to Mr. Morin? He looked like he knew something.
Clear Mr. Morin knows quite a bit, but he was nice enough to let us proceed. I don't know if we want to risk.
That's a valid point.
I'll give you this, since you've been rolling like on fire tonight, all of you. There was this moment where he was like, holy shit, what the fuck? Where he was really surprised, like legitimately very surprised to see you. And then you started playing that, and there was this like reluctance that you saw where he was kind of like, I want to be here investigating this, but I'm being told that I have to leave, and I can see that these guys are here and they shouldn't be here, but they're investigating it, and I can already tell that, and this is weird, but I'm gonna let them do it because somebody needs to do it.
Yeah, so I'm planning to text him actually.
It was a very there was a lot of surprise in his eyes when he saw Gideon, though. Like he 100% did not expect Gideon to actually like be in on anything, it looked like.
So all right, when Lester says that, I'm just gonna go, I'll help you. Miss Rebecca, was that her name? What was her last name?
Oh, sorry. Her last name is Ferrara. Francis Ferrara. It's Dr. Francis Ferrara, and Dr. Kelly Morrison was the other one you were introduced to.
Ferrara Morrison.
And the two people that died, I can give you those names if you want to write them down.
Yeah.
I just gave them to you, but hold on.
Larbarel.
Yep.
And Leves.
Yeah. What page did I put it on? Jesus Christ. Yeah, Winthrop Vess and Laura Burrow.
So as they walk down the hallway, I'm going to sneakily, not follow them, but also kind of walk behind them because I'm headed to the security room.
Oh, okay. So who all's going with her to get the Brazilian steakhouse menu?
That's me.
Okay.
Gideon.
So you follow slightly behind her, and she's just kind of idly chit-chatting about, oh, we had this wing renovated 10 years ago. You can see the crown work and, describing with the museum. You can tell she's been here for some time. It's very, very beautiful. The museum
Gideon's
is
genuinely
really well
about,
taken care of.
Yeah, Gideon loves hearing this. He's
And
asking questions. He's eating it up. He's like pressing.
she'll even talk about some of the like loose exhibits that you walk by. We installed this one, then back, I guess it's like in '93. We installed this one, and in '97.
You can really see the craftsmanship on these on the borders here. This is really nice. On the trim, this is really great.
You can also, as you pass by the entrance exhibit hall, you can see that the front doors now that were like kind of propped open with the interior doors closed, those are now like both closed. So both sets of doors are closed. And then you walk past that and back to the area where you were previously, which is kind of a small hallway that enters into, hey, what's up, Gerbil? A small hallway that enters into, I basically the only normal sized doors you see past this area, and in there are several offices. One of them is hers that you've already been in.
I'll readjust the nunchucks that are tucked under my shirt and in my belt.
Okay.
So that they're a little less exposed. They start like poking out. What?
You hitting on this woman, or are you just adjusting your nunchucks?
You happy to see me?
You step down the hall. She steps into her office and starts rifling through her desk drawers. I believe you had the menu here. You follow behind her. Lester, you just don't go in. I am gonna probably make you make a roll. I would say you have a choice here. So you don't want her to know that you're kind of going to the security office, right? That's the goal.
So what's yes, but what's happening is I'm kind of basically walking pretty far behind them with my head down and my phone in my hand, texting Dave as we walk down the hallway.
Okay, that
was my thought. If that changes anything in your head. So I was being kind of quiet, and
I think the only thing that would change is that like I think that just means in order to keep her from kind of noticing that you would go into the security office, then because you're that far back, it would basically be on Gideon to do like a manipulate somebody or something to just keep talking to her, and keep her distracted instead of you having to roll. I was gonna make you roll a what's it called? I can't remember. Act under pressure. But I think it makes more sense to make Gideon do a manipulate someone if you're to keep her kind of distracted.
All right.
Which I think you've already kind of told me what you're doing to do that. You've literally already engaged in the role play for it, like asking questions and all that stuff. So
yeah.
All right. I was seeing if I had any special ability real quick. So
can you keep the streak going?
We'll see. If I keep making you roll, you're eventually gonna get some experience and fail.
All right, here we go. Manipulating somebody. For a normal person, yes.
And if you fail, that'll basically mean that she will see him, into the security office.
Ooh.
Mixed success. Okay. Still a success.
7 and 9. They'll do it, but only if you do something for them right now to show that you mean it.
Yeah, so I'll say basically in that kind of context, it's sort of like she's pulling up the menu and all of this, and she's like, oh, I wish I could get something from here, but I can't really afford it that much. It's a shame. She's kind of looking up at you while she like holds the menu out for you to see it.
I thought you said this was on the museum.
Well, for guests, not for employees such as myself, I'm afraid.
Well, okay, how about this? If you were to get something, what would it be?
Oh, well, I guess probably the pasera. That's their house special. It's $8 per 4 ounces. It gives those, and perhaps some of the mushroom risotto, and of course the cheese bread.
I'm feeling mighty hungry today. I think I'll get 2 of those for myself.
Really?
Yeah.
It does
Why
say.
not?
You eat them both in front of her.
And I'll say, I'll say at that point, like her eyes go down to the menu where she's looking at it, and she's like, well, in that case, perhaps I could interest you, and she starts listing some of the other items. Maybe you would like to try some of these as
I
well.
haven't eaten
And
since yesterday. To
we
be
see our
honest.
camera focusing over your shoulder, and Lester walking like kind of past the door to the security office. You go up to the door for the security office, Lester. It is closed, and it says security on it, so it's not hard to tell which door it is.
I'm gonna knock on it.
Okay. Yeah. Opens up. There's a guy in there. He's not incredibly tall. He's about 5'7". He looks like he's pretty lithe, like very thin, like a runner, African American. He's got like maybe in his mid 40s or so. There is a gun on his hip. Ooh, things are moving on here that I was looking at. Okay. There's a gun on his hip. It looks like a 9mm or something like that, as well as like a little nightstick. Can I help you?
Hello there, sir. I'm Frank Johnson. I'm here investigating the mystery. I just needed to see a few minutes of the footage from this
Nice to
morning.
meet you. Hey, he goes to shake your hand. Patrick Egan.
Great to meet you, Pat.
Better security here.
Oof. I bet it's a tough job. This is a nice place.
Well, it's state-of-the-art systems, you can see, and she kind of just like doesn't let you look at too much of it, but shows you like all these monitors and stuff in there for all the cameras and stuff. So yeah,
Not
it's
too
pretty
technical
nice.
of a person, but it looks pretty fancy up in here.
Oh yeah, it is. I mean, state-of-the-art. They don't even have some of these in some of the best museums in Europe.
Whoa.
So
man.
what exactly? How exactly can I help you?
Well, we were just, we're investigating and what happened this morning, and just kind of wanted to see the footage there of the few minutes around the incident, see if we can pick anything up.
Well, who are you?
Oh, I'll show him my ID badge.
Well,
Frank Johnson.
says you're expert in antiquities. Why would you be investigating what happened this morning?
Yeah,
Hands it back to
well,
you.
there was a lot of antiquities that are missing.
Were
from the
they?
manifest? We don't know what happened. Yeah.
Oh, so you're trying to see if anything's been. Well,
we think it's related.
You're gonna
but
have to
we're not
roll
sure.
manipulate someone for sure to try and get him to give you the footage.
Okay, here we go. Oh, whew. Okay.
I don't even know why I asked you guys to roll. Okay. Yeah. Well, I hope nothing's actually missing, and you just end up finding it in chaos of it all. Police been investigating, I guess, the actual incident. So I assume you would want to work with them, but they didn't take any of the footage.
yeah,
so if you want to look over it,
David's a good friend.
oh, okay. Well, yeah, come on in. And yeah, door closes behind you. It's state of the art security systems. Impressive. There's like 20 monitors in here. It can be, paired and split and everything. It's crazy. There's like sensors, like temperature sensors and weight and pressure and stuff on multiple exhibits that can be routed to a display on some of the monitors and stuff like that. And some of them are just like actual camera feeds.
Man,
As well as some
I
exterior.
don't understand a lot of
There would be an
this.
exterior one on each corner as well.
Can you pull up around the time of the incident? We think, what happened this morning was connected.
Well, yeah, I'm warning you, it's pretty bad. And he starts slipping through. It takes him a minute to cue it up. And it begins to play. As it does so, you can see that it plays for a little bit. And he zooms through. You can see two people working, but back too far, and he kind of starts fast forwarding through it. And you can see them kind of moving back and forth, laying exhibits out and stuff. Then he stops it and starts playing it at normal speed as they get to a point where it's closer to this time indication. Yeah, he's coming up here in just a second, and you can see. They're just talking back and forth. You can't make out any. There's no audio at all on it, right? It's pure visual. And it's a good camera feed, but it's 2003 in a security system, so it's not crazy good, you know. But you can definitely make out what's the people there, and they move through some of the exhibits, and there is one of the vases you can see in the exhibit. The top on it falls off.
Look at that.
And it's dark in there because it's early. It's like 4 a.m. when they were setting it up, so you can't quite see anything. But the vase kind of does this. The top falls off, and then you see this pike fall over and smash into one of these display cases, and the glass break, and then fall over to the side, and this piece of armor kind of trip as though like something hit it from underneath, like from the feet level underneath, so it falls out from underneath itself. It's just near that vase, and then you can see the two people in it kind of looking over and coming towards it, and from off camera at one of the angles you see this sort of spray come out. It's almost impossible to see on the kind of grainy footage here, but you can just make out kind of this like this caustic discoloration. It's not color, it's black and white, but there's a kind of strange waviness, and then he's holding his face, and you would presume screaming because you can see the mouth opening, and you can see little lappings of flame open on his flesh, and he crumbles to the ground as the woman is kind of like holding on to him and looks in terror. And the last thing you see is she turns towards the camera, and there's a kind of a distinct look of terror on her face as it's then hit again by this kind of strange spray from a slightly alternate direction, and the same fate befalls her, and she falls to the ground dead. And there's this sort of like smoldering flame right on their bodies for just this little bit of this moment, and they crumble down, and there's just this like kind of pile of ash and melted bone, like actually melted bone, like it's deformed.
Oh my god, they melted.
And it's not like melted skin, it's actual bone that has been like from the most you can tell. I mean, it's really gruesome. It's awful to see. Like, he's not looking at it, right? Like the bones kind of like shrivel up, like, not from heat, like from something else. And then there is like a little bit of flame on them and nothing. And you could swear you see like a little kind of movement over top of it. Like it's, and I will say, because of your expert as being a hunter, you know to look for things that a normal person wouldn't, kind of, right? And there's just sort of, you keep watching the corpses, like long after he like kind of goes to stop it, and you kind of stop him from stopping the footage, and you just kind of keep watching the corpses for a moment. And there's just this, like, even just a couple frames, not even a full second of just like a flash of movement from both of them. It looks like something very small moved away from them both. The two like smoldering corpses. Like it was there and then gone. And then nothing for a long time until you see the guy himself, that guy, come into the place and vomit on the floor. And then pull up his walkie-talkie. It looks like he's talking to somebody. And a little bit later, you see police arrive. The chief and the deputy, as well as a number of other police, they come into this space, kind of look it over, and there's a moment, I would say, that you could even catch here of kind of contention between the deputy and the chief, where you can't tell what they're saying because, again, there's no audio, but the chief is like yelling at the deputy. It like points out, like, get out of here. The deputy walks out. You can see, like, kind of flipping through the footage, following him. He basically goes down the hallway into one of the exhibit halls and doesn't leave, and the rest of the police leave, and then he comes back out and heads back down towards the security office, which is where he was earlier. That's after like moving through like hours of the footage. That's everything.
Wow, Pat, you were the one that found them. Wow.
Yeah, and they don't give me a day off either.
I know you're still here. Whoa. Okay.
Yeah, well, I sent the rest of the team home.
And you like Brazilian barbecue?
Who does?
All right, I'm gonna give you some when it gets here. You deserve it.
He just nods like that. You know, you're all right, Mr. Johnson.
I
Or is it
mean,
Professor?
You've been through a lot. Oh, you can just call me Frank.
Ah, Frank. He like shakes your hand again. You can tell he's
Great
like
to meet you.
shaken by what he saw, but like he's probably seen some shit in his life, and so it's like not the first fucked up body he's seen or something like that, and he's got it
He
together.
does live in Hushwood.
Yeah. He also kind of has the air. I mean, this isn't D&D. I'm not gonna make you roll like a check or anything. I'll say like you could probably see like a tattoo that says Marine Corps on his arm.
Yeah, I will notice that, and I will say thank you for your service.
Thank you. Appreciate that. You're welcome.
I'm gonna have to get back to
8
the group
years.
and let 8 years. Ooh,
Yeah.
it's like 2
You
tours.
went back?
Wow. Yeah.
Well, you're not there.
It's amazing. He's in my head. Yeah, I know. Get shush. I mean, wait, what's your name?
You survived cancer and went back to the carpet store?
Back to the carpet store.
Okay, so I'm going to, I'm going to shake his hand and I'm going to go. I'm going to walk out, and I'm going to text Dave because I never did like actually send it before because
you're writing your text and erasing it and writing it and erasing it and trying to sneak in.
Yeah. So basically, I'm going to text Dave. Thanks. Period. What's with the melted people? Period. And why didn't why didn't you shut down the museum? Period.
What's with the melted people? Am I right?
Periods, not question marks.
Mm-hmm.
What's with melted people?
Government invented
Those
question
melted
marks to make
people.
you feel unsure yourself.
Question everything. They don't want people questioning anything.
Yeah.
Right.
That's why you never include question marks. That's what
He'll send you a text back like there's like you can see like the ... or whatever, and it goes away and like he's trying to decide what to say a couple times and you can see and eventually it sends and he says, "Ha, you're funny, Lester. Need some batting practice though." Sends you a picture a moment later. It takes a while to get to you because it's 2003. You're like, he's sending you something. It's gonna be any minute now. And then picture of the A. Williams Athletic Park batting cages. It looks like it's taken from a squad car sitting outside of it. Maybe get some practice.
I'll respond. I think you're right. I do need some practice. I think I'll probably go in about 30 minutes.
There's like ... and then like nothing. And then just kind of like okay. Like he tried to, like he was typing something like a lot of stuff and that he just erased it all and just said okay instead.
Okay. Right. I'm gonna go back to where Jaeger and Jane. I can't remember their fake names. So where Jaeger and Jane are.
Jane is Rebecca Anson and Jaeger is Martin Murray.
Yeah, Rebecca and Martin.
Becky and Marty. Got it. Oh, Rebecca didn't like that. It's Rebecca, not Becky. Yeah, I'm gonna go back to.
Sure, it isn't Karen. No, sorry.
Guys, gals. There's only one of each. Guy, gal. They are melted. I saw them melt. I saw them melt into ash. This is fucked. This isn't aliens. This is fucked.
I'll give you this too. You
but-
probably hear the phone ringing in the security office as you're like leaving it.
Oh, but there's some good news
You know,
though. Dave thinks I need some batting practice. Wink, wink. I told him that I might go to the athletic park in about 30 minutes. Wink, wink. I think he's on our side, guys. Gals.
Yeah, I think. I wish we knew more, but I think we can trust him. I think he just wants the truth.
This video was crazy though. The security
What did you
footage.
see?
It was like something was knocking everything over, and then all of a sudden there was like this like stream or something, and then they grabbed their face and they started like burning, and then they turned to like ash, but their bones were melting. And then something like ran away a few minutes later. I've never seen anything like it.
I wouldn't say run. Something moved away. It was like small,
Moved
like
away.
on the ground, like slithered
Skittered.
away or skittered away or
Slithered
something.
away. Okay. And then something skittered away. I don't know. And then Dave was fighting with his chief. They were yelling at each other. And Chief like told him to leave and shit. So like, yeah, there's
It
some,
looked like Dave disobeyed and stayed past when he was supposed to and stuff. And you also saw him go into the security room. So he presumably he watched the footage and wasn't supposed to or something, but you don't really know.
right. He's trying to figure it out, I think. So
Why does he want to play baseball? I don't get it.
Surprised an officer of the law would bend the rules like that.
yeah, it's shocking. But yeah, we should probably eat this barbecue and then head on to the
It's
To
a
the-
steakhouse, not a barbecue. But,
Yeah.
or eat the
we should eat lunch first.
lunch. Yeah.
Good stuff.
You don't want to get sauce off of the bats. You better let us eat your portion.
And I'll say about that time, the order shows up. It's like a delivery guy who walks in. This is, way pre like DoorDash and Grubhub and all that stuff. So it's just like they probably have like an arranged
The restaurant.
service or something with the restaurant here. And a guy shows up and they're all these like really, really nice like metal, like aluminum containers and stuff stacked high. And they set them out and stuff. And of course, it's the kind of arrangement where they'll come back like the next day or whatever and get them. And so they all leave them there, and the doctor, specifically, I'm moving my stuff around here. There we go. Specifically, Dr. Ferrara comes out, and you can see her. She goes to pay, and then Dr. Morrison shows up, and then an individual you haven't seen, as well as Patrick Egan, the security guard. Or so basically everybody shows up and they're getting their food, right? Like, because they ordered food. Some of them are paying obviously for it, and you offered to give some of them free food. But so Patrick Egan is there, and then this one guy who is in like kind of nicer clothes than the rest for the most part, but when I say that, I mean more like a little bit more ostentatious. And you haven't seen him yet, and as he kind of has seen you for the first time, he'll turn to each of you and go, "Oh, hey, Chris Larson, museum administrator. Nice to meet you. You're the new experts the doctor told me about."
Yes.
That would be us.
Yes, sir.
Nice to meet you.
All right. Well, you mind if I see those IDs she told me about? And she kind of like side eyes him a little bit, like she's annoyed by the fact that he's asking. But
I mean,
I have to insist on proper procedure. So
I mean, we can sit down and eat and show
Absolutely.
you after. All right.
I'll take off the little badge, hand it to him, and like continue looking through the stuff. Specifically looking for something.
You see, he looks at it pretty closely. He's like
mythological.
scratching it a little bit and looking at it. And hands it back over to you.
Do we not look like experts, sir?
Well, it's just proper
Protocols.
procedure is important. There's a protocol to be followed here. What was your
Totally
question?
understandable.
May I see your identification?
Nice.
We'll have it on his thing, museum administrator.
Scratch it a little.
Sniff it.
All right.
He doesn't.
everything
He doesn't
seems-
seem like he's too much of a hard ass, but he seems like he's very much like by the book.
Well, everything seems to be in order here.
It's a bit of an expensive set of meals ordered, Dr. Ferreira. You certain that the museum can afford this within our budget? Well, it's not so often that we get experts sent in from the university. I thought it important that we establish a good relationship. He looks at like all the stacks of containers and stuff that were ordered. Hungry visitors. It's fine. It's fine. Make sure that the receipts are logged, please.
Benefactor's time, right?
I suppose. I hope so. We have
Investigating is
budgets.
hard work.
Sorry, investor what?
Investigating is hard work. Makes you hungry.
What exactly are you investigating?
The history of the world.
Ah, yes, academics, of course.
The world?
Good save.
With a mouthful of Brazilian barbecue.
Just blood, just
Or
dripping
steak
all
that
down
they
your
paid for.
face.
Yeah.
And he'll take like 3 of the containers and turn and say, Doctor.
So he
Oh,
orders
just-
some too, and
Mr.
he's over
Egan.
here.
I'll just
You have no
laser
idea. He
on
takes
these
it.
extra meals that he took, just like staring at him, just like
Heads off into his office.
Well then, hungry fellow. Did he look hungry?
I mean, he basically took enough food for like one person. He didn't take any more of that.
he looked like he had a alien creature living inside of him,
Did he look sus?
multiplying his metabolism.
That's gonna be up to you if you want to try and investigate that in some way.
I do not. But I did back there. I was magicking around to investigate, and I did
Yes.
roll a success.
What did you get? How many? Hold what?
Well, so I don't know how that necessarily works because I did kind of use magic into there, but I rolled a 10, so normally I would get 2
It's the same
rolls.
number. So yeah, it's hold 2.
So what sort of creature is it?
I'll give you this much in that you're using magic to kind of detect what this thing is and all of that. Describe to me exactly what that looked like again, so I can have a little more context.
Yeah, it's sort of a it kind of looks like one of those I can't think of the name, but that couple that goes and around does ghost investigations. So I'm just kind of like waving his object, which in this case is like a silver locket, like waving it around like over things, watching for
Okay.
it to like move.
So
Kinda
you're
like,
you're looking for all of these
sort
different
of
kind of
divination, sort of.
signs, kind of all these different signs and stuff that you might associate
that
with
may have
different things.
coming out. Yeah.
And you're first expecting kind of like maybe these like signs of spirits or any things like that, but you don't get any hits on anything like that at all. You get like kind of frustrated, I would say, a little bit as you're kind of going through all these processes and each of your little rituals and stuff kind of nothing. Some kind of weird lichen. You're kind of like scraping bottom of the barrel on what this might be. And at one point you part of one of your rituals, one of the kind of spells, for lack of a better word, that you're working on here, briefly reveals this sort of kind of trail along the ground, and as you look at it, it follows this sort of slithering pattern. Looks like it might be some kind of eel or snake or worm. Whatever it is, based off of the very briefly like revealed trails, it'd be like maybe like 5 centimeters wide, maybe even like 50 centimeters, like, long.
Only
maybe
in
more.
death worms.
Could be.
I was gonna say that triggered a memory. I don't know if Jaeger would have read about those.
You can roll to find out.
Was that test the meteorite that I used for extraterrestrials? Is that what set it off?
No, you don't get like alien sign from it, as far as you can
My
tell.
other question would be, what can it do? Can I figure that out? That's too much.
I'll give you
where
this
did it
because
go?
of Jaeger's thing as well. And you can kind of figure out how you're combining the two of these. I'll say in the back of your mind, Jaeger, you have heard of something in one of the journals about like a Mongolian death worm.
Oh wait, that's a real thing.
Yeah.
Oh, I literally just I thought I made that up.
No, that's not a made up thing by you.
That's a legit thing.
I thought I made that up.
Oh no.
So I would say you had the context to kind of associate that kind of size of thing, etc. Mongolia, etc. You might have the context in the back of your mind to associate with those types of things. But to answer your question, Jane, as for what can it do, that's a little bit more open-ended. I think maybe.
How about instead, where did it go?
I mean, he had a mixed success, so what I'll do, I think, is allow that to act as a help out action to give you a +1 because of the context that he has. So maybe we'll say you guys are talking together or whatever when you're doing your ritual.
Sure. I think it would be, yeah.
So like she's
Like
muttering.
lifting off
Well, the
possibilities.
thing you're doing doesn't
It's
take like 20
slithering.
seconds. It's like the whole
Right,
time.
right, yeah, of course, yeah.
So I would say, yeah, if this is indeed a Mongolian death worm, then
We're already dead.
you kind of it had a lot of it isn't known. They do have kind of a life cycle that is like briefly mentioned in probably some of the tomes that you have, Jaeger, but it's probably one of the only things that you've read about like that exist from there that you don't have any context for, maybe even at all, except for a few types of spirits and demons, as well as a few like basically what are type of fae, but the death worms, they feed and they reproduce. One of the ways that they can deal with people is from afar with essentially a very dangerous spray that breaks the victim down into something malleable, edible. They
Is that
also
what we
reproduce.
saw on the pictures? But Lester,
I've
You're
been
out of
looking
questions
through,
now.
like
did it eat the victim, or just did the
urns,
bones just melt?
pottery, that sort of
I
thing.
mean, it
I'll be
was
looking
pretty
through.
dark in there, but I mean, yeah, there could be that. I mean, something slithered away a little bit later.
What you
it
saw
was
on the
dark, hard
video,
to see, but
Lester, was it was dark, and whatever it was moved very quickly. It looked like the people like burned / melted, and then something kind of just like flicked in real quick and then flicked out real quick. It didn't eat like the whole mass or anything
yeah,
like
it
that.
wasn't
If it
like
did,
feasting on it.
Is there any chance that it put eggs in those bodies and what remained of the bodies?
I mean, sure, that's possible. I wouldn't know from the video, but that's definitely possible.
you did see the people kind of, when they burned, there was sort of like, it's one of those types of burns that like it didn't seem to like come from outside. It seemed to come from inside, and there was like a kind of a light going on around them as they sort of burned and began to light up. But again, they were, whatever these things were that were moving around, that you may suspect them to be these Mongolian death worms. They might have they would have been mostly out of line of sight because they would be small things on the ground crawling.
This Brazilian steak is really good.
With a total of 11, yeah, I would say like a lot of this context is the resolve of his thing, so it's probably right before you start eating that you would have that contact. You would come to some of these conclusions. I guess look within 11 on your roll. Yeah, I guess with 11 on your roll, you would know that they also can stun their victims with electricity and stuff as well.
Well, we should close the library down, or the museum down forever. Let's get out of here.
But yeah, then after kind of getting that context, Jane and Jaeger, I think that's when you guys would be sitting down and the food would be distributed. Dr. Ferreira would kind of give you your food, take the food that was given to her, and thank you very much for it, like over and over, and say if you would like to eat somewhere here in the break room, you can use that. There's a table in there. I have a bit of work to do. If you don't mind, I'll take my meal in my office. But if you need anything, just let me know. The break room has a water cooler as well as vending machines.
Oh, thank you so much.
There's a small refrigerator in there as well. It should have several drinks. You can have any of those if you wish.
Excellent, thank you.
And
Hope
yeah,
you
she
enjoy
leads you into the break
your
room.
Brazilian steak.
I really do appreciate it. She leans in.
Oh,
It's been a day. And then she walks into the office and sits down, and she looks pretty excited to eat it.
Oh yeah, as she should be.
You step into the break room. It is small, meager. There are 2 vending machines in there, one for snacks, one for drinks. There's a small refrigerator in there. You kind of like crack it open and look inside. It's basically like all bottled like fizzy water, stuff like that.
A surge or
Seltzer and
anything?
stuff. I would say there's probably like Coca-Cola at best, like canned Coca-Cola or something. Maybe literally something like this too, like ginger ale.
I will I'll grab some I'll get some red vines from the vending machine if they have any.
Okay. Yeah, I would say they have a fairly robust assortment of very cheap snacks and stuff like that.
I'll get
Red vines, Swedish fish, stuff like that would be pretty common.
Yes, I'll get a couple of those.
Okay.
For dessert.
For dessert. All right. So yeah, you guys have the table to yourselves as you sit here in the break room, kind of talk about.
Is there a security camera in the room at all?
Lester would know that there is a security camera in the room, but he would also know that there's no audio on any of the security cameras.
I think we're on the right track, fellas, but we get in those restricted areas, I think. As you suggested, Doctor, they may have been encased in a vase or something, some sort of pottery that have now been released into the museum. Seem very dangerous.
We think it's these death worms for sure?
Well, no, not for certain until we find one. These creatures, well, haven't been confirmed to exist.
A lot of things we see haven't been confirmed, I guess.
My gut says they're there.
I would say you have like journal entries about other hunters that claim to have fought them and stuff that your like great grandparents kind of mentioned. That's the kind of context you have for that type of stuff. Other hunter families that talk to each other, that kind of stuff.
We were led here, certainly. So that supports the idea that this is something obviously supernatural they were dealing with.
That's fair. Something's going on here. If what Lester saw can really be trusted, that's a little hard to believe, honestly. Their bones were melted? That's crazy.
Well, supposedly their acidic venom that they can spit kills in an instant.
At least it's an instant.
Well,
Looked like a pretty painful instant from what I saw.
And I'll let you know it is pretty close to that.
Well,
Who's that talking?
in my head. Mark? I knew you were real.
Since there were 2 victims, there might be 2 worms or more. They definitely need to be found and eliminated.
How do you kill them? Just step on them?
Well, from what I remember, they're like 2 feet long.
Oh, we're gonna need a bigger shoe.
Yeah, maybe a machete and a riot shield.
Yeah, I don't want to get melted.
Flamethrower might be
Yeah,
effective.
you don't have any context for weaknesses or anything like that yet. You didn't roll high enough or ask those questions. So,
As far as I know, it's just a worm.
yeah, very, very deadly would be the only context you really know.
Lester, do you remember anything from the video that would indicate that like anything was like immune to their like melting capabilities? Like, was their clothing okay? Was there like
Was the glass? No.
Or piles of ash.
well heck.
Yeah, nothing survived on the people that got hit.
Some
Ground's
acidic reactions
okay?
can be exothermic.
They broke
and
out of that
release-
vase.
Ground wasn't hurt.
So the
The-
vase wasn't destroyed.
The direction of the spray was from like down and up, like it happened from nearby the person, but off camera, just like below, like because you couldn't see their feet and stuff. You can kind of see like their
They
shins and stuff
knocked
like that.
over a pike that knocked into a glass case.
So they did get knocked over. Yeah,
So like
That was
and you
I
did see
guess
them
their
move
skin
very,
isn't-
very quickly.
gonna hurt you. The skin won't melt you, right? Because they were in a vase and they knocked into stuff.
Yeah, it's basically a worm.
So
But they're fast and they can get into corners, it
we just need
seems.
to grab them and wrangle them. That's what you're saying.
yeah,
Put them in a bag.
I will say this
Bad.
because of what you rolled earlier, but to know what they can do was your question. They are extremely venomous in basically every way you could imagine something being venomous. Just imagine like venom, lightning, and acid.
Oh, was that all?
I'm assuming
Alright,
bullets
in
work.
the car.
I want to use a hold,
Don't
and I
worry
want to
about it.
ask a question.
Okay.
When and where will the next critical event occur?
Right now, as a worm spits acid on you.
Well,
Right here, right now, you're all dead.
Glad you asked that question because
you've read a lot of science fiction. All these weird alien creatures and weird things like this, and these things they have a meal, and then they have to go somewhere to digest that meal. And then once they're done digesting it, they'll either start hunting in whatever
Monster
territory it might associate with being its hunting grounds, or it might reproduce. If you had to guess something about that size, if it's gonna eat up something 10% of the mass of its body, 5% of the mass of its body from that slop that they created out of those humans, you might have as long as another hour before they go on the hunt or reproduce. What that exactly that will be, you're not sure, but it's likely to be inside the walls of this museum. This is probably their hunting ground.
Did the original attack happen at night or during the day?
Happened at 4 in. In the video, you saw the top fall off of one of these vases.
Yeah.
So that was like they broke out and attacked.
And then you saw some
instantly.
stuff fall over, kind of getting closer to the people.
Probably
And then
weren't
the
talking
people
to
were
him.
like, what the fuck is that? They walked over to it, and spray came up from the ground, and they turned into mush. And
Did we see that
Got
vase
eaten.
that fell anywhere?
Lester did. Lester saw the vase in the video. Nobody else has watched it. But I would
Did
give
you
you.
see any runes or anything on there? Any sigils?
I mean, I'll give you this since you were in there. Yeah, Lester, if you go back into that room, the vase is there. It's just
Okay.
the top is off of it, and it's one of the things that got.
We're
was falling
probably gonna
over and
need that
damaged.
vase. Maybe not. We're just gonna kill the things. I don't know how to capture it, so probably killing is easier. But I have a feeling that
I'll see
vase
it.
did like protect them somehow, or like lock them in there in some way.
You can go check it out.
I don't know how important it is, to be honest.
You guys
To
are
know
having this
that.
conversation as you're eating your
Yeah.
food in the break room.
As soon as I'm
Um,
done eating, I'm gonna go check on that vase. Frank, you should probably go to your batting practice.
Yes.
I guess I'll start looking for places for like anything to curl up into.
Hidey holes, ventilation.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I'm going to use keeper move. Split the party. Frank
Uh-oh.
heads
Oh,
off
boy.
towards the leaves the museum and heads off towards A. Williams Athletic Park. If you look on the map, you can see it's pretty much across the street in a little ways to get nearby, but it's a big athletic park. So you head off towards the
Okay, so I don't
batting
need a
cages there.
vehicle. I
No.
can walk.
Yeah,
Okay,
it's
perfect.
walkable. It's very, very welcome. Which is probably why he suggested that as a space, maybe, or at least that it was nearby.
Can I utilize a move?
Yeah, and we're also on a time crunch, so I was hoping it wasn't like 30 minutes
Well,
away.
hold
or
on,
something.
I'm literally in the middle of using a keeper move, so hold on. So you head off there, and you and the rest of you go to kind of look for these any signs of these worms or anything. What move did you want to do before I go on?
Don't worry, I'll check it out.
Okay.
Which
Well, in order to do it, you got to do it. So what do you do? What do you say?
pretty much what I just said, which is I'll go look for anywhere where I think these things might want to curl up and digest some food. I don't know. I'll think about it. I'll holler if I find anything, and I'll skip off into the dark museum.
Okay. And on that note, as you guys kind of split up, Gideon, you go off by yourself. Mark 1 experience. You go off by yourself, and so Jane and Jaeger, you go off together. So it's Gideon off in one wing, and Jaeger and Jane heading off into the other wing looking for spots, and Lester leaving the museum heading to the athletic park. Little bit after Lester leaves the athletic park, leaves the museum to head to the athletic park, and you split up, there's a flicker of the lights. They go out. The museum is suddenly much darker than it was before. There's a few little bands of emergency lights that turn on ting, 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 throughout the museum, and you can hear the raised voice of Patrick Egan, the security guard, kind of yelling through the halls, "Breaker's out! Oh, check it out!" It kind of echoes through.
I'll go with you.
Now you can try and run over to him if you want.
Yeah, I will. The breaker's out. I have a very strong suspicion that these things are attracted to the energy source.
Okay. So you head off to try and find where Patrick went down to go to the breaker. It's in the basement if you want to come. You can see his little flashlight kind of cutting through.
I'll pull out mine.
Opens the door.
I'll click it on and off a couple times out of his direction.
I gotta head past loading. I appreciate you coming with.
Oh yeah, it's dark in here. I have fixed my flashlight headband on.
All right. As you start stepping down the rickety stairs into the museum basement, this down here was part of the original building before it burned back in the late 1800s.
Wait, Mrs. Ferrara didn't mention that the place burned in the 1800s.
I don't think she worked there then. He laughs as he...
Did you?
He says, no. No. It's like, are you stupid, boy? No.
Yeah. I like try to make my hand pass through his body as if he were a ghost.
What are you touching me for?
Oh, it's dark. I didn't know if you were really there.
Sorry, it's all right. It's all right. It's all right. Here, you can put your hand on my shoulder.
I do.
Walking down the rickety, pretty steep steps into the surprisingly large basement. There are silhouettes of humans everywhere in here. Mannequins that are just like naked and stuff. One's like suits of armor. Exhibits that like haven't been put upstairs but have still been maintained for a really long time. Sarcophagi, all the like every type of pottery you can imagine from ancient cultures. It's all in here, and it all looks fucking terrifying in the dark. I
see why you're glad someone came with you.
Yeah, it's also, a lot of expensive things to bump into down here, so just be careful.
But that's a fair point too. I don't have a lot of money. Where's
that fuse box at? And he starts heading into the back. Let's cut to Jaeger and Jane as you are off in the one of the wings of the natural history area part of the museum. You're into the space now in the dark. It's kind of strange because it's one of these like dinosaur exhibits, and there's all these fauna and around that would be making noises and moving, but the power is off, so they're just like lifeless and still. But there's still all these like fake ferns and bushes and wild plants that aren't real but are like amalgamations of what they would look like, of different botany that would look like in the Cretaceous period and stuff like that, as you pass through different eras of time within the museum. And again, in the dark, it's terrifying. It's like walking through a jungle in a lot of ways in some of these spots. You kind of turn a corner and there's a velociraptor staring you in the face that's just there, unmoving, and very unnerving. Collections of bones and things as you pass through here, looking for any sign of these strange, deadly worms in this space. Lester, you cross the street. The afternoon sun, it's about 3 p.m. at this point. Sun a little bit lower. It's a pretty nice day outside. This March has been mostly rainy, but it's just a little bit overcast today. For the most part, it's a pretty nice day. Probably upper 50 degrees. You cross the street and you have to stop mid cross because a car doesn't see you at first. You're like, whoa, buddy. Goes past that. You essentially hop the fence through somebody's yard. There's a little shortcut to get into the A. Williams Athletic Park. Sort of looking around, there's the baseball field. There's a little soccer field and football field, handball. There's the batting cages. You make your way over there. There's a parking lot on one side near the actual school that also uses the Hushwood Junior High School, that uses the athletic park quite extensively, as does the Hushwood High School. And there's soccer teams and practicing kids and stuff here. Maybe even a couple of physical education classes or something from the high school, doing something, maybe running a lap in one of the fields. But there's the deputy's car parked in the parking lot, and you can see him, sunglasses on and all, leaning against the fence inside of the batting cage. Instead of his normal hat on, he's got this hard baseball
All right, I'll head over to the cage.
He points the bat at you, like he's holding the wide end and points the handle to you, like to take as you step into the space.
Yeah, I'll take it from him. How you doing, Dave?
Could be doing a lot better, Lester.
I think you mean Frank.
Frank. Listen, I know we've had and he kind of looks over his shoulder and stuff, an odd relationship over the years. But can we cut past the bullshit for just 1 minute and you can tell me what the fuck is happening in that museum right now? Because my chief won't let me investigate it, and there are 2 dead people this morning, and I know something the fuck is going on. Chief used to give me letters to take over to Miss Meyer. She shows up in the goddamn museum. All of y'all got fake identities like a bunch of spies. Lester, what the fuck is happening?
Well, that's a bit frightening. Okay, so this might go a little deeper than maybe we thought. Yeah. So, there are 2 melted people.
Yeah, I saw the video. I wasn't supposed to watch it, but I watched it.
Yeah. So
I've seen some weird shit in Hushwood, Lester.
There.
Never seen a person melt.
Well,
yeah, that's right. You watched it too, I take.
Yeah. Maybe not the craziest thing I've ever seen. But it's pretty crazy.
He just kind of puffs his cheeks out at that. Like, what the fuck am I getting myself into? Why am I talking to this guy? But he doesn't say anything.
I mean, I like you a lot, Dave.
He'll smile at that briefly. Very brief smile you catch.
I'm into a lot of stuff. We're into a lot of stuff. I don't want to drag you too deep into anything, but if you really do want to know, then
what I want is for those people to have justice that died in there. They're not going to get it.
That's exactly what we want.
If I can't investigate it, or if somebody
we want
can't.
Justice. We also want to stop, because they might not be the only ones. So we're trying to stop what happened from happening again. We surmise this may happen within the hour.
Fuck's sakes.
There's
Chief's ordering me to get the hell out away from there and report on anything, what I found, keep an eye on the place, etc. I can't believe I'm going to do this. I'm going to do this because of what you rolled earlier on your success for your manipulate someone, but I'll keep an eye on it. But I'll cover for you with the chief, Lester. But if you're telling me there's an hour left until somebody else gets hurt, then we better get the fuck to that museum. And he takes his hard hat off and sets it down, takes his badge off and puts it in his pocket instead of on, kind of undoes his brown shirt, untucks it so you just see the white undershirt underneath, and he wears the shirt to his sides, and goes over to his squad car and puts the badge inside the squad car, locks the door, puts the keys in his pocket, takes his service issue revolver and puts it back inside of the glove compartment there, locks everything up, and then pulls out another piece. This one's mine. I'm gonna keep it on me. And if Chief asks, I'll just tell him I haven't seen anything weird out front, and I'll keep an eye on it. But we better get over there. And he just starts walking towards the museum. He doesn't get in his car and drive.
While he is like doing all that, I'm gonna put out my hand and shake his hand and kind of, bring him in close and kind of like pat him on the back and say, that if at any time you want to leave, you should leave. Okay. Like this isn't.
I'm not allowed to go inside there, Lester. I'm just going to stay out front and make sure nobody else comes in and whatever comes out is friendly.
Yeah, okay, you
And you're not in
might
there.
see some things. Okay.
This never happened. We never had this conversation.
I want you to know that we're all going to be here for you if you see anything. That's all that you need to know.
God damn it. And he just like walks towards the museum.
We got a new friend.
Yeah, Commissioner Gordon. You got on the inside.
Yeah.
I'm also thinking about when John dies at the end, when
Oh yeah.
he's trying to show Paul Giamatti the thing in the cage in the back of his truck.
I haven't seen that in a long time.
So good. I love that movie.
So yeah, he walks across the street with you towards the museum and kind of just stays. You can't see the gun is like tucked underneath, like in the back of his pants or whatever, the shirt flipped down over top of it, and he kind of just stays out front and sort of blends in as like a regular citizen hanging out on a bench waiting for the bus, sort of a thing, and doesn't look at you as you walk past him back into the museum. Cutting back to Jaeger and Jane during this time. I'm going like round robin, like back. So, we go back to Jaeger and Jane in this dinosaur exhibit. Taking a few steps here and there, looking for spots that something could hide. The problem is, there's just hundreds and hundreds. Every one of these exhibits is a perfect little nesting ground for something. A 2 foot long worm could hide anywhere. Go ahead, Jaeger.
I was going to be looking at the vessel that we're maybe shipped in.
Okay, so you wanted to head over there and look at that. That's fine. So you move your way through the dinosaur exhibits. Take a look there on your way back to the new. No, it doesn't have a name exhibit because it's not made yet. This kind of wing of Asian antiquity, and head to the offending vase. The culprit vase or whatever it is there. It is fallen over. It's one of the items that you noticed was like slightly damaged earlier. It's not broken or shattered or anything like that. It looks to be made of clay, referencing the manifest and the actual, all the information you have about what the thing is, the label, what the people wrote there before. It says unknown dynasty, 1st century ? It looks, I'll give you this much. You're no expert on antiquities, right? You've seen old stuff. And this looks, if it's 1st century, that's crazy because it's like extremely beautiful and well made and well maintained and all of this stuff, but it also looks simple. Like very, very, very simple. There are little markings on it every now and then. It looks kind of like where the top went onto it was more of a kind of a cork shape. You pick up that and you look at it, and it's like this weird kind of clay cork that would just sit on top, and there's this sort of black band around the outside of the cork, and you flip it over and look at it, and there's this little sigil burned in there in a language you don't recognize in the bottom of the cork. It's the only like recognizable, this is a bit of writing marking on the entirety of the thing. Nothing on the outside would belie that at all. It's just this one marking on the bottom of this clay cork. And you look at the clay cork closely as you pick it up in your hand. It's a crack all the way through the middle of it. All the way down through the middle of that mark. all the way to the end. It's not split in two or anything like that, but there's a crack all the way through it. Could have happened from moisture, could have happened just over time, could have been damaged in shipping.
Is Jane with me?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
Um,
yeah.
I'll hand the cork
Jane
to
is-
you,
Yeah.
and I'll take a look inside the vase, looking for
Okay.
shed
It is-
skin, broken eggs, anything like that.
Okay, so the interior of that vase it's dark. You kind of might have to shine a flashlight down in there to see it. There's this sort of caramel color surface on the inside, and it looks incredibly smooth, like it's been worn down for a very, very, very long time, like a perfect river stone, right? The exterior of this material, nothing like that. The interior, completely smooth, and it's worn down and much thinner than you might expect. The bottom, you don't see any like obvious egg casings, but there is a powdered substance. It's kind of crusted onto it. Chip it away a little bit and look at it. It's like carbon. It could have been eggshell. It could have been something. Whatever it is, it's been cooked to the point of being just pure carbon, likely by lightning.
So no indication of how many were in there.
No, but the space of the interior could have held as many as, like, I mean, depending on how tightly packed they were, you could have had like 20 in there potentially, but it's probably not very likely. I'll let you roll since you already described how closely you're looking and stuff in there, but you're gonna kind of have to make a roll to get any additional information. So if, I'll let you do an investigate a mystery since you're to ask that question basically. Okay. Let's hold one, right?
Yep.
Yeah. So, your question being
How many?
how many? There are 3 spots that look like burn marks on the bottom of each. So there's at least 3.
Wild guess, Rebecca. That's some sort of preservation magic that failed.
Yeah, failed or was unleashed here.
I will not let you roll a regular investigate mystery on that to determine what it is.
So,
I just don't think you have the context with that kind of thing and what you have to ask any questions about the court. If you
You're
use your
thinking
magic
it's-
thing, I might let you do it, but I'm not gonna let you do it for.
not time degradation, but actual sabotage?
Not even. Yeah, I mean,
Like
So,
someone purposefully set these
we-
things free here.
we can't talk here, but this benefactor they keep mentioning with weird tones. I don't know, maybe this is some kind of. Sounds like he had this shipment here. It seems like a weird coincidence.
Using a keeper move. Excuse me, what exactly are you doing? I thought you were setting up the exhibit. Dr. Kelly Morrison steps into the space.
Yes, this is cataloged as one of the damaged items. We're double checking its integrity.
She looks over it. It looks fine to me. She sets it up and takes the cork from you, Jane. There's like a moment where you're like not letting it go or whatever, and pulls it away and plops it back on top of the vase. Well, if there's anything I can do to help you out in the interim, I'd love to. She just kind of stays there, interrupting your conversation.
Yeah, there's I think quite a bit more work here than we originally had expected. How familiar are you with this Mongolian exhibit?
I was
These items.
was one that signed for delivery, but I'm afraid I was not an expert at the antiquities themselves. I'm somewhat aware of the intention that Mr. Larson, our administrator, has for the exhibits. Our benefactor, of course, remains anonymous, so his whims are little known, but Mr. Larson speaks for him.
Yeah, we received some of that information, but maybe we could just get your perspective on what all this was
Certainly.
for.
Well, if you wish to continue here, I suppose I could help out in a few other ways. She kind of looks flustered, confused. It doesn't really know what to say. Like she's kind of trying to come up with something in the moment a little bit. As I said, I'm no expert on the antiquities themselves. I could provide context perhaps for the manifest. You say this was damaged, and she picks up the vase with the cork and everything. I'll bring this back to my office and look. And she starts walking out with the vase and the cork.
Doctor, is everything okay?
Are you talking to her as doctor, or are you calling?
Yes, her. I'm trying to stop her. Doctor,
yes, of course, everything's fine.
I'm walking after her. Not like threateningly, but I'm just gonna try to like kind of keep up with her.
There are
Okay.
other damaged relics if you'd like to.
That's fine. I'm sure your expertise will lend itself well. She continues to head down the hallway to her office. What do you do?
Jinx.
What's that?
Get that top.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm just gonna kind of go with her. Just kind of like under the guise of helping.
Okay.
But clearly she's in some sort of crisis. So,
she stops in her door office, and unlocks it and kind of like sets the vase inside and like puts her back to the door and closes it and relocks it. Can I help you, Miss Anson?
She puts that inside her office and then
closes and locks the door.
But she's outside.
Yeah, she has her back to it, like in front of you. Can I help you? Is there something? She does look clearly nervous, but you don't know why.
I know this has been a stressful time for you and the staff. I guess I just don't. I'm not sure I don't understand what's happening here. We're here to work on the exhibit, and why are you taking that object? Are you concerned about it, or?
Oh no, there's I'm not concerned at all. There's nothing to be concerned about. Of course, it's just I was part of the delivery for it, and I just want to make sure that everything is fine. And I am using the final thing on my keeper move there. Ticking the clock. Dong 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 dong. Dong 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 dong. Isn't that how it goes? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right.
Grandfather had
Moving
a fancy
quickly.
clock like that.
It's Notre Dame, right?
I don't know.
I think it's from Notre Dame.
Clock chime.
Yeah, I think that clocks are imitating Notre Dame. Well, I'll look it up later. Gideon and Mr. Eaton are down in the basement, and you can kind of looking for the fuse box at the point that you're doing this, kind of like walking through the dark and all that, sort of in this sort of heated conversation with the doctor. And then you hear a scream from behind you. Like an awful scream.
Who
Gideon,
does? I do?
No, I'm getting to it. Gideon and Peter, you both hear it as well, but it's like far away, right? Like it came from upstairs in the museum. Jane, you hear it come from Dr. Ferrara's office.
Eaton, find that breaker. And I'm going to run towards the scream.
Okay.
Even though it's really far.
As you begin to run back up towards the steps, Eaton's like, wait, what? And turns, oh, shit. And you can see he like starts heading towards, trying to find, like feeling along the wall, looking for the breaker. As you turn away from him, your two flashlights no longer combine. It's a bit darker, and you begin to run up the stairs. There in front of you on the stairs, this slithering movement as something begins to, with a flash of an eye, move towards you. Jane, as you kind of step down towards the office, opening the door, slamming it open, you see something disappear into one of the vents in the office, and the doctor herself melt before you, screaming in terror and pain. At this point, you hear the crying Dr. Frances Ferrara. The older lady. You hear Kelly Morrison now, Dr. Kelly Morrison, the person who just locked the door behind her. She goes, no, this isn't supposed to happen like this.
Oh, this bitch.
I grab her and push her into her office and try to close the door behind her.
At least she got some nice steak.
Well, the door. Her office
meal.
is already closed. She closed the door behind her, had her back to the door, and locked it. Remember, with the vase inside.
Yeah. But
the office down the hall, you heard the scream from.
Oh, different office. Sorry.
Yes, that was Dr. Ferrara's office that you heard the sound come from. You open the door, Dr. Ferrara's like melting in front of you, and you see this thing disappear into the vent.
I just stare.
Go after it, Dixon. Into the walls.
What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you, Doctor? You need to tell us what's going on here. This is not a game.
To the melted doctor?
No, he's talking to the fucking Morrison. Jesus Christ.
No, to the melting doctor, I say, got yours.
She seems completely distraught, like tears, confusion. Like she's got this 1,000-yard stare kind of thing after seeing, because she just saw what you saw too, and kind of doesn't know how to react. If you want to get a straight answer out of her, you're gonna have to manipulate someone.
I slap her.
All right, okay. I'll allow that to be the thing you're using to manipulate someone.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, listen to me. You have to tell us what's going on. So when I did when I used magic last time, whenever I use magic, I have
+1 forward.
The new ability I took was +1 forward.
Yeah. It doesn't stack, but I'll let it count for this. Yeah.
Okay. Mixed success.
Oh, shit.
Listen to me. You have to tell us what's going on here, so that we can help.
As part of my field work in the Gobi Desert, I brought them back. I've never seen anything like it. There was this shrine to them we found there. We didn't want them to go through customs. We didn't think we would be able to get them out. So we put them inside of the vase, and we found that there as well. This symbol had been etched on the top of this. And she opens the door onto the office behind you, and you see the vase there, and she pulls it out. This was on the altar on the top. We set it in there because it seemed like it was part of the exhibit. I thought this might make my career. I never expected that this could happen. I didn't know they were alive.
Now.
Well, if I thought they might be in the literature, you understand. They were referred to as these worshipped forms. They nested and bred and were handled by the gods, and it seemed like rocks to us. But to understand the significance of a find like this, the language wasn't even... It was encased in iron. Do you understand what that means? It was the 1st century. This tomb was buried in the 1st century in the Gobi Desert, and it was encased in iron. When no one else on the entirety of this world even knew metallurgy existed. It makes no sense. It predates the 1st century, if you ask me. And what dynasty does it belong to? Completely unknown. Every part of this completely unknown. It's almost as though we had discovered a new civilization right beneath our feet.
Why
But
did
you
you
just
say
kind of
something when after the
breaks into
first
sobs.
accident?
Why would I? We didn't expect something to be alive. I thought somebody had broke in or something. The vase had fallen over.
And
They were
melted
dead,
people?
and I've never seen anything like this before. They were just legends.
You know anything else? Let's take it. Let's assume they're real. Have you learned anything that might help us deal with them?
I don't. I guess you have to roll another manipulate someone if you want to get another thing out of her.
Slap her again.
I think those screams would have happened when I was texting the team, look out for 3 of them.
Well, you get an XP.
Yay! First fail.
First failed.
I don't know. They in the legends they stayed in the desert. They were only handled by the gods. They never crossed the rivers. I don't know. You don't get anything else.
So never crossed.
They lived in the deserts. They were
River.
only handled by the gods. I mean, the gods were the only ones that touched them, and they not quite. They weren't the gods themselves. And they never crossed the rivers, like any of the rivers that like the gods never did or whatever, according to the legends and stuff.
Vampires. Yeah, we got it.
With that,
Racky.
there is a situation at play here. So I wanna kind of lay out what's happening. You're kind of having this conversation. The scream happened. People will start to run up the stairs. Gideon, you're face to face with one of these. We're about to go into combat for you. The Jaeger and Jane are in 2 completely different places. So where were you at during this, Jaeger? You were still back in the exhibit hall? Because Jane was the only one that said she followed the lady.
Yeah.
Okay, so you would have
left,
come running or what?
No, as Jane left, I was texting the team to look out for 3 of them.
Okay.
And
So you're getting that text like as you walk into the interior of the exhibit hall, Lester, and you're like, oh shit, 3 of them. Okay. And then you hear the scream, and I assume come running towards the screen.
Yep.
Okay. Well, one thing first. Hold on. Sorry.
Oh no.
Gideon.
Yeah.
This horrible form curls around the wooden steps in front of you, moving at uncanny speed, almost flickering. It moves so fast. You've seen snakes fight like a mongoose and stuff like that in videos. It moves like this, only faster in some instances, to the left and to the right very quickly, as though it were about to prepare to do something to you, something immediately to your face, basically. It reels up in this curling motion. It almost looks like, now that you have a close look at it, it almost looks as though a curling bit of human intestine is moving. It curls down into a
Panic
squishy
button,
shape
panic button.
and begins to do something. What do you do? It's a
Panic button.
Describe to me exactly what that looks like, if you would
So
please, sir.
I'm walking up the steps, right? And it met me at the top or like halfway up the steps.
Halfway.
You know, like basement steps, how it's just like an open side. That's
exactly what this is. Yep.
I'm gonna leap off the side, like away from this thing, back to the ground, hopefully near Earl, Easton.
Okay. I think you need to act under pressure.
All right. So since I'm using panic button, I named my route to the side, and I'm gonna roll a plus sharp.
Yep.
So let's see here.
Let me read this too, make sure I understand how this works. Okay,
Yeah,
so
so-
that's your route. Okay, yeah, so you wouldn't even need the act under pressure in addition to this. You
That's
can just
what I'm
do it off
thinking,
this
yeah.
move. Yeah, that's
All right, sharp. Oh baby.
big success. Okay. You
What
can
did it
go or
say?
stay, but if you go, it'll cost you. You leave
Shit.
something behind, or something comes with you.
Oh, well, I'm definitely gonna go.
God,
Okay.
seal it in.
It's gonna cost you. So I will say
$5?
no.
Throw up all that nice beef that you ate earlier.
No, my steak.
The only thing you actually care about.
As I'm falling, I also whip out my nunchucks.
And they fall on the steps and are dissolved by the acid spray. And you escape. Yeah, it cost you your nunchucks.
Oh, no, now you're not a Ninja Turtle at all.
Damn.
You're just like
I
that
mean,
dude with the hockey
shoot.
stick now.
That was the only
And-
weapon I brought.
Hey, it was either that or I was gonna kill Eden. So,
I'm glad that you took my nunchucks.
and with that, a second later, some of the lights start to come on, and you hear Eden yell in the back, "Something's wrong with this thing!" The lights, it's been damaged or something. You kind of lose track of where it was slithering around on the stairs.
Yeah.
You look up the stairwell. It's no longer there.
Shit. Who had the gun?
All the guards, or just the guy in the security room?
There's only one guard. It is Eaton. He sent everybody else home, like he said.
Oh, that's right. So yeah, he's got the gun.
He has a 9mm. That's it. So there's a
Eaton,
guy
you
in
alright?
the room. Yeah, you all right? What's going on? I can't get this fuse box working.
I'm gonna like try and lift up my nunchucks a little bit and just like there's nothing there and I'm just
This is like just a chain.
yeah. Yeah, I'm okay. I think we got a little complication here. Can you bring that gun?
Bring it everywhere I go from now on, he says as he steps over. He's given up on the fuse box. Got his
Alright.
flashlight out. What's going on? Shines
know,
up
we
the
should-
stairs and down.
we should
You don't
regroup
see
with
any
the
sign
rest.
of it. All right, you head up first, and he'll kind of like pull his gun out and like look down because he saw you like struggling with something and sees your dissolved nunchucks. He didn't see the worm,
Okay.
so he doesn't know
I
what's
won't
going on.
tell him.
But he's
Yeah, I
but
won't tell
he's
him.
freaked out. He's clearly very afraid. And so he like backward walks up the steps behind you as you
He
two
knows
and
what he's
two
doing.
move up the stairs. There is a
He's a Marine.
practice. Exactly. There's a practice discipline to this. He's freaked out, but he's not freaking out, if that
Yeah.
makes sense.
Stay close to me.
You served.
The Lord.
He looks at you. LDS.
Yes, sir.
Let's serve with some good folk.
Oh.
Moves up the stairs, and you get to the door, and he just kind of closes it behind you. Fuck, I hate this museum. And begins walking alongside you back towards the others where you heard the screams and stuff. It doesn't take you long to get there. You see, well, I should say Rebecca Anson kind of talking to, in sort of an angered state to a degree, an agitated state, Dr. Kelly Morrison, who's now just kind of crying and holding this book in this strange clay cork, her office door open behind her, and the vase sitting in there, and you kind of look in there and it doesn't seem like anything's wrong at first, and then you turn your head to look into the other doctor's office, Dr. Francis Ferrara, whom you had given Brazilian steakhouse meal earlier today, and you see her melted corpse.
Oh, that's sad.
Yeah, escaped into the vents.
These are nasty buggers.
What escaped into the vents? Says Patrick Egan.
One almost got me when I was down trying to get the breaker back on.
It's hard to explain. There's some sort of worm.
You hear a voice, I would say too, maybe a second later, also come from the front of the thing, of David Morin, who's just like, "Everybody okay?"
No, Dave, we got a problem.
He's not coming in. He's like yelling from outside.
Oh, sorry.
But you heard screams.
Yeah, Dave, get in here. We're in here.
I don't think I can do that.
Just make sure nothing gets out.
We got another dead body in here.
You just hear like a really loud "God damn it" from him, as I'll watch the front. And you hear noises like the locking of the doors. A moment goes by.
Right. Well, we need to get everybody together.
David steps into the interior of the space. He did come inside. I'll just watch it from here in the main hall.
I thought this was his final.
No, he came inside and he locked the door behind him. He locked the door from behind as he stepped in.
Black.
You can't lock it from the outside. He can lock it from the inside.
I thought this was an ambush. Sorry.
So he's like basically guarding the entrance hallway, the exhibit hallway when you come into the entrance.
Mr. Eaton, you said that the breaker something was wrong with the fuse box. It was damaged.
I bet they're eating electricity or something.
It looks like it's been.
Sounds like.
Looks like it's been fried. I don't know. I've never seen anything like it except
fried.
Well, there was a tank back in Nam, and it got struck by lightning one time, and all the mess inside got fused like together. Looks something like that.
So extreme electricity only could have done this.
Yeah, the thing is, those fuses are meant to take quite a load. I don't know what could have done that.
Huh.
Would you say escaped into the vent? Is what he said to you just a moment ago.
Listen, do we have everybody here now?
You do. All the ones that are left alive. Well, except for you don't have the administrator, Chris Larson.
Okay, well, we have. I mean,
he didn't
Lester
come. He did not come running. At the sound of the
Lester
screams.
and Jaeger are both here.
Lester has now stepping into the space. You heard the screams and stuff, so I assume Lester was coming towards towards there. If you're not, let me know right now.
I have to go. I feel like I need to go check on that Larson fella.
Yeah, take Pat with you. I got a bad feeling about that. Go. It's a good idea though. Check him out.
I'll go. Right. Yeah, lead the way.
Listen, there are worms. There's something that came in from Mongolia, and I glance at Kelly.
They're more like snakes.
Yeah, they're snakes. They're like eels. They can shock you. They can spray acid at you from a distance. We don't really know how to deal with them. All things being equal, maybe water can help dissipate what maybe they don't like water. It might dissipate their electrical charge.
We got bottled water in the break room.
I'm talking about let's
fizzy water work.
Yeah,
if it's
worth
water,
a try.
I don't see why not. Yeah, I'll grab a couple
water.
Yeah, so like Dr. Ferrara said before she was killed, the mini fridge is full of bottles of fizzy water and stuff. So
I'll grab a couple of those.
We either need to find a way to deal with these, or we need to try to lock them in this building.
I think Jaeger would have grabbed any kind of spear-like weaponry from
There's
any
plenty of
display
options.
available
Is there a
before
central?
rejoining the group.
I would do the same.
Is there like some sort of like a fire suppression system, like a sprinkler system?
It's good idea. There must be.
Yeah, there is. Most of the exhibits don't spray water in your stand in case of accidental delivery to ruin the exhibits. A lot of them have shielding from it. A lot of times it's just a CO2 dispersal in an area to make sure that a fire gets put out. There are systems that play, because again, it's like a really high tech museum for you, that will pull the exhibits away in case of extreme fire, which is level 2. The first phase is always just CO2. So basically, it sprays CO2 in an area so it doesn't ruin exhibits. If it can, if the fire is big enough, it has automatic things to try and pull the exhibits away and then do water. The full sprinkler system.
Is there a way to trick the system into thinking that we're at level 2?
There might be an override or something.
Lester, can you check on that, maybe?
I've never seen it. Who the hell is Lester?
I mean,
Who's Lester?
sorry, you look so much like my uncle. I don't know why I always make that mistake. Frank, would you mind,
He doesn't
jacking
know
into the
much
Matrix?
about. He doesn't know much about technical stuff, so.
Oh, well, he's the only one of us with a laptop.
Oh, you literally told him you don't know much about technical stuff.
Yeah.
So.
Let's stay together. You guys, you want to check on the administrator?
Yeah, we gotta go check on that Larson fella.
All right, I'll head with you. Patrick Eaton heads off with you. You step out into the kind of central area down away from it's sort of on the interior space, the small hallways that go kind of wrap around, have the normal doors for all the offices and stuff. You're around the corner, and you can see his office down towards the end. It's the one at the very, very end of the long hall, and the door is slightly ajar on it.
Got a strange glow coming out.
It's not locked or anything, as far as you can tell. It's literally standing open slightly.
A strange alien glow. Kelly,
forward
who else knew
towards
about
it,
these
closer
things?
and closer. It's just me and my team, but none of them are here. None of them work here. They weren't things. It was just strange rocks and writings, and we put them in a jar and brought them. I know smuggling them out of the Gobi Desert was wrong, but I didn't expect this.
Well,
We were funded, of course, by our benefactor, but the team just works for them. He was the one that sent us to the site originally.
But he
Many
knew
connections.
the location of this strange site.
Yes,
But his instructions, he
him
didn't
and
mention
him and his little council, they would show up and all with their suits and their little red ribbons.
Oh. You got a red ribbon.
Who?
I'm not there.
Kelly?
Mr. Larson? I'm gonna step closer.
The door
They
is,
didn't mention
there's
the
no
jar
answer. The
specifically.
door is just ajar.
This looks like a jar to me. Something happened to this
We
door.
were just sent to investigate.
Turned
Listen,
into a jar.
so what do you do? There's no answer when you call out.
I'll look at Easton or Eaton
Patrick
physically,
Eaton.
and I'll kind of give him this like.
He gives you a nod.
I'll creep forward then, assuming
Holds
he's
the
got
gun
my
up.
back.
Exercising
Yeah.
muzzle discipline.
Perfect. I'm gonna like kind of stay out of his way as I like push open the door the rest of the way.
Just
And,
slow,
like, peek in.
kind of creaking sound as you begin to open the door. About halfway through opening the door, you hear this
Mr. Larson?
sizzling sound and see the slowly dissolving corpse of Chris Larson amid it to writhing forms slurping up bits of this blackened goo. Both of them look up. One of them
I will
immediately.
close the door.
Okay. So in front of you, you mean, right?
Like, shut.
No, behind him. He's going in, man to man.
All right.
No, yeah, I'm not going. I'll
So
close it and I'll
you
look
close the
at
door. So
Patrick.
you have to pull it closed. You have to pull it closed. So I was setting up a soft move against you. So you set up. So you pull the door closed. You can hear a kind of a high pitched screech from inside, and the doorknob feels hot.
Oh!
You pull your hand away, and there's sort of a kind of clanking, strange sound from inside of the office. The door just kind of looks like a hole in it in the middle, just sort of dissolves. You look through. There's nothing in there moving anymore, but you can see a hole
shit.
dissolve straight through the vent.
That might have gotten eaten. Oh man. I look at
Okay,
Eaton
so
and,
while
and I just look at the door and I'm just like,
while this is happening, I want to sneak back to the security room.
Okay. There's no sneaking you have to do at this point because nobody's watching you or anything. Like, you
I
just walk to
mean,
the
so
security
you
room.
say. I'm gonna
Sure,
sneak back
sure.
to the security room.
Okay. Well, I just meant like from
And-
these people here, but you never know.
Yeah. So I remember that this place is has a high-tech system. And I'm going to go look at the cameras, but also there was something about there being like temperature readouts or something.
Yep. Temperature sensors as well as pressure sensors.
Pressure sensors. So I want to go back and kind of start looking at the cameras and, see if I can start to see, I don't know, changes in temperature in certain rooms where these things might be, that kind of stuff. See if I can start tracking where they are.
Yeah. Roll investigate a mystery.
Okay, let's find that. Investigate a mystery.
I'll say several hours have kind of gone by this point. You guys are hunting all over this museum, running back and forth.
God, that's
So it was 3 p.m. at that. So let's say at this point it's like 6 p.m.
Okay.
Which
After
is
dinner,
it's
call
starting to
the
get
Brazilian
it's
steakhouse
starting
back.
to get dark, and the moon is starting to come up. So that would mean that Michael would be currently in his throes, if you want to call it that. An 11 on an investigative mystery. I will say that you yeah. So yeah. Hold 2.
All right, so I had asked 2 questions or a specific one. So
well, I would say this would be I would do probably basic normal investigative mystery for this. Probably don't need to do the flexible alternative.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I didn't even realize that. Okay. So I can ask 2 of these. Okay, so where did it go?
Okay. So you're tracking the temperature changes and stuff that you see, and indeed, these things do carry with them a warmth, and it is not too difficult to track through the movements of the ventilation system, etc. Changing temperatures and in the museum, and you see that you're asking where did it go, but there's 3 of them. But because of your success, if you spend both 2, I'll give you the information about all 3. If you spend both of your holds. Okay, so they have split up. It seems as though you track temperature. Essentially, this is only available in So you only get context, but you only get what you get from the context of what you did. So you're tracking temperatures and stuff like that around exhibits. And so you can see that one source of heat kind of moves past several exhibits towards the area where the basement was previously, and then disappears because there's no temperature tracking. It must not be near an exhibit anymore. There's definitely one moving through an area, probably in the ventilation system is where they're mostly moving, but it seems to be out in the natural history area, sort of the dinosaur exhibit. And then there seems to be one in an exhibit that is marked as medieval European warfare.
Okay. Well, I'm going to.
I'll give you this too, since you roll pretty well and everything too. You're watching these sources. The one disappears, and the other two are kind of still occasionally blipping, if you want to call it that, in these two different areas. But they do kind of disappear and reappear over here a little bit. So it's a little bit hard to track exactly where they are, but you get those general locations. But then something happens that you didn't expect, and that's that it looks like at one point there might be 4 things moving around on temperature. Right? You kind of track multiple, like maybe 4. It's hard to say. You're not 100% sure, but there might be a 4th now.
Okay. So I'm going to call Jane.
Okay.
And tell her that. So Jane, I figured out a way to track them with the security system, and it looks like we might have 4.
Well, to be clear, when I say a 4th
at least
heat source shows up, it's in the new one was in the natural history thing, the place where the dinosaurs and stuff were, and it's not moving.
Egg.
Oh, okay. I found a stationary 4th heat source. Looks like one headed to the basement. One's in the medieval area, one's in the natural area.
Technically 2 sources in the natural area.
2 in the natural. I can
one stationary, one
stay
moving.
here and track them, and we can try to get this taken care of. Maybe head to the stationary one and see what that
is
might
it
do.
out in the main exhibits, or is it like in the vent somewhere?
In the exhibit, right?
What's up, Fierce Pencil?
Okay, let's do it.
Okay. So you're gonna stay there and act as the guy in the van, quote unquote.
Yep.
Okay. Try and tracking heat sources. And Jane, are you heading on your own to the
Hell no. If nobody's coming with me, I'll just go home and watch Aliens instead of living it out here. Not that I have a home, but you get the idea.
Right? Your campsite.
I'll go with you.
Okay, so Gideon and Patrick Eaton are still together. You just saw all this happen with Mr. Larson is now dead. Chris Larson, you saw that play out right there in front of the other people haven't seen that yet. So you can tell them if you want to, but that's what's going on. So what do you guys do? You just saw Chris Larson die.
Right. Well, I'm gonna look at Patrick, and if there's nothing else of note in this room, you said that the vents were melted, implying that they escaped through the vents. So I will say to Patrick, we should probably regroup with the rest of everyone and let them know that Larson's food went to waste too.
Holy shit. And I'll kind of trust you on this and just start walking back with to the rest. Jane,
if I
you're
see
heading off with
somebody,
Jaeger.
yeah, I'll let everyone know. Larson didn't make it. We gotta take care of this problem fast. It's gonna get out of hand quickly, I think.
So Dr. Kelly would be, what do you mean Larson didn't make it?
Something he ate.
She looks very concerned. She looks very
professionals or what?
She looks very concerned. I would say that like there's a realization that this is all falling apart, and she just starts sobbing and breaks down and falls to the floor on her butt.
All right, I'll start
holding her
comforting
hand.
her.
And she sits there sobbing. This is what is supposed to happen.
What wasn't supposed to happen?
All of this death. How are we
It's
to
always
know?
tragedy.
How are we to know?
Well, you didn't know. You couldn't have known.
And Jane and Jaeger, you're heading off, being directed by Lester in the security room.
And yeah, like he said, I will find some sort of medieval weapon whenever I can.
Sure. There's pikes. There's like basically any kind of medieval weapon you can imagine.
Which one are y'all going after?
Stationary is what they said.
Yeah.
While y'all are doing that, should me and Mr. Eaton try and see if we can get one of them other live buggers?
Yeah.
It's whatever you. Yeah. I mean, we might want to stick together.
Sure too.
We should have.
But
a
I
few
get
hours
XP if I go
before
off
they-
by myself.
You do your thing, brother.
Yeah, do I get XP because I went off by myself to the
No,
security?
you're not a mundane. That's not how it works.
Fuck. I was
You
hoping you wouldn't realize that.
we should
He
have a
doesn't
few
choose that
hours
that
before their
move.
next while they're digesting, hopefully.
Right, that's true actually. Well, perfect then. Lester can tell us where to go, and
You basically know the life cycle already. They have to eat and then rest, then to hunt again, and then they can reproduce if they
Fuck.
want to. But
these worms fuck. So so I'm gonna go with Lester. Tell us where to go. And me and Eaton will take care
Who's
of
Lester?
I mean Frank.
you keep saying that
Oh.
name. I'm confused.
Me?
I confuse him with my
Oh,
uncle
me,
all the
oh.
time. He looks so much like my uncle, and they even sound alike. It's crazy.
We'll just nod. Yeah, I got an uncle. It's just-
I got no.
I got one
I
of
know.
those.
okay,
All right.
so you
I
you
relate.
split up
Yeah.
entirely, and
Does this count as going on my own?
No, you're going off with Patrick Eaton. You're not going off
Yeah.
on your own. So you two head off in one direction.
Kill
Check
Patrick.
out
Am I on
one
my
of
own
them.
now?
So you are. So as I understand
He is-
it,
yeah, I have a bad feeling.
Jane and Jaeger are heading to the natural history wing to investigate the stationary heat source, and Gideon and Patrick Eaton are heading off to the European medieval warfare wing, or exhibit rather, to investigate that. Correct? Nobody's going to the basement.
I was gonna say whichever one was closest to where Jane is going, or Jane and Jaeger.
I mean, it's like equal distant, right? One is in the basement, one is in another wing. So there are two wings in the basement, which is kind of like in the middle of both and down.
Where's the?
There's
can we
no
tell a bigger
sensors,
heat
and
source?
there's no temperature sensors or anything in the basement. So no, not at all. There's literally no temperature sensors in the basement. You know something stopped there, and the source went away. So you can't track it down there. You just know it disappeared around the entrance to that. So it has to probably be down there.
All right. Well, we'll go to the one that we know where it is.
Okay, well so that's why I was asking. You're going.
Yeah.
One of you is so. That's what I'm asking. Which one of you is going to which? Jane and
I'm-
Jaeger are going to the natural history one, I assume, and you and Eaton are going to the medieval one, or is it vice versa?
If the medieval one is the one that we know exactly where it is, then yeah, for sure.
And there's only two places you know. It's medieval and and natural history, and then there's the basement that you don't have sites on. So if you want to go to medieval, that's fine. But you do know,
like I said, if
you
that's
do
all
know
we know,
natural
then
history
yes.
and medieval. That's not what I'm asking. I'm asking, you know where those two are? Which one are you choosing? That's what I'm asking.
I don't understand the confusion. We're going to the medieval one.
So you and Eaton are going to the medieval one.
Yes.
Correct.
Okay. And then Jaeger and Jane are going to the natural history. That's fine.
I also
Also
grabbed a
correct.
couple bottles of water.
I have
Okay.
those as well, as stated previously, and I will also grab like a pike or something.
Okay. Each of you has a spear or a tumbois or whatever, or a pike or something from different eras of human history and warfare. Each of them probably worth like $10,000 as an artifact or something like that, or maybe even more depending on the situation. Well, this belonged to Alexander the Great. You know, as you're walking around,
It's
carrying
great for cutting
history in your
worms.
hands. It might be. You split off into those two different wings. How many bottles of water are you carrying? And what flavor? No, I don't care about the flavor.
Two for me.
Yeah,
Two
I have
more.
2 on my person as well.
Okay.
Raspberry.
None, because Jaeger's not entirely sure that's gonna work.
Okay. So 2 on each wing. Lester, give me an act under pressure, please, as you're kind of reading all these dials and monitors and sensors and trying to direct them. Just creeping your way slowly through the museum.
Nice.
You hear
Not that
these
slowly.
sounds. You hear these sounds every now and then, like something fell over in one of the exhibits. And once you get your way back to the natural history section and the medieval European warfare section, again, you're met with these strange silhouettes and a little bit of movement every now and then, that you hear, which is disturbing because there's not supposed to be anything in here other than you and that, so it must be that. And it's hard to track the exact movement. Lester got a mixed success there, so I will allow him to choose one group and give them a +1 forward to try to determine exactly where the moving one is as they approach. But you hear kind of these fake plant leaves just rustling with movement. You hear the occasional bit of metal, like a chain being dragged across a table that got smacked and now is unraveling as it falls to the floor. Who do you choose, Lester?
I will give it to Jane and Jaeger because there's 2 there. There are 2 heat sources there.
Okay. All right, so you'll get a +1 forward for finding them in this space, with Lester kind of concentrated on you guys and helping you sort out, like, oh, there's, to your right, that kind of a thing. Gideon and Eaton, you're stepping into the space, looking around. There's a bit of movement, as I said, the sound of things in there. What do you do?
Well, we just creep around in the dark and shining lights on places
Okay.
where worms might be coiled up.
I was making sure you're not doing anything, trying to draw anything out or anything like that. So go ahead and just make me just roll plus sharp.
I'm not sure what would draw it out other than just being here. How do I? Okay, I see. Hell yeah.
Okay. You don't need no stinking +1 forwards.
Ah.
All right. I mean, it's a good thing that you roll that because so there we go. You hear as I said, these like links of chain like unrolling off of a table as though they were hit by something, and then very quick. Remember, these things move insanely fast, right? And again, a piece of metal falls off of a table, a bit of glass breaks, your head following it quickly, anticipating the direction that the next sound is going to come from. You turn towards it and you see it as it's curling up, ready to strike. But I'm not going to hard move you because you succeeded on that. So you have a soft move to act. What do you do?
I'm gonna scream and come down with my pike.
Okay.
I know I didn't like the confidence in that.
Good thing there's no weapon proficiency in this system.
There isn't, but there is a kick some ass roll.
Yeah. I'm screaming as like a way to kind of let
That's going to be
Patrick know what's happening.
intimate. Intimate, messy, special. 3 harm is the stats for the pike.
And tough is the skill I'm using. Yeah.
Well, kick some ass. Yeah, you got to roll your kick some ass roll.
Damn.
God damn, you guys are fucking going insane tonight. This is crazy. I've never seen you roll this well in this entire campaign. Hold on, I just closed my thing by accident.
Yeah, I think Roll20 realized that something was wrong with their system before.
No, that's not what it was. You're just breaking the game. All right, there we go.
Nice.
I had to get to the there we go.
Do the thing.
Okay. I had to wait for that thing to load. Now, kick some ass. 12.
Oh yeah.
On 10 plus, choose one extra effect. So, do you want to gain advantage and taking +1 forward, or give +1 forward to another hunter? There isn't another hunter here, so you can't really do that. You can inflict terrible harm, which is +1 harm. You can suffer less harm because you are gonna get hurt, or you can force them where you want them because you roll kick some ass.
But I'm kicking its ass.
Correct. That's how it works. So,
In a knife fight, everybody bleeds.
yeah. So, what are you doing?
I'm gonna go extra harm.
So you're going to inflict terrible harm. That's +1 harm. Okay, so you deal 4 harm to it.
Nice. Do I cleave it?
As you bring this halberd down, basically, and cleanly cleave it in 2.
Nice.
Both pieces moving independently still, but it seems as though it definitely is gushing out kind of this strange blackish ichor that you quickly realize is spilling from some of its guts and was probably the currently being digested remnants of one of the victims.
My nunchucks, you piece of shit.
The acid splashes up on you as you cut across its body, and you take a total of 4 harm.
What?
Yep.
I don't think that should have happened.
That's how kick some ass works.
You're disfigured forever.
You could have made it 3 harm.
That's okay. It's dead.
No, it's not. Okay. It kind of writhes back and forth there for a moment, It looks like
I'm
it
gonna dump
is.
some water on it.
Okay. It rises back and forth there for a moment, and it looks like from that shock of pain of getting hit so hard for this, that it's both pieces are starting to crawl their way towards a vent. And
Oh no, you don't.
And it looks like they're starting to form back together as they're moving
Hell
too.
no. Heck no.
So yeah, you said you throw water at it.
Yeah, we'll run up to it and start dumping bits of bottles of my water out.
So you're gonna run up to it close range and try and do that.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll give you this much information so you can make the decision. I will allow you to do a kick some ass, and with that, which means you will, be at risk of taking damage. You'll probably get hurt when you run up to it and try and pour it on it. But if you do that, you will have it will be basically easier to do damage to it. Or I will let you roll act under pressure and throw a glass bottle on it to try and break on it. And you don't risk taking any damage, but you risk the entire bottle, losing the bottle and not doing any harm at all.
If it's glass, yeah, I'll throw it.
Yeah, I mean, they're like Perrier bottles.
Okay, yeah, I'll throw that thing. I'm Molotov.
Okay, so then roll an act under pressure.
All right. Boom.
But you're going to lose the bottle either way.
That's fine.
Okay, act under pressure, 10 plus. Go to it.
I have 2
You have 2?
of the water bottles.
Oh, bottles. I was like, what? You don't hold 2? There's no holds on this. Okay, so you do what you set out to do. So you smash the bottle across the form of this this worm. You lose the bottle of water, and it kind of sizzles all over it. And you hear this really high-pitched sound as the water hits it and fizzes on the ground because it's fizzy water. You deal an additional 6 harm, and it melts.
Nice.
It is dead.
Oh, holy smokes. Oh, God. I'm like grabbing the acid wounds. Water works. Water does it.
Then you hear, oh, as Patrick shoots the thing about 6 times as it's writhing there.
Get him, yeah.
We cut to Jane and Jaeger in the natural history section. You kind of hear some yelling and stuff coming from the other side. Lester talking either on your phone with you, Jane, right? Directing you. I think we got something moving to your left or right. He would have informed you. So what would you like to try and do to draw anything out or anything here?
Did we hear? Did I hear him yell that water works?
This is happening at the same time as that, so
Okay.
So it wouldn't be yet. You would have heard
Alright.
the waterworks thing. I would say that would be like after this particular round would go on. You would hear that.
Sure.
So if you want to do something, let me know. Otherwise, it's going to be an act under pressure to try and spot something in here before it jumps at you.
Yeah, that's basically. I'm just trying to look around, trying to leverage Lester as best I can.
You could do that if you want. If you want to read a bad situation, I'll allow that. Either one of those two.
I would like to trust my gut and search for the egg.
Ooh.
Oh, okay. Remind me of how that works.
Pee on it.
You there?
Yeah, he said 1 minute, I think. He's trying to pull
okay.
it up, I believe.
Yeah, I'm
What
trying to
else?
resize the damn window so that like I can read it and speak at the same time with push to talk.
Gotcha.
Basically, if I roll a 10 or more, Keeper tells me exactly where I should go, wherever it is, and it will be important. And I'll get a +1 ongoing for the whole time I'm here. On a 7
Okay,
and
for
9,
here we'll count the natural history wing this time.
Sure. 7 to 9 gives me a general direction, and I take a +1 forward to explore that direction.
Good.
On a miss, my instincts lead me into danger.
Oh,
Yeah.
shit.
Go ahead.
Oh boy.
10 plus, you know exactly where to go.
Unreal.
Jaeger, you're a hunter. Through and through. You were raised by a family of hunters. It goes back generations. There's a moment you're hearing the sound. There's this kind of image in your head of generations back through the forests of Europe in times long gone, imagining your ancestors, other totems, sometimes by that name, sometimes not, hunting Alps and other such creatures. There's a connection going back through history, through your line, that just means deep in your soul you feel you were meant to do this. And there's a reminder in there. Always check your back, and you turn. No sound, nothing. Not a damn thing to tell you to do it, but you turn around and see this worm just creeping up the table, ready to get into a position close enough to you to strike, and it doesn't know you see it yet. What do you do?
Jane, worm, help! And just sort of ask for aid and back away from this thing before it can murder me.
Okay, so it's setting up a soft move, now crawling to the top of the table and curling down. You step back, yelling, "Jane, worm, help," pointing it out. Because of the fictional circumstances of what you have done here, that means, Jane, you have an action that you can do before the hard move happens. What do you do?
I'm going to try to whatever polearm I have some experience with through my European Fighting League training, as does Mr. Totten. So I'm going to try to actually, knowing that this thing's not just for doing damage, but also for kind of keeping things at bay, like hooking and like controlling. So I'm going to basically try to use it at distance to like hold the worm down, like to kind of prevent it from leaping and striking or like doing whatever it's trying to do. So kind of just like you would do like a snake with the
All
stick,
right.
just kind of like try to hold it down. And
That's going to be a kick some ass roll.
Kick its ass.
If you roll well enough, you'll be able to put it where you want it, which is keep it still.
Kick his ass, sea bass.
Mixed success.
sorry, that would be I would no, so I get +1 harm when using an ancient fighting. When using an old-fashioned hand weapon, I
Okay.
get +1 harm.
Sick.
So yeah, that's still 9. You inflict harm on one another. The amount of harm is based on the established dangers of the game. It usually means you inflict harm rating your weapon, and it inflicts attacks on you. So yeah, you managed to stab this large pole arm out, and like you stab into it and kind of briefly pin it to the table for a moment, kind of damaging this beautiful wooden table in the process. The blades scraping across it. There's it screeches and kind of wiggles and starts to get free. You're not really quite able to get it held down with it, right? As it's like wiggling free, it's able to contract and move through small spaces. Because you didn't roll, you had to roll a 10+ to be able to put it where you want it. So you didn't manage to do that, but in the process you do deal 3 harm to it. And you additionally take 3 harm yourself as the pole arm is electrified with lightning.
Oh, nice. That sucks.
Yeah, I saw that coming.
Yeah, baby. It manages to wriggle free and flop onto the off of the table. Surprised by getting hurt, it screeches and begins to slither away towards a vent. What do you do? That would be for Jaeger or Jane. Okay. Also, you still have a +1 ongoing, probably, for keeping track of where it's going, but not for doing damage to it or attacking it, right? So just keep that in mind. That +1 coming from Lester.
I would pop.
If you're... Oh yeah, and you hear waterworks at this point.
Yeah, I would drop.
Nice.
I would drop the staff, pull out the bottle of water, and kind of throw it so that it kind of spins and kind of.
All right, since you both said you're going to do something, I'll allow it to be a compound move. Go ahead and roll me an act under pressure for both of those. So that's a Jaeger act under pressure and a Jane act under pressure.
And I would. Earlier this morning, I sort of saw this coming, so I'm going to use another one of my fortune things for +1 forward.
Okay.
Act under pressure.
Mark an XP. Jaeger.
Oh, I'm all wet.
Jaeger, you throw this spear and it perfectly skewers this worm for a moment. You hear this screeching. It deals 3 harm to it, and you can see it's gushing out this black ichor as it wriggles free and heads towards the vent. It looks very hurt.
Oh, don't let it get away.
Jane, you go to throw your water bottle. This is it. This is the moment. You know water works. Yeah, you messed up your throw and you hit the table. You're completely wet. The water bottle's gone. You did not hit it at all.
I'm melting.
Yeah, you melt.
And it gets into the vent and gets away.
Son of a bitch. We need those sprinklers. Oh, I didn't see that.
No,
I'll probably still yell that.
You didn't see that.
Yeah,
Lester.
I nailed it. It's definitely dead.
Lester, roll a act under pressure, please. For you poking around, looking at all the stuff.
Ugh.
It disappears from the medieval European history side. So either Gideon and them killed that one or it got away. But you also see that it disappears very briefly from the natural history side as well. And you can't track where else it goes. You just still see that stationary one there in the natural history section. That's it. And you lose +1 forward for tracking them. The other people.
Hunting the egg.
Okay. He gave you information on where that was, and basically literally the exact exhibit to look into. It would have been like one of the raptor exhibits, so there's no roll for that. You can walk up to it. You look around to see if there's anything in the raptor exhibit, which is not huge, and there is literally a nest, like a raptor nest. It has fake eggs in it, and amongst them is this black, slimy looking, kind of pulsing looking egg.
Stab, smash, break.
You're gonna stab it?
Yeah.
Okay, with your polearm, I assume.
I probably would have retrieved the spear. Yeah.
Okay. So you don't need to roll. I'm not going to make you roll to do this necessarily, but you deal 3 harm to it as you stab it in, and it bursts, and you are electrocuted for 3 harm.
Gotcha.
All right.
But it's dead. Lester sees the heat source disappear.
Hell yeah.
At this point, it is probably 10:30, or not 10:30, sorry, 8:30 p.m. don't know why I said 10.
That's the real time.
Holy shit. It's not.
For me.
10:30 is for us, but not 8:30.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe that's why I said it.
Time zones.
Yeah.
Yeah, time zones. So yeah, it's 8:30 p.m. Lester's tracking the different sources. You don't see anything. He can't relay any information to you. You've killed one in the medieval wing. You've heavily damaged one in the natural history wing. And you've splatted this egg. What do you guys do?
Me and Patrick will head towards the basement.
Okay, so you run off towards the basement.
Come on, Mr. Eaton. We got more of these things to dispatch.
All right.
And Lester, he's away.
He's AFK. So I was gonna say, how about we take a quick second break? How about we take a quick second break, because I need to use the restroom. I normally would probably end the game around like 11 or so, but we're pretty close to the end of this mystery, so I might push to the end if you want to. But either way, I need to use the bathroom. So why don't we take a quick break and then figure out what we'll do. We'll be right back. See you guys in just a second. So I really do have to pee. All right, we're back. We had a little bit longer break there than I meant to, but I ate some chicken nuggets, so I'm happy about it. But Lester, you have been tracking these heat signatures. Basically, they're not really heat signatures. It's more like an exhibit showing, hey, there's a rise in ambient temperature here, and you're like, okay, that's it. Okay, it's going back down. Now there's one here. You've lost track of them all. You're kind of sitting here, going back over the monitors, back over all the different systems. You've reset it multiple times. They're either all left or are all dead, but you haven't got any. But you're talking literally to Jane on the phone right now as well, relaying this information. What do you do? What are you guys saying, etc.? What's up, J5?
Son of a bitch got away. We almost had him.
Yeah, I lost him on the security system. Give me a second, Jane. Let me think, and I'm gonna use a hold.
Okay.
And I'm gonna ask again, where will the next critical event occur?
So far, the life cycle of these things that you've seen play out is that they feed. In order to feed, they either stun the person first or not, but they dissolve something alive and they feed on it. You've also seen that they've affected the fuse box in the basement. They've done something with electrical systems. They might feed on that. They might need to use that as part of their process for reproduction. You're uncertain. You've also, I guess, presumably from the information you've gotten from Gideon and them, can find out these things are tough, right? They get hurt and then they heal up a little bit. I don't know how much information you really know about that, but you do know that they're having a hard time kind of fighting them, and they have this cycle.
Try to fuse back together, so
you did, but he didn't. But he is on cameras and stuff, so he is kind of seeing some of this stuff. It's just not that he's there, right? That's the thing. He's watching all this on security cameras too. So occasionally, I think you do get that kind of context. But because of this kind of life cycle that you've seen play out, and this eating, this reproduction, now that they're injured and have escaped, you don't have them at any kind of temperature readouts of any kind. The next likely location for them to be in is probably either loading docks, basement, bathrooms, or offices. So those are your options that they could be in. There's certainly going to be an important event that will probably play out, likely in either the offices areas, which is, like I say offices, the bathrooms are there, but there's also public bathrooms, right? You don't have heat sensors in there and stuff. So there's likely to be an event playing out there because you have humans that are sitting in here and they seem to be feeding on those. It's also potentially likely that something important plays out in the basement. They also seem to be quite drawn to dry spaces and stuff that you've noticed. They're not bedding down anywhere wet. So maybe the bathrooms are unlikely. Does that work for you?
Yeah. Okay.
How many holds do you have left? Do you have one?
Yeah, one more.
Yeah.
I know. Yeah, I'm saving it.
Yeah, I'm not saying to spend it. I was just trying to keep track of it.
Yeah, one, two.
If we get to the end, I have a question, and if I need it, I'll use it. But yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so then I'm going to.
And you're still on the phone with Jane, and
yeah, I'm going to relay all that to Jane. Or not relay, but you know, I'll tell her the same thing. And I will head towards Gideon.
Okay, so you're leaving the security office and heading towards Gideon. Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna leave the security office and head towards Gideon. Since I'm on the phone with Jane, and so I'll also tell Jane that. I don't know, Jane. I don't know, Jane, if we want to get together or check out these places. Gideon and I could head to the basement.
I missed with my water, but I think Gideon said that the water works. So
we should
make sure
restock
you have
on
some.
water.
Make sure you have some water with you.
Okay, yeah.
But I think we can stay in 2 groups and still have a good chance of finishing them off.
I say we all hit
Okay.
the basement.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. You want
Yeah,
to
we're
meet
Patrick
in the
right
room
now.
and
Yeah,
restock?
Patrick
and then
Patrick
head to
and
the
Gideon
basement?
are already moving towards the basement right now.
Okay.
Yeah, bring all the water you can
So
carry,
then-
and we'll meet you at the top of the stairs.
I'll grab water on the way since y'all are already headed towards the basement. I missed that key
Yeah.
part.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, you said you were heading towards Gideon, so I assumed you meant you were heading towards the basement since they were going there. But
I thought
you're
there
on
was
the,
some
you're on the
medieval
phone with
place,
you're on the phone with
but-
Jane, so you can see them on the monitors, so you can see where they're going. They don't know where you're going or anything. You're not. It's one way, right?
Yeah. So I'm just gonna run by the break room, grab. I have. Okay.
Go ahead and I'm going to do something right now. Go ahead and roll me I guess this would be sharp while you're in here in the security office.
Oh my god.
Okay. There is the security team isn't here. It's just Patrick, right? He sent them home this morning, as you know. And you look to your left and there's a row of walkie-talkies along the wall that the security team would use to talk to each other typically. So if you want to stay in constant communication with all of them, you could just use those.
Yeah.
There's like 12 of
Okay.
them, so.
I'll grab. 5 walkie-talkies.
Okay.
I have my I guess I have my computer bag with me. I always have it with me. I don't know why I wouldn't. So I'll throw them in the computer bag. Grab a bunch of water.
Okay.
And
I'll let you
head
carry
towards the
I'll let you
basement.
carry 2 bottles without any weird obstruction
Okay,
or
so-
anything, taking any negatives.
I'm gonna take my laptop out of the bag and lay it and put it in the cabinet or something in the
security
break
office?
room.
Oh, okay, in the break
Yeah,
room.
security office is actually better.
Okay. I don't care. I was just
And I probably
that's
would have done that because I was loading walkie-talkies in the bag.
Oh, sure. Okay. So yeah, you'll pull your
Well,
laptop out and
yeah.
sit it on the table there where the cameras and stuff are.
Yep, and I'll put walkie-talkies in there, and then that also is a little bit more space for bottles. So I'll probably be able to fit 3 bottles in there or something with the walkie-talkies, and then grab 3 bottles in my hands or something like that.
Okay.
That, right? And then I'll head towards the basement.
Okay, so you pack that all up and head towards the basement. Jaeger and Jane, what are you doing exactly? You were on the phone with Lester for a second, but I'm gonna have you hang up for when you're packing this stuff up and everything. So what are you and Jaeger doing? And I'm gonna cut to Gideon already at the
I
basement.
think I'm just gonna pick my pole arm back up, and we'll head down. I'll pick up his and hand it to him, and we'll head to the stairs.
Okay, so Gideon and Patrick, you get to the basement way before anybody else because they're all kind of talking and looking for them desperately. You relayed the information that you think one disappeared in the basement. You killed the one, so you're like, let's head to the basement, and you and Patrick nodded and followed you there. You're at the basement door. You've been here before. You were down in there. You fought one in there briefly. What do you do?
Mr. Eaton, can you take us to the fuse box?
Yeah, it's on the east wall down there. It's a little bit hard to find in the dark.
We got
But,
our lights at least.
Yeah. All right. And he kind of, with a practice maneuver, lightly opens the door and
I got my
brings it
pike.
just to the point where it starts to creak a little bit. And he kind of stops and picks it up a little bit to try and relieve some of the friction. It still creaks as he opens it, but not quite as loud. And he continues to open it in the widths, and you just look down into this
Shot my
maw
pike.
of darkness down the stairs, shine your light onto it, see the familiar open steel steps with the open sides. The clump of something sounds from within when you shine your light down there.
Oh, he's down here, Mr. Eaton. Get ready. And I'll begin to slowly creep down the my light is on a headlamp, so both my arms.
Just on the east would be to your left, just so you're clear.
Okay. Okay, cool.
So-
So I'll begin to go down the stairs, my headlight shining, looking towards the direction of the scurrying, and I'll be prepared with my pike.
Okay. So step, making your way slowly down these stairs. There's the creak of the steel as you move further in. This kind of echoing sound that resonates along the metal structure here along each step, kind of amplified in the silence and intensity of the moment, but you don't hear anything else during this time. You heard that clomp immediately as you kind of shine the light down, but you don't hear anything else. You make it halfway down the stairs and you look to your left, because again, it's that open stairway that you dove through before. You shine it to the left through all of that and see the fuse box on the east wall that was pointed out to you by Patrick. He's shining his light over there as well. You just behind him on the stairs. It's right there. And you can see there's this little tendril of smoke coming up off of it. They did something to it.
Sure did, didn't they?
Shines his light down the other side and left. Where the hell are they? Another step and another step. You make it to the bottom.
Hey, Frosty.
Of the stairs. I'm gonna need you to roll a read a bad situation.
All right, I'll do that. Ooh, XP.
Mark yourself an XP. Could be anywhere.
Seems okay to me.
All right, let's move on down. And so he takes the rest of the steps towards the bottom of the stairs. Take another step. Clunk off at the side. Do you want to try and fix the fuse box or what? I don't see anything down here. There's no emergency lights or anything either. About that time, you hear this kind of crunching, sort of curling, slithering noise. Not necessarily straight behind you, but in that direction on the other side of those steel stairs that each are open. So you can see underneath them. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And so you're at the bottom of them. Patrick's in front of you. You're back to it. You turn and you see this movement as it squirts up and prepares to unleash. What do you do?
It's unleashing on me.
It looks like
Or
it's about
preparing
to.
to?
It looks like it's about to strike out or move or something like that. It's coiled up into this
Okay.
position. I
I
will
was
give
just
this to
making
you
sure
as
he
well.
was-
You see like a little bit of a slight glow, and there's a slight Jacob's ladder effect of arcing electricity coming off of it.
Oh.
And I'll give you this as well. Actually, turning around there, being faced with it, there's two of them, and they're both whole. But only one is like ready to pounce. The other one is kind of like further away and in the corner, and it's kind of slowly slithering up
All right.
towards that vent.
And it's against
Or
me,
down
right?
from it.
Not Eaton. Otherwise,
You're
I
in
would
between
move.
eating it. You're in between eating and it. So, because you're back, you came down the stairs second, And so
Okay,
Eden was,
gotcha.
and it was behind you on the other side of the stairs. So you are
Cool.
technically in between Ed and Eden.
Got you.
What do you do?
well,
That was a soft move. So
Shit. Oh shit. Okay.
Gotta push Pat into the way.
Do what?
Gotta push Pat towards him and run.
Well, that's the thing though. If I panic button, he's still there. So like, if I roll bad on the panic, he could fucking just eat it.
oh, 100%. I'm gonna deal harm to him if you panic button.
Yeah.
He's directly
if I
in
fail
line.
though.
Sure. I mean,
Yeah.
you dodge to the side and stuff. So if I,
But yeah, I'm
you
gonna
can try and protect someone if you want to when somebody's there, but
So like
Seems
that's
like
my
it's
question, because I have an ability called the Power of Heart, and if it says when fighting a monster, if you help someone, don't roll cool. You automatically help as though you'd rolled a 10.
yeah. So what I'm saying is, if he gets into a situation where he's like dying or something, you can always try to roll to help him out in some situation or whatever.
I was gonna like
currently he's not being attacked. You are,
right.
so that's not the
kind
situation.
of my defining thing, because I could still like pull him out of the way, like, you know, but that's not really helping because he doesn't really know that I'm helping, in a sense, and it's not. Yeah.
It's not a help action again for him yet because he's not being attacked. You're being attacked.
Right. So then I guess I'm gonna panic button because this thing is about to get me. And I'm gonna do the same thing I did before and just try to dive off the edge of the stairs. All right, let's do it. Oh, Jesus Louises. That's another XP for me.
Yep. So you go to jump out of the way. You're like, oh fuck! You see it in your head, but you don't say it because you would never do that. But there is a moment of panic. You feel your heart in your chest, and the whole of your body itches for a moment as adrenaline is released, and you take this dive just like you did before, trying to go from the steps away. And this way you miscalculate and you kind of bump your shoulder straight into the banister there, not going far enough, and the lightning cracks out, briefly illuminating the steel staircase as you're kind of in contact with that as you're struck. And there, you hear this scream, and then it takes a second and you realize it's you. So you take 3 harm.
Oof. And now it says that I'm dying. Does that mean I'm incapacitated?
Yep.
I can spend a luck to omit
No.
So
Yeah.
go ahead, Jordan. Go ahead.
Yeah, you need to spend the luck
To avoid the
first
damage.
prevent that damage, or else
Correct.
You're dead. You're dead.
If you're dying, you're completely dying. If you're
Well, that's what I'm saying. In this turn, can I use my luck
Yes.
to?
anytime you
prevent the
take
damage,
you take harm, you can spend luck to prevent the damage.
Okay. I don't
But it's
understand why you said no then.
It's 1 for 1. I was confused about what you were asking.
Yeah, sorry. I just meant you do it to prevent the damage, not like
Right, you do
you're
it to
not
prevent the
dying.
damage.
You're not like
you don't do it to
unconscious.
stop.
You said
Exactly.
incapacitated. There's no real incapacitated.
If I take
You're like,
3, that puts me at the max amounts of damage. So if I use a luck right now, I only take 2. And
No,
I
you
have
take
an
0.
empty square.
You take 0.
Oh, 1 luck removes all 3 of those points of damage.
1 luck removes 1 hit. So he hit you, but like through the miracle of fiction, he didn't actually hit you. It's like,
Right,
you're
but
like
if the
you're
other
like
one
rewriting
hits
history.
you, also you would have to spend another luck to avoid that too.
It's
1 for
Okay,
1.
cool. So
Not one damage for 1.
Gotcha.
For 1
hit.
luck, but 1 hit. Yeah.
Sweet.
And then whenever your
So-
luck special is, would trigger as well.
Right. So what is your luck special? Because first of all, I assume you're spending luck, because otherwise Gideon's dead.
Yeah.
Okay. So you spend a luck. Go ahead and check that on your sheet. What's your luck special?
When you spend luck, you'll find something weird, maybe even useful.
Okay.
Not bad.
Okay, you are struck by lightning from this thing. You tense up every single muscle in your body, essentially, or you're not struck, but the staircase is struck, and so so you're still electrocuted, but you don't take harm, is what I'm trying to say. So you take like you like lock onto it, and kind of are blown back against it, and your back slams into contact with, now because you're turned around to face it, and kind of slams into Patrick, who falls over on the ground, and your back slams into this oblong shape along the wall, which hurts. You turn around to see an old fire extinguisher, one of the water kind.
What was the last bit you said about it?
One of the water kind.
Oh, even better. Holy smokes. I'm definitely grabbing that sucker.
Okay. So you scoop it up. By this time, Lester, Jane, and Jaeger arrive at the top of the stairs to see Gideon kind of in pain at the bottom of the stairs. The flashlight spilled out of his hand. Patrick on the floor, kind of getting back up, trying to shine his flashlight. Where is it? Maybe even as you were running up to the stairway, called the brief flash of electricity illuminating the steel staircase. What do you do?
I'll just run down and grab Gideon and kind of pull him up to more safety.
No,
Okay.
he's right. They're right here. Let me get him.
So as you run sprinting down the stairs towards Gideon, now not understanding the exact location of where they are, Gideon yells this out towards you. You turn instinctively to your side to see the two worms, one kind of slithering up the wall, sort of curling towards you. Perhaps the one that was hurt earlier, looking far less hurt now. Perhaps even fully healed, and the other one who has just kind of expended this release of electricity, starting to coil back and move off towards the ventilation system on the far side of the where they've entered on the east wall. It's just in time for this one that was hanging off of the wall there to coil back and arc slightly, as though it was going to strike it. You, Jane, because you ran down the stairs first. What do you do? That could be anybody in the party. What do you guys do? Soft move. It's striking Jane.
Yeah, I'm gonna rip the fire extinguisher.
Okay, I'll tell you what. I've got two worms here, and they're both going. So you've got two actions versus flipping back to you. But they don't have the ability that lets them act twice per your goes or anything. So because of that, I'm going to let both Lester and Gideon, since they spoke up, act, and then I'm going to have both worms act afterwards for two soft moves. So okay. The one soft move is set up now, striking at Jane. Lester, you said you're going to throw your bottle of water at it. So you mean the one on the wall that is coiling right now to strike at Jane. Gideon, you're popping the thing off of the fire extinguisher and spraying.
Yeah, I'm gonna go for it.
Are you going for the one on the wall or the one that just struck you? Is what I'm saying. I would assume you're going for the one that just struck you.
Right. I don't want him to get away. I see him going for the vent.
Okay. I will allow you both to act under pressure.
All right.
For that.
So yeah, I'm like kind of pulling out that fire extinguisher and trying to like figure out how to use it real quick, because I've never seen one of these things before. I feel that it's got water in it at least.
It has instructions on the side, but it's dark in here.
Yeah.
So.
Act under pressure. Here we go. Skadoosh, what the fuck?
Well, pen stuck in it. You can't quite pull it free to get it to spray.
Oh well. Fucking getting some more experience points. Jeez.
Lester, what are you doing?
All right, well,
I know what you're doing, but
and I got 3 bottles in my in my hand and my arm like this. So
okay, so I said you could carry. I said you can carry 2.
One.
I said you can carry 2 without any negatives. If you're carrying 3, I'm gonna give you a -1 to your roll.
Then I got 1 in each hand.
Okay.
I'm taking the 1. And
That's what I mean. 1 in each hand is easy to do this. Carrying 3 bottles is much harder to do that with.
All right.
Okay.
Then that means I have 5 total because I put 3 in.
I'm fine with you having some in your bag and stuff, but that's gonna require you to do other things. So.
Cool. Okay, cool. Chucking it and.
Okay. It's good that you did that because it was about to strike Jane pretty hard, and instead it is smashed with this glass bottle of Perrier or Barrier maybe or something like that off brand, but the water kind of fizzes on the ground there, and there is this sort of high-pitched shriek as it deals 4 damage, 4 harm, I should say, and the creature on the wall kind of preparing to unleash this bolt of electricity towards Jane instead arcs with the electricity, and you just see it kind of spread out and arc all across the wet water on the wall, where you just smash this bottle against it. It screeches and then begins to essentially give up on that and head towards the vent, trying to crawl away. It does
yell
look
out H2O. No, you don't.
It does look pretty hurt again. This is the one that was hurt and then had healed up most of the way, but not quite, and is now pretty hurt as it's trying to crawl towards the vent. The other one on the ground that was that you were going for, Gideon, that you just tried to spray at, is now crawling up the wall and going to the same vent. Both of them kind of converging on the same point. That's my soft action. What do you guys do?
I'm gonna drop the fire extinguisher then. Sorry, go for it.
I just want to throw my other bottle.
Yeah, I was gonna do the same. I was gonna drop the fire extinguisher, do the same, chuck my second bottle.
Okay. You had a flashlight in your hand, right, when you came down here. So I would say, yeah. So you had a flashlight.
No, it was on my head. It's always been on my head.
Oh, okay, that's right. You do have that head flashlight. You talked about that before. So I would say, just roll a d6, and we'll see if, because when you got struck by lightning or fell down the stairs into the fire extinguisher, let's see how well you held on to those extra bottles.
Okay, let's see here. There we go.
Yeah, you would have it. I was just doing highs lows.
Oh, nice.
It fell probably when you fell, but it didn't break. So you just pick it, scoop it back up.
Nice. Yeah, I heard it tink tink tink, and I'll just grab it. I can't figure out this fire extinguisher. I'm just gonna drop it and whip out that bottle and chuck it.
Okay. You chuck it at which one? There are 2 crawling towards vent.
If I can't get both of the strike, I'll go for the same one I was aiming at before.
They're not close enough to hit them both with the strike. If you threw it in the vent, you could theoretically get them both wet, but it's not gonna cover them.
Gotcha. I'll just aim for the same one then. Like, I'm fixated.
Okay, so that's the one that struck you.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Let's see. Where did my character sheet go? That's like a kick some ass.
No, that would be act under pressure to throw it, because you're throwing it far away.
Gotcha. Oh, right. Fucking A.
Yeah.
Okay, so
After 3 fails in a row, I'm happy to see that.
Okay. So it screeches and melts and falls to the ground dead off of
Nice.
the wall.
Gideon starts fist pumping. Yes.
The other one, barely alive, crawls into the vent and gets away.
Oh no.
Holy shit, Patrick says. What happened to it? Did you get the other one?
No. I saw him crawling away in the vents.
he runs up to the vent and shoots his gun into it several times. But you don't hear any noises other than the sound of the bullets.
Can I try and get that
Roll
fire
for the fire.
extinguisher into that vent now to start spraying it?
You don't need to act under pressure to get the fire extinguisher working. Now you can pull the pin. And go, okay, this is what it says.
Yeah, I feel
Flashlight on it,
dumb.
and just, I just didn't have the pin out. And
Yeah.
it sprays. It doesn't spray super far. It's not like a fire hose, but it will indeed spray some water in the vent. You can get it wet if you want.
Yeah, I try and get it as far back in the vent as I can. Just
Okay.
see if I hear anything react.
You
If
don't.
not, I'll
I mean,
stop.
they're like really, really fast, right?
Yeah, okay,
So
yeah.
I mean, you look down there, shine your light in your head, and it's gone.
Well, hell, shit. Well, heck, where's it going now?
Yeah, Patrick doesn't know. He's just kind of out of breath, kind of freaking out a little bit.
I look at anyone else that's down here with me.
Still standing at the top of the stairs because you guys are like throwing and aiming stuff under the stairs, so it's like, no, ain't going down there.
Yeah. We got
I'll ru-
we got an emergency fire hose in the main lobby, but that's the best thing I could think of.
I mean, that's a start, I guess.
On it.
I say we flood this whole building.
I
Can't do that.
I don't think that's a great idea. The security officer says.
Well, neither was bringing these motherfuckers back from the desert. So.
Well, he didn't do it.
Frank, can you get the sprinklers on, maybe?
Jaeger will try and go and locate that fire hose.
We've come this far. I'd hate to.
Okay. It's
Hate to risk all these artifacts.
it's one of those glass, like you
Well,
can
the
open the
system's
door and it has a
designed
fire
to-
hose in it that unravels and stuff. It probably is about like, I don't know, like 80 feet or something like that you can unwind it. So you could get pretty much the whole middle area, that whole like entrance area you could spray. And it's a fire hose, so it can spray pretty far down the halls, but it's it's got a limited amount of pressure, but it's quite a lot. So obviously it's a fire hose, like the same kind you get in buildings all the time that put out fires. This is like probably the highest population area that would be in the museum, the entrance area. There's also a lot of like complicated wooden structures and stuff in here, so there's a fire hose in it, probably because of code.
The sprinkler system was designed for the level 2 threat or whatever they called it, and all the art and stuff gets protected from the sprinklers.
Yeah, it has things to try and retract stuff if it's not on fire. For most of the exhibits, for the ones that aren't already kind of in a water sealed space. Some
I think
things
that's
just
our
aren't
best
protected
chance.
though. There's always going to be some damage because there's always some things that are like literally just sitting on a table and stuff like that. You got like dinosaur bones hanging from the ceiling and stuff.
They can get wet. They're fine.
Oh, Steve, you're wounded pretty
Who?
badly.
Oh, like some blood comes out.
Let me take a look at that.
Yeah, I'd appreciate that.
Let me I will.
I think
We'll
my
take
arm's out
out
of the
some
socket.
sort of like. Wait, what happened to you? Out of character.
He was electrocuted.
Yeah, I was
yeah.
gonna say, I was like, what's your arm out of socket for?
I got thrown against the wall too.
Yeah, he did.
Well, yeah, I would. So I would find kind of the burns from the lightning or whatever, and put some kind of ointment, unwrap it with bandages. So I think that heals you +1, but does not return you to stability.
Oh, it doesn't? If you heal me
I don't
one
think it
harm,
does.
that
Yeah,
would
but
make me
it
stable.
brings you past that threshold, but I think it's too late. I think you are still unstable. If I
Okay,
remember
that's
right.
interesting. Okay.
I can look it up here.
I think that's true, but because I haven't seen anything that says the opposite of that. But yeah, if you go ahead and look it up, that would be good because I don't have time to do that right now.
Yeah, so that does bring me like before the line.
Right, but it's basically first aid. You can do it with that roll if you're not like in any
In
sort
combat,
of major crisis. Reduces an injury by 1 harm. Does not normally require move, just regular practice. You only benefit from first aid once per injury or condition. Anyway, keep going. I'll look it up.
So anyway, what are you guys doing? It got into the van. It got away, as far as you can tell.
Where do y'all think it's gonna go next? Where was it before?
Jaeger headed towards the hose, finds the hose. Do you open it up and unravel it? Okay, yeah. So you have a hose in the main lobby. That's also where the deputy is at, and you can see he's still got his gun drawn. He's kind of looking out the windows here to make sure like nobody's coming towards the museum or anything like that. And he just starts, "What the fuck is going on?"
It would take too long to explain. But what was that doctor's name?
The
Which
one?
one?
That did it all, the guilty one?
The guilty one, yeah.
Kelly Morrison.
Morrison, yeah. But Kelly Morrison was, or Dr. Kelly Morrison, is the one to blame.
She's not a
for all
doctor
this.
anymore, dog.
All right. Well, I'm not sure what I can charge her with. What are you doing? Unraveling the hose and stuff.
Let's-
Honestly, I don't know. So I'll just trust my gut and let it lead me to wherever I think those events led.
Okay, go ahead and roll. What are the rest of you doing? I remind you, Lester, you also have a boon of fate that was bought for you earlier by Lunatic.
Yeah.
10 on trust your gut. It was hurt very badly. Probably wants to heal up. The only ways that you've kind of figured out that it can do that are at sources of electricity or by eating somebody. So, kind of knowing which direction to take that, I would say you're able to have the context for it's going to do one of those two things. It's going to head to a source of electricity, or it's going to
Well, I want to
attempt
protect the
to
people, so
eat somebody.
I'll go to them.
Okay. So you're gonna head to the people. Let me do this. It's good because I'm using a keeper move. Couple things. I'm using a minion move and a keeper move. All right. So you think you rolled that trust your gut that high. You're kind of pulling this hose along, trying to get it as far as you can go, and you round around the side, and you're able to kind of like get it just to the kind of the doorways where and stuff where you see like the offices and stuff, but you can't get it to go deep into the offices or whatever. It won't go quite that far. And then right about that time, you hear a screech from Dr. Kelly. As she slams back out of the door of her office, crashing and falling to the floor. And you see this form like lightning move across the floor towards her in a position to strike, curling up and beginning to release this poisonous acidic spray to dissolve her and heal itself. I will give you an opportunity to try and use the hose, but the problem is the hose is a complicated thing. It's not just always on. You have to turn it to do this. It has to be cranked open and all that stuff. And so because of that, I am going, because of the fact that you spent your trust your gut, I'm going to say you prepped the pressure on the hose first. when you went this way because you rolled a 10 on your trust your gut. But you're still going to have to roll and act under pressure to try and spray at it to stop it from killing her at this very exact moment. And also, the clock has ticked down.
All right, I'll yell out
We
to
are
her.
now at dusk. This is the latest you've ever got on one of these.
Come to me. Basically yelling at her to come this way.
Okay, she's in full panic mode, sees you, and kind of starts desperately crawling towards you, and it's about to unleash its spray. What do you do? So either you stop it or it's doing the thing.
Oh, I'm spraying, but I'm just yelling at her.
Okay.
This way.
She starts scrambling, trying to get towards you. Mixed
Ooh,
success.
nice.
Okay.
Still a success.
It is still a success. Okay. Scrolling to the thing, sorry. Man, that trust your gut roll was clutch. Okay, I'm gonna give you a worse outcome, hard choice, or price to pay. It's spraying the strange acid stuff at her. And she's scrambling to try and get towards you, and it's starting to aim at her, but it's also kind of aiming at you. Because it's a partial success, I'm going to say you can, and basically I get to choose one of these, a hard choice, a price to pay, or a worse outcome. I choose which of those to give you. I'm going to give you the hard choice. You can spray it and kill it because it's hurt, but it's going to release its spray at the same time and kill her. Or you can stand, but you can like jump in front of it, take the damage yourself, and spray it and kill it. Or you can spray her and it gets away. And spraying her will basically keep the acid from hitting her.
I'll take the damage and kill the thing.
Okay, so it lets out this spray of acid. You jump in between, getting the hose the last few feet in between you and her. You take the brunt of the spray straight to your face, your body. It's sizzling. You cut the hose, twisting it open, and unleash the spray, dealing 4 harm to the creature. 4 harm is the damage that water does. I'll say maybe even 5 harm because it's a fire hose.
Pressurized,
Yeah, it's pressure. It kind of pushes it up against the wall. Its body flopping and flopping and flopping as it slams to the wall, and you just kind of keep it pinned there in the corner as it dissolves and melts into a black fluid and washes away from the pressure of the water hose. The water spraying up over you, cooling the acidic spray some. You take 4 harm.
Oof.
Can I use my luck to diminish that in some capacity?
You can use 1 luck to not take the damage.
Can I use my last foretelling thing to warn him in advance so that he doesn't get hurt?
You weren't in the thing with him. He was the one that grabbed the hose and dragged it to the office because of his trust and gut. So I'm going to say no, you're not there to do that.
So yeah, I'll spend luck to avoid taking that much damage.
Nice.
Okay, so you the spray comes straight towards your face. You manage to open the valve on the hose at just the right time, and your hand was sort of in between it was like on the front of the hose as you were sort of sloppily opening it, and in doing so, it sprayed straight up and over your face and kind of deflected the spray, slattering on the wall. You're completely drenched with water now, like soaking head to toe. And then unleash the hose on it. But you take 0 harm and are soaking wet, and it's dead.
Very fucking cool.
And she just kind of screams and holds your leg for a moment in terror. Thank you so much. The deputy runs up too because he was with you in the lobby. I think you're under arrest for something. What the rest of you, I'd say, will probably run up at this time too.
Oh, Mr. Toad.
I take the bottle of water in my hand, I crack it open, and I drink it.
God damn.
Nice.
Miss Meyer. Oh no, you're not hurt.
It's
are you,
fizzy.
Toad?
It's Perrier or whatever.
I am,
Perrier.
Barry.
It's good if you like. It's either good or it's awful. It depends on
Yeah.
depends on you.
Yeah.
Not a fan of carbonated drinks, much less carbonated water, so I think it's awful.
You do, but what about Jaeger?
Does anyone else look injured?
I think you're all a little injured, or we're starting to be.
Yeah, it was 3.
Is that all of them? Did we get all of them?
So Patrick Eaton is
Yeah.
there, and Kelly is there. Patrick just kind of shrugs his head and looks down at her and says, "I quit." David Morin, looking down at her, pulls out a pair of handcuffs, pulls her up like he's gonna put them on her, and then he just shrugs and takes the handcuffs and puts them away. I got nothing I can charge you with, but you're gonna have to live with this shit for the rest of your life.
Savage, bro.
Actually, didn't she illegally transport artifacts?
He doesn't know that. David Morin has no idea about any of that.
Well, he does now because I just said it out loud in character.
Did she now?
I actually have some shipping tracking documents. What the fuck are they called? Shipping
Well,
Manifest? Shipping manifest, yeah.
manifest. That's the word. Thank you. That
I'll
I
tell
can-
you what,
I
Mr.
can send over to you.
Johnson. I'm afraid
You
my
call me
department
Jack.
probably isn't
Or
going to
Frank.
let me. I'm afraid my department won't let me make that arrest. But if you have the evidence and witnesses on the count of this smuggling, to which Patrick will say, "I'll do it." You can send all that straight to the Federal Bureau of Investigation, and I believe they might find it pretty interesting. And she's crying now,
I think I know someone.
and she looks up and she says, "It's fine. I confess. You don't have to
What?
do anything. I'll confess. This is never supposed to happen. I didn't know. Nobody's going to believe me about these worms or whatever, but yes, I'll admit to the smuggling, but there's no evidence of it. I don't know what they'll charge me with, but I'll admit to it."
All right.
And she's just like kind of quietly sobbing to herself. And the
Good
deputy
work, Mr. Eaton.
says, "Well, if you want to give me a statement, ma'am, I can take that and move that on along." And Patrick Eaton says, "I'll act as a witness if you need to, but I still quit. Good working with you too. Hoorah."
Hoorah, indeed, my friend. Hey, the Heavenly Father watch over you in all your endeavors.
I
All right.
before this ends, I want to use my last hold real quick and ask a question.
Go ahead.
It's a little bit out there. We'll see if this works.
Okay, and we're still not over yet. I still
Um,
have another scene anyway, so go ahead.
So the question is a person connected to current events more than they're saying? Can I ask if the police chief knows more about this than he's is connected to anything?
If you're spinning your hold, I'll let you know that the police chief is certainly a pawn of the circle, and the circle seems to be involved.
Shit.
And we had some hints of that before.
Yeah, we did. I was just remembering that we
Yeah.
had seen him. Yeah. 'Cause
Yeah.
he gave David
After
the
this, I
letters
wanted
give
to-
you.
Note for
So
the
I'm
keeper,
going to
uh,
whisper. I'm going to tell Dave, whisper to Dave,
Watch him.
that yeah, your chief, I know you have some suspicions. You may want to look into that.
Nice.
God
Um,
damn.
So he'll say to you, since you kind of have this quiet moment, and there's this sort of like brief moment of trust between you guys in this way. He'll sort of be like, Yeah, I know. I got tipped off a while back. Some letter with a blue ribbon.
Blue ribbon letter now. Red versus blue.
And with that,
Watch out.
you know, I don't know if there even will be a museum staff anymore, but I think I speak for the team when I say we're not going to be able to continue our efforts here. So we will be on our way, and obviously if you need anything, you can always reach back out to the university.
Okay.
Agreed.
I'll start
That's funny.
walking towards the door.
So you guys head up.
Note for the keeper though, J5 has gifted a boon of fate to you.
Oh, I didn't see that.
Oh,
My bad.
nice.
And I'll say, like, it was nice seeing you, Mr. Morin. May
Yeah,
our
I think
Heavenly
we'll
Father
be,
watch over you as well.
I think we'll be talking to more in the future, huh?
I think so.
So for keeper boons of fate, the way that works is they are spent on basically NPCs to give them a chance at like survival or something extra like that. So it'll give the party a chance to be like, hey, we want, like, if David Morin's gonna die in some situation, or if another NPC is gonna die, you can be like, give them a boon to try and roll to survive that or whatever. It's basically how that works. It gives them a hunter roll.
I like it.
So remember that for next time, because it's not gonna come up this time. But with that, all of you step out of the museum, not realizing how much time has gone by, the kind of just ridiculousness of this night. You're all sort of still wired and hurt, and you look up and the moon is now setting, and the morning is very slightly rising. There's this
Oh, it was a crazy night at the museum, guys.
sort of glow on the horizon as you walk down the steps of the museum. After all these hours of searching around in here, trying to find these things over and over, getting sprayed by acid multiple times and electrocuted, seeing some horrors play out, the Deputy David kind of nods at you but he doesn't stop. He continues on, and walking across the street off towards the athletic park, probably to retrieve his vehicle. Continuing off on his own. The Dr. Kelly just sits there on the steps, crying and waiting.
Frank. Bottle, please.
Sure, I pull a bottle out of my bag.
Clink, clink.
Thank you. Take a swig of it. Dump it out. And I'm gonna go back to that raptor exhibit and see if I can scoop up a sample.
Okay.
I thought you were gonna dump it on her
Of the
head.
egg goo.
Yeah. Go ahead, and I'm gonna make you roll an act under pressure to scoop it up without taking acid damage, basically.
Also, what is your luck?
All right, so you take 4 acid damage as it gets on your skin and starts to crawl up your arms, almost as though it has a life of its own. And
You get it in the bottle, though?
but you do get some in the bottle.
I might have to spend luck to avoid that.
Wait, can I
Oh,
warn
actually,
him? Can I
no,
warn
wait,
him?
I'm sorry, you don't get it in the bottle because it's a failure, but you do get 1 XP.
Oh no.
Can you warn him? Well, you didn't go back in with him. You could have gone back in with him. So if you want to spend a
Well,
luck, go right ahead. What's your luck special? You did it
I was
twice.
gonna ask you what your luck special is.
I discover let's see, I discover something happening now is related to something I was involved in years ago.
Okay. All right. So you're scooping up this stuff. You get some of it on you. You spent the luck to not get it on you, and because you spent the luck, I'll go ahead and say you do manage to get some in the bottle. And you look at the fluid in the bottle and kind of swishing it around, sealing it off, and it brings up a memory. One of the only hunts you went on with probably your father or your grandfather when you were a child, where there was a kind of a mistaken bit of Alp sign from people that were disappearing, and they went there to hunt Alps, but instead they didn't find anything, and this whole little village got wiped out, and you never knew why. But you did find some of this fluid there. Now maybe you know why.
Closure.
I'll have to make a note of that and write home about it.
Yeah, make sure you do write it down. Okay, and you step back out of the museum. Everybody kind of go in their own way in the morning here, spreading out. Is there anything else any of you guys want to do before I cut to the next scene?
I was to make sure I
Next two
mentioned that I
scenes?
grabbed my laptop.
Yeah.
before I left.
All right, yeah, you get your laptop before you left. I assumed you were
I
going
gotta
to
go
leave
get
your
some new
laptop.
nunchucks, guys.
Nunchuck Emporium.
Yep.
So you head off and get into the van.
Yeah, I'll get the van started up.
I would say, could I stay with one of you guys tonight? I don't feel like making it all the way back out to camp.
There's plenty of room at our
Of course,
house.
Jane.
Well,
There's
thank you very
plenty of room.
much.
And I'll pull
Have a
out
big ol' sleepover.
and start driving back towards where we need to go.
Yeah, I need to go let Michael out of the oubliette.
Well, it's on a timer, remember?
The chains were.
Yeah, the chains were. That's true.
Nice.
Yeah, so he's probably pacing around in there, pissed
Yeah,
off.
there's like a
right now.
sandwich and stuff in there. Like.
Yeah, I'll say very briefly. You guys get in the van and start to drive away, and we cut to Michael inside the oubliette, which is like a monster prison inside that Jaeger has in his hideout there. Hilariously.
The XP I gained leveled me up, so I went ahead and spent it on the Haven option of having an oubliette.
Okay.
So it's
That
an
works.
official part.
Yeah, that's good to have.
It's basically a monster jail. You can put anything in there.
Yeah. So we'll say that I would say you could also set that to open on a timer if you want to as well. But you already said it was just the chains, and it's funny. So we'll head our camera back towards the tailor shop, down through the flooring, and we see Michael just in there, like normal human Michael, who's just kind of pacing back and forth, and the chains click and fall off of him, and he's like rubs his wrists, and we see there's like claw marks and stuff all on the inside, and he just kind of looks at them and rubs his hands across them like he doesn't remember making them. And he goes to open the door, and it's just still locked. And we see a disappointed sigh as he sits back down on this like cot in there and just crosses his arms waiting. And our camera cuts back to the van as it pulls up in front of the home of Lester, and of course Gideon at this point. Jaeger, where are you headed? Are you going in the van with them, or what are you doing?
Yeah, they gave me a ride here, so
Yeah, so do you drop Jaeger off on the way, or do you all go to Lester's?
I assume I dropped him off back at the
Either way,
oubliette,
it's fine with
'cause
me.
He mentioned it.
Oh, that's right. So yeah, okay, you swing by and drop him off. So then we see
Tell Mr. Ward I said hello.
then we see Jaeger walk into the place and down the stairs, and there's that from the perspective of Michael sitting there on the cot, kind of waiting. The oubliette opens, and we see Jaeger there. Michael walking up. About time.
I'll hand him a bottle water.
It just drinks the whole thing,
It's the sparkling water.
spits
I
it
don't know
out.
if this character will like it or not.
Spits it out.
Probably not knowing Michael, but
Yeah,
Hit
I mean,
you.
he's probably really thirsty though, because he's been like in the oubliette all night, like thrashing around. So I would say he probably drinks it, but we can ask Hemdall when he's when he's here if he liked it.
either way, I was just doing that to be funny with him, so
Yeah.
I'd probably hand him an actual bottle of water afterwards.
Right. Yeah. Okay. So I would say he drinks it, like half of it,
Actual bottle
at
of
least.
water.
Then takes the normal water and drinks that. Walks off with both bottles. Then our camera cuts back to the van as it's pulling up to Lester's house. And you guys step out, walk up the stairs onto the porch and into the interior of the space. There's a vibration in your pocket, or however your purse or whatever, wherever you keep it, Jane, on your phone. That the same one that you were called on earlier by Lester. Whatever cell phone you were talking
Okay,
on earlier.
right, I see. Yeah, I'll pull it out,
So
look
it's
at
a-
it.
Unknown caller.
Oh, he doesn't answer that.
I will sort of kind of hang back, a little, just a couple steps away from the group, and I will answer it.
We've been trying to reach you for your car's extended warranty.
You passed stage 1. Good work. Surprised you saved as many as you did. Well, see you soon. By the way, check the mailbox.
That's it. It hangs up.
Another $1,000.
I will, obviously wondering which mailbox he means, I'll check Lester's mailbox.
There's a letter in there with a blue ribbon on it.
Son of a bitch. Alright, I will open.
You open it up.
Glitter.
Mail bomb.
Inside,
What's
It's a
it called?
glitter bomb.
It's a sick world.
inside, it just says on one single sheet of paper. So first of all, it kind of feels heavy. You open it up. It's that same old kind of paper. It has the blue ribbon on it, as stamped onto it. I mean, not an actual blue ribbon. It's the wax stamp. So you open that up, cracking the seal, pulling out this single piece of paper first. It's like the largest thing in there. Again, kind of like an old parchment. And it says, "We'll stay in touch." Just that, like perfectly. It's a perfect script in the middle. You look down in there. There's $25,000.
Oh. 25 $1,000.
Oh, we got another one. Oh no, we don't. I was confused. Oubliette. What a weird word.
We could retire.
And with that, as you kind of begin counting this money out in your hand, like, what the hell? This is a lot of money. Which is a lot. I mean, it's like I said, it felt heavy, right? Kind of a thick envelope. You start to walk up the stairs into Lester's house and close the door behind you. Our camera doesn't follow you, but instead turns and moves across the street and away, across the wooded area there, passing through several of the trees, standing on a single branch as though within perfect balance. We see this shadowy figure, 8 tendrils moving feather-like behind it, and it puts this human-like hand out on an arm too long to be human, and it's stopped by something. There's sort of a tension in the air, the very air, as it pushes towards it harder and harder. This little black crack opens in the middle of the air, as though something were there. Pulls away. and steps backwards into shadow and disappears. Our camera continues off into the horizon of the rising sun on Hushwood, and that's where we end tonight's session.
Yeah.
All right, let's ask the questions and stuff.
Fuck them worms up.
You did fuck some worms up. Okay, let's ask the questions.
Question.
That's the wrong questions.
Did we conclude the current mystery?
That is one of them. Do you have the questions up?
Yeah.
All right, you ask them.
Did we conclude the current mystery? I'd say we did for certain.
Yes, you did.
Did we save someone from certain death? Absolutely.
Yep.
Did we learn something new and important about the world?
For sure.
That there's
Yeah.
a blue team.
And then finally, did we learn something new and important about one of the hunters?
I'll say yes. Well, no, the team didn't.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I don't know if that's true.
Yeah, I could stretch something, I feel like, but I don't think there was anything really.
It doesn't change the amount.
Yeah, either way, it's two.
Yeah. Nice. We get 2 experiences.
Yep. Plus any that
Fuck
you are
yeah.
unlocked yourselves from failures and such.
Ringy dingy ding.
Nice. So who ranked up or leveled up or whatever?
Senor Gideon.
Gideon did. Okay.
I got one out of it, but I spent it on Oubliette.
Right. How close are Jane and Lester?
One more for me.
Nice. What about you, Lester?
Level.
Oh, you did?
Heard me, yeah.
Sorry, I didn't hear you the first time. Nice. Well, what is everybody getting? If you don't want to share it, you don't have to share it. But
I'm probably gonna choose something from another playbook. This will be
okay.
1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, I just need one more level up, and then I can choose from the advanced improvements list.
Yep.
I need 2, and they'll both be moves from a different playbook.
Cool.
Yeah, I'm doing that as well. I need to choose 2 moves from different playbooks.
The first thing I'm gonna get is from the professional, and it's the move known as Medic.
Oh, nice.
Okay.
Medic's good. What about you, Lester? Do you know what you're getting?
No, not yet.
Okay. All right.
Specifically says
Well,
you are trained on how to do first aid and heal people. So
yeah,
That would be
that's-
great
that's super
for-
useful.
Jaeger, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, patching people up and taking care of them. He's also got the little
Yeah.
place you go to his hideout basically to like heal up and stuff too.
Right. That's a great
Yeah,
setup. Yeah.
So it does make sense because he's done that.
HQ.
Yeah, I like that
Bobby
you have.
Singer, man.
You're gonna have 2 hideouts basically in the same town. I think that's gonna be pretty neat.
I know, that's cool.
I have ideas to exploit that and make that fun in some
Oh
stories.
yes.
So let's go ahead and do the oops, I don't want that to start. I wanted this one to start. Actually, I wanted this one to start. Let's go ahead and do favorite moments.
Favorite moment.
So there's one less of us here, so it's a little bit easier, but who wants to go first?
I'll go first.
All right, Gideon, favorite Jaeger moment.
Favorite Jaeger moment. Man, I had something I was thinking about earlier too.
What do you think about it? You can do anybody you want to do first, really. It doesn't matter.
Yeah. The books again, that's something I mentioned before too, but I love the tie-in that you brought back. Like, it's such simple little things like bringing translated books and stuff like that, but like this
That
one
was
was
super
like
cool.
a little bit more relevant for both of us. was a good scene. I felt like
Well, he basically gave you guys a quest, which I think is neat, and
yeah.
that's like I have Alp stuff that I want to explore,
Cool.
and mysteries and stuff. But like this gives us the seed to explore that, and I think that's really cool.
Yeah, I think Jaeger's really. I think his character is really shaping, which is cool.
Right, favorite Jane moment.
Jane had a lot of good moments tonight. I think her whole just living in the woods thing was fucking hilarious to me.
That's good.
I loved it. I thought that was really good and well played out. That kind of like, her losing sleep and stuff is really interesting. And just like watching how Jane's dealing with the whole being cut off from the circle is really, really neat arc. I think that's cool. And how you're kind of like suffering in silence about it is like pretty interesting. It's on brand for your character. It's also kind of like, it's ominous, right? Because it's like, you don't know what the fuck, how they're going to retaliate. You don't know where they're going to come from at any point. So it's kind of why you're hiding, I feel like. Some part of you is thinking that you can maybe protect us if you're hiding somewhere. But friggin' Macau's character, I'm like spacing on everyone's name tonight.
Lester.
Thanks.
You said it. It's funny. You said his name 100 times.
I know.
I meant to say. It's like,
Lester, again, like I thought it was great how you were playing your character. He wouldn't leave the house with those guys in your house. Like
that was funny.
That was just a great little character moment for you.
Yeah, I love the part where like the dude's like, it's 9 a.m. You're like, all right, guys, that was a good day of work. Like, what? We just got here.
And then I also enjoyed the way that you used your technical abilities this session in
that was good.
Out of place situations. Like you kind of like started doing the like surveillance hub thing for a minute, which was like, it was neat. It was a neat moment. It was like, oh, this is cool. Yeah, I thought that you did well with that. And I just want to say all of us, I think, did a really good job role playing. I think the flow of everything was really cool. We had some good conversations that moved the story forward while still being entertaining, which is always a challenge, right? Usually one or the other.
Favorite keeper moment, and then we'll move on.
Yeah, favorite keeper moment. I think just your story pacing tonight was really good. I think also you as Eaton. I think Eaton and Gideon was a really interesting combination.
That was fun. That was fun.
Especially when because you know how I'm trying to play Gideon, so it's neat seeing it progress and like seeing Eaton's reaction to the way that Gideon was behaving in that situation. I thought it was a really great like foreshadowing moment, kind of in a sense, or just like a hint at what's going on. And like I think the moment when Eaton was like, "You served?" and like Gideon's response is funny, but I think the implications of Eaton questioning that is even more interesting than Gideon's response. So I thought that was really good, man. I appreciate that.
That was cool. Yeah, I had fun with him as a character.
Yeah, he was cool. I liked him a lot.
Who wants to go next?
Little Solomon throwback with that guy.
A little bit. Yeah. Solomon Addison.
Yeah.
I can go.
All right, Jaeger. Or not Jaeger. Psycho. Back to our real persona.
It's late.
My cat. Went to get my attention. Like, call. Out of my arm.
Got creepy music on.
Yeah, dude.
For Jane, it was the confrontation scene with the guilty doctor lady.
Oh,
that was good.
how she's being like assertive and like, bitch, I knew
Slapping
you did
her and
something wrong.
stuff, yeah.
It's like, yeah.
Really stops his head and something. Yeah.
For Gideon, it was when he lost his nunchucks. Like the face on Society's, the face he made was priceless. Like, oh no, my most precious item ever.
That was funny. You were like, I pull out my nunchucks, and I was like, and they get dissolved by
And
the
they
gas.
melt. Oh, shit. Could have been worse.
For Lester, it was the whole interaction with David again. Like,
I know.
just
I love
their
the
play
way
back
that-
and
yeah.
forth in the like the batting cage.
Mhm.
That was good.
Their relationship has gotten stronger and deeper. Like,
Because he's like, you mean Frank?
yeah, it's so
That shit
good.
cracked me up. And of
Well,
course,
that-
for the
they're the real
keeper, it
story.
was the pacing of tonight. Actually, it was really good. It didn't feel like we had missed any games at all. It was nice
Yeah.
and smooth.
That's cool. Yeah.
I honestly feel like this was one of our best hunt sessions, to be real.
It was lots of fun.
Yeah.
It was a simple monster, but like a fun one, I think. Who
It
wants to
feels
go
great
next?
sometimes, yeah.
It is.
Gives you room for the complexity.
Venom or Mad Cow? And yeah, 100%. You can't have
Okay.
every episode be like crazy like that.
Yeah.
So with Gideon, it was the fact that the construction workers were just people to try to bring into his cult.
They couldn't go anywhere. That's what I was thinking the
They
whole
were
time. I was
trapped.
like, oh,
Captive
yeah, they're trapped
audience.
here with me.
Yeah, captive. That's the term I was really thinking of. The captive audience. Yeah, absolutely.
That was funny to
Uh,
like the one dude who's like, no English.
Yeah.
And you're
Yeah.
talking to him in English, like right next to me.
With Jane, it's funny. It's kind of the counterpoint to what society said. Is how at the end she was like, "Can I sleep in a house?
Yeah.
Can I
I like
can I have
that.
some comfort? I'm tired of this." I thought it just wrapped up kind of the
That little
that-
thing.
little arc really well. Not saying that you're not. I don't know what's going to happen in the future, but I like that.
Mhm.
For tonight's session, it started with the campsite and it ended
How an
with
episode
the
would
house.
go. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Like her little
Um,
mental turmoil through the whole episode was like, kind of
Yeah.
resolved in a way at the end.
With Jaeger, it was at the at his tailor shop when I was getting information, getting the shipping list, and he was just like playing with his jacket and fixing his lapel and just like getting everything perfect.
It's like one
I
opportunity
thought
to
that
be
was-
super stylish.
that was good.
Oh yeah, true.
Yeah.
Show off his
Um,
tailoring skill.
And for
Yeah,
the
that's right.
keeper, I think it was good how like it was a lot of, the whole thing was fun, even though we were like rolling really well, right? It didn't feel like it was being steamrolled or anything like that, even though we were constantly rolling really well.
Yeah, you
I
did
thought that
destroy these monsters pretty handily in this episode because
efficient.
of those rolls.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know if you would have been able to complete this in one session if you hadn't rolled
Without
quite as
that.
well, because there
I
were
thought
a few moments with like the guts roll or the trust your gut roll that Jaeger did and stuff like that. That
Oh,
was
yeah,
super
that
clutch.
saved
I was like,
him.
shit, that means he's gonna know exactly that she's getting attacked right now. Where to go to take this hose. And I gave Lester the inciting thing. It's like, well, it's gonna be in the offices or this, right?
Yeah.
Right. The bathrooms are there in the office. So, and then I was like, well, it's, they want to be in dry places. So I was trying to let you know, well, it's not gonna be bathrooms because they're wet, and then the office is probably where it's going to be. And he rolled that, so it was like, well, you can guess it. And he didn't know where to go, so we rolled the guts, and he got that 10 plus. Sometimes those clutch rolls, it's crazy. Really cool. Yeah, so I'll go ahead and go. I really liked Jaeger's books thing, where he planned that out for everybody. He wanted to have this scene with everybody. It's sort of to tying people in this group to him in a way that kind of feels like he's bringing you into his hunter family, like he's building his own hunter family here. And I think that's really cool.
Imparting knowledge,
yeah, he's sort of like a father figure in some ways to the group. You know, he's sort of got this like, he's like the hunter group patron in some ways, not literally a patron, but like kind of is. Patriarch, I should say, not patron.
He's quite literally Gideon's mentor, so
yeah, literally. So it's really cool. You played that really well. I really liked a couple of things that Jane did. There's a bunch really for all of you, but I thought it was really entertaining. The snake thing you did early on, that was really funny. Super loved that. That was funny. And I also thought you played like the inner turmoil with it, and kind of the pain of separation, and then like the spark of hope, and like you never really delivered exactly like to the group, like, hey, this is which way I'm going to take this, how I'm going to follow this thread. The whole time everybody's kind of guessing a little bit, moving through. You did a good job with all that. I thought that was super fun. And for Gideon, there are a couple of things that are obviously always really fun with your character, but it was really cool when you get the item that might be positive. You get the fire extinguisher, and you're like, I'm gonna get, and you're like,
yeah,
shit, you can't get it to work, and you're just like, all right, I drop it.
Yeah.
That was pretty funny. That was definitely good. And then for Lester, it was really getting to do, well, two things really that I'll mention. Like, one was really finally getting to do like the full-on man in the van thing, where you're like, head to your left or whatever. Let me sit back here and do something to give somebody remotely a +1 to this act. So it was cool to finally see you pull that off. And then also, I thought your scene with Deputy David Morin at the batting cage was really cool. It felt very like clandestine moment. Like, finally we're seeing these two characters like who've always kind of been at odds with each other on some level, but also on the same side. We kind of see them actually acting on the same side, like for the first time. Like, they turned away from each other towards the same obstacle, and that was a really cool moment to see play out. And I thought all that role playing was really, really well done. It was also really funny when you kicked the workers out at 9 a.m. like I said. That was just super funny. They were like so confused, like, all right, fuck it, we get to go home or like go drink beer or whatever all day. Yeah, so hey, but anyway, that's the session. Thanks for playing, everybody. Thanks for coming out and watching.
Lord Venom.
Oh, you didn't go? I thought you went. I'm so sorry.
Yeah,
I completely spaced over that. No, go ahead.
So Mad Cow, all the stuff people already said, but I also like the way you played Frank. Like, you kind of shifted characters, shifted personalities. That was very well done. And then like especially like when you went to talk to the security guard, like that was good. You kind of had the different persona, and like, yeah, when he was there and questioned you, I was like, oh shit, we're in trouble. And then you like seamlessly changed tact. So I thought that was good. Yeah, Psycho. It was cool to see you get kind of into the action. So I think like it made sense. It kind of felt right, but obviously you were more hands-on, you know, grabbing the hose and going down and busting eggs and stuff. I thought that was cool. Society, I think all your interactions with the museum staff were good, especially Pat. Felt like you just did a good job with all that. For the keeper, as usual, all the NPCs were great. Like, again, there were quite a few people in this museum, and they all felt like real and different and like memorable, so that was awesome.
It helped that they were dying off pretty quickly.
Yeah. All right, Peter, don't have to worry about that.
Like, we're like, yeah, I'm like, I have notes about all of them and their names, and you're just like flipping back and forth. And then of course all the like suspense elements, all these like kind of ominous like other forces and stuff at play that you keep keep it a constant like in the background there. That's very
Great.
It
Yeah,
adds a
that's
lot
great.
to the game. Like that's not otherwise there. And
It's
not to
it's
say
a fun
overall,
world
I
we're
think
playing with.
people. I think maybe part of it is that we're leveling up and getting more abilities, but I think we found a lot of opportunities to use a lot of our character abilities
skills.
today
Yeah,
that
true,
we haven't
true.
always done in the past.
Yeah, I saw a lot of you guys using your multiples of your
Yeah.
abilities. I've also kind of stepped up the complication of how combat works and sort of like the threat level of how monsters work and how easily NPCs can die and stuff like
It's
that. You
given me
guys
more
have done a good
opportunities
job
to
of
use my
catch that.
skills.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. And part of that was
great.
just like us getting past the learning curve of the system.
Yeah,
Now,
I agree.
and I think we're there now. We're pretty comfortable with it. It's been really fun.
Yeah,
So
it's a
yeah,
great
thanks
system.
for playing. That was great. We did a fun little one session
Yeah.
mystery tonight. That's
We
super. It was the
solved
first
the whole
one we
thing.
did in a single session, so that's neat. Even though it was a long session, and we had a bunch of viewers that came out. Thanks to everybody that came out and watched. Gerbil, Lunatic, Fierce Pencil, J5. We had a few follows. Plum Hobab, Chief Acol, Black Angel. Thanks so much for all the follows. Appreciate everybody that came out. There was somebody earlier too that followed that I missed. Who was that? Only Plays Wizards.
Oh yeah.
Appreciate you guys. Super cool hanging out, having you here. Come out every Saturday. We'll try and be here every Saturday. We've had a few wrinkles recently. We've got another big campaign coming after this. It's going to be a sci-fi game that'll probably be a really long form one, and we've got a bunch of other adventures and plenty of time to spend and hunt. So thank you so much, and stick around. We'll see you next week, hopefully. If not,
Thanks
it'll
for
be the
hanging
one after
out,
that.
everybody.
Have a good one, everybody.
It was fun. Love you. Bye.
It was fun.